Chapter 230 Nascent Soul Realm. Ronan set up a wizardry formation to gather energy particles, as well as a reversed bagua formation, on another island. Heaven and earth spiritual chi converged towards his heart. As he cultivated his heart, a drumming sound of his heart reverberated, sending out waves of sound from the island's center in all directions. At this moment, some wizards had already approached from outside the island. Upon hearing the sound, they dared not act rashly. To intimidate the wizards, Ronan simply stopped concealing the heaven and earth phenomenon. The heart belongs to fire, and as he was cultivating, a pillar of fire shot upwards from his crown, hitting the clouds in the sky and forming a magnificent fiery cloud. 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art, Grandmaster 53%. The progress of refining his heart had already exceeded half. The heart was the most difficult to refine, but when refining the heart, the increase in his strength was also the greatest. As the progress of heart refinement continuously increased, the chi and blood within his physical body flowed more rapidly. While he was cultivating, the nearby wizards, in addition to hearing the drumming roar, also heard the sound of rushing water. More and more wizards gathered around. Even sage wizards came over. Although sage wizards were powerful, this relic had seen multiple legendary wizards disappear before. They dared not casually intrude into this relic. Ronan saw that these wizards were all very well behaved, so he made no other moves, only cultivating. More than 3 months passed. The wizards outside still had not broken into this relic. Instead, just like last time, wizards from various wizard organizations began to fight again. It seemed that wherever there were people, there would inevitably be conflict. What's more, they came for the same relic. Thinking that they would have to snatch resources once inside, it was better to strike first and kill their opponents in advance. Thus, when night fell, various sneak attacks occurred near the island where Ronan was located. Immediately, streaks of multicolored wizardry light illuminated the night. Ronan cultivated while perceiving his surroundings. 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art, Grandmaster 99%. After more than 3 months, the progress of this cultivation technique was about to reach perfection. Within his heart, a huge energy lay dormant. As soon as he used it, he could release it. Suddenly, the heaven and earth spiritual chi collapsed towards the island. Ronan sensed a burst of energy erupting in his heart. From the crown of his head, an even thicker and more intense pillar of fire shot into the sky. Immediately, the fiery clouds in the sky rolled away in all directions. Other wizards all thought that the relic had changed. The wizards who were fighting were also attracted by this change and looked over. With his 5 viscera refined, Ronan felt the surge of power within his physical body. At this moment, he felt as if his whole body possessed endless strength. It's time to go. Ronan thought, first putting away the wizardry formation that gathered energy particles. Immediately, the energy particles flowing towards this location completely stagnated. This further attracted the attention of other wizards. The gaze of all wizards turned towards the small island where Ronan was located. Then, Ronan waved his hand. The formation flag used to set up the reversed bagua formation was put away by him. The thick fog gradually dissipated. Just as the thick fog dissipated, Ronan immediately cast Otsu Wood Immortal Escape. He transformed into a dark green light and escaped into the ground. Then, he emerged from beneath the small island, entered the ocean, and headed towards the kingdom of Valant. His body was enveloped by Otsu Wood Immortal Escape's magic power, so even though he was in the seawater, not a single drop of seawater touched him. Seeing the energy particles stop flowing, the heaven and earth phenomenon disappear, and the thick fog dissipate. The nearby wizards, seeing this situation, thought that the relic was about to appear. So, these wizards, fearing to be left behind, hurriedly cast acceleration wizardry and rushed into the dissipating thick fog. However, upon reaching the thick fog, they found nothing. The sage wizard was the first to rush into the thick fog, waving his hand and releasing a wizardry spell. A flash of lightning struck, pulverizing a wizard who tried to ambush him. Why is this happening? The sage wizard sensed his surroundings, looking around, and found that the island was indeed empty. The relic he had envisioned seemed to not exist at all. Perhaps there was no relic here to begin with. Suddenly, this sage wizard thought of the drumming sound that came from the thick fog earlier. Doesn't that sound resemble the sound of a heart? Could it be that this is not some relic, but a kind of creature? A creature capable of causing strange phenomena in the sky and making energy particles flow. Upon thinking of this, the sage wizard's heart immediately warmed. He had never seen such a creature in books, estimating it to be either from another plane or an ancient creature that had survived for many years. It would certainly be of great help to his bloodline research. Thinking of this, the sage wizard immediately flew up, searching for the location of this unknown creature. However, after releasing his mental energy and searching for a long time, he found nothing. While the wizards were searching for the relic and the creature, Ronan arrived in another sea area. He wanted to test how strong his power had become after the 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art reached perfection. Immediately, he punched the sea surface. The 5 elements power within his 5 viscera immediately converged into a powerful force, bursting forth from his fist. Boom! On the sea surface, a huge pillar of water shot up into the sky. With this power, I should be able to walk sideways in the cultivation world, right? Ronan thought to himself. He hadn't expected that he would first possess such immense power through the body cultivator method. But this was not surprising. Spell cultivator cultivation technique always required diligently sitting in meditation to chi refining. However, the body cultivator method only required resources. Once resources were abundant, the speed of cultivation for the body cultivator method would accelerate. It could be said that the body cultivator method was a cultivation technique for plundering heaven and earth resources. After trying out a move, Ronan continued to use Otsu would immortal escape and returned to Triumphant City. After returning to the Wizard Tower, Lion sought him out. Ronan, wizards from the Wizard Council have repeatedly sent messages, saying that several one-level continents have discovered an ancient wizard relic somewhere. According to the signs around this ancient wizard, it seems that the resources within this relic should be very abundant. Ronan nodded upon hearing this, said I'm back, and then walked into a cultivation room to continue cultivating. In the following days, Ronan cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, consuming the Wizard Tower's stored resources. The blessings from wizards from various places to his vital evergreen tree subtree caused his child tree to grow rapidly. Similarly, the eternal evergreen tree mother tree in the spirit realm grew quickly due to the rich spiritual chi in the spirit realm. The age of the natal longevity tree continued to advance towards 10,000 years. Unconsciously, more than a month passed. Nothing happened within the kingdom. The infant-shaped mental energy between Ronan's eyebrows became increasingly solid. The golden core light in his dantian also grew brighter and brighter, and the energy contained within it increased daily. On this day, Ronan felt that he was about to break through to the nascent soul realm. Following the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, he absorbed heaven and earth spiritual chi. The golden core in his dantian continuously rotated, absorbing the energy transformed from heaven and earth spiritual chi. And the infant between his eyebrows also emitted waves of fluctuations. Moreover, there was a faint urge to leave his glabella. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi flowed towards this place faster and faster. Suddenly, the heaven and earth spiritual chi collapsed downwards here. Centered on the wizard tower, a gust of wind suddenly arose. Ronan felt his spirit and his vision continuously ascend. Immediately, he looked down and saw himself sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room. Nascent soul realm, achieved. He immediately summoned Grand Mist. Cultivation realm, nascent soul early stage. Wizard realm, sage wizard early stage. After reaching the nascent soul realm, his various statistics greatly increased. Even his wizard realm increased by 1 rank. Immediately, in the form of a nascent soul, he flew and moved through the wizard tower, passing through walls. He thought that the nascent soul's flying speed was indeed much faster than when he had a physical body. As he thought, he passed through a wall and flew out of the wizard tower. Outside the wizard tower, the sun was scorching hot. However, his nascent soul, under the sunlight, only felt warm, with no other unusual sensations. Then, he traveled through Triumphant City. The residence houses and the vendors' wooden boxes were all passed through by him, in and out. No matter where it was, he seemed to be unhindered. He flew away from Triumphant City Upper and headed towards Triumphant City Central. The middle city was where the female druid lived. He hadn't visited this old friend for a long time. So, as a nascent soul, he flew into the female druid's house, stayed for a while, and then flew out. He planned to go see his old friend Paul again. This old friend, apart from a brief meeting during the wizard tournament in Dolly Fa's appearance, had not been seen since. Immediately, he released his divine sense and headed towards Triumphant City Lower City. Paul was a down-and-out noble who could only live in the lower city because all his money was used to buy cultivation materials. However, as his divine sense spread out, he discovered that Paul was now living in the middle city. Moreover, Paul was already a level 3 wizard apprentice. It seemed that after his strength increased, his life also improved. And Paul's residence was surprisingly just 2 streets away from the flat house where he used to live. He sensed that Paul walked out of the flat house and was walking on the street. In his nascent soul form, he flew towards Paul's direction. He saw that the direction Paul was walking was precisely the direction of his former flat house. Curious, he followed Paul to see what he wanted to do. After a while, he saw Paul indeed walk to his flat house and peer inside. Ever since he moved his eternal evergreen tree mother tree and azure spirit emerald cloud bamboo entirely into his spirit realm, this flat house had been abandoned. Paul looked into the flat house from the window, saw its desolation, shook his head, then looked up at Dolly Fa's wizard tower, sighed deeply, and left. After Paul left, Ronan headed towards the wizard tower. The speed of the nascent soul returning to the body is related to the physical body's strength. Now, Ronan's physical body was extremely strong. With a thought, his physical body immediately generated a gravitational pull, even from a great distance, still pulling his nascent soul back. Coupled with his control over the nascent soul's flight. In just a moment, he immediately returned to his body. The physical body in the cultivation room instantly opened its eyes. Ronan stood up, stretched his body, and feeling no abnormality after his nascent soul left and returned, he sat down again to continue cultivating. The 10,000 wood evergreen scripture can be cultivated to the peak of nascent soul. As long as he has sufficient resources, he can continue to cultivate. As for how to cultivate beyond nascent soul, he currently did not know, and planned to go to the cultivation world to search for it after a while. At this moment, a magnificent airship approached the eastern coast of the Kingdom of Valant. The wizards guarding the eastern coast immediately became vigilant. Who are you? This is within the territory of the Kingdom of Valant, stop your airship. The guarding wizard released a wizardry spell, amplifying his voice. On board is your esteemed 5th prince, Costa Augustus. A wizard walked out onto the airship's deck and replied. Immediately, the guarding wizards exchanged glances. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. According to previous times, if they were wizards from the Wizard Islands, after they asked questions, if the other party continued to advance, they would directly attack. However, Now it was said that the airship in front was the fifth prince. Their wizard rank was not high enough to access the upper echelons, and they did not know the whereabouts of the various princes. They had seen Augustus V at the wizard tournament, but they had not seen the fifth prince. Your esteemed fifth prince, your highness, please wait. We need to confirm, please understand. Saying this, one of the elite wizards immediately cast an acceleration wizardry and headed towards the wizard council branch. In the wizard council branch, there were wizards from the wizard council headquarters stationed. This wizard said that he often frequented Glory Fortress before and had seen many royal family members. Upon hearing the guard's words, the wizards on the ship did not force their way through the formation, but simply waited. After a long while, a true knowledge wizard arrived at this location. He arrived in front of the ship and loudly said, "Please, fifth prince, your highness, come out and meet." After he said this, a person walked out of the ship. This person appeared to be nearly 40 years old, with a neatly trimmed short beard on his chin, making him seem astute and capable. His eyes were slightly blue, like precious sapphires. The wizard robe he wore had decorations on it, showing his noble status. "Your highness." Upon seeing him, the true knowledge wizard immediately bowed. He had seen the fifth prince before, so he immediately confirmed his identity. As for why the fifth prince, your highness, returned from outside, he would not ask. Although the defense here was ordered by the wizard council. However, the fifth prince was a member of the royal family and had a very close relationship with Fa, the chairman of the wizard council. Even if the fifth prince returned, he would naturally grant passage. Immediately, he ordered the other wizards to open a gap, allowing the airship to enter. The fifth prince smiled and nodded at this wizard. The airship flew in the sky, and he looked down at the city walls below, taking a breath. "Is this my kingdom? I haven't had a good look at it yet. It's been 5 years since I returned, come to think of it." Chapter 231 Six Ring Witch Tower, The Decline of the Augustus Family. After the fifth prince sighed on the deck, he walked into the cabin. Outside the door of the most luxurious room on the airship, he bowed, "Teacher, we have arrived at my hometown. Next, I will trouble you. Dorifa Augustus, although he is my relative, he is several generations removed, and he has always occupied the cultivation resources of the Valiant Kingdom. The actions of our entire family are controlled by him. It is said that he has done many things recently, probably because his wizard rank has improved. Even if it has improved, it might only be that he has just reached the sage wizard rank, right? Teacher, you have been a sage wizard for almost 100 years. Fa will certainly not be your opponent. Fa has been in the kingdom for so many years and must have collected many resources. If Fa is defeated, these resources will be yours, teacher." The fifth prince spoke incessantly, and after a while, a low voice came from the room. The fifth prince bowed again and then withdrew. A moment later, the airship stopped at a castle in the southeast province. 2 days later, Augustus V of Triumphant City received a letter from the fifth prince. The letter said that there was an urgent matter to discuss with him and asked him to come to the southeast province. Augustus V knew that the fifth prince had been studying at a wizard organization in the Wizard Islands all these years. In fact, the father and son had revealed to each other the idea of replacing Fa. After all, Fa was only Augustus V's great uncle. In terms of closeness, of course, there was no kinship closer than father and son. At this time, after receiving the fifth prince's letter, he thought of this matter. The fifth prince wanted him to discuss it in the southeast province because he did not want to come to Triumphant City. If he came to Triumphant City, he would be perceived by Fa, which would make Fa vigilant. Augustus V did not tell anyone else about this matter, only saying that he was going to the southeast province for a trip. He brought the royal family's guard wizards and knights with him. 3 days later, Augustus V arrived in the southeast province by a carriage pulled by demonic beasts. He met the fifth prince, and also the fifth prince's teacher, the sage wizard, Russ Stanley. Russ Stanley was an old man who looked about 60 years old. He was stern, with curly brown and grey mixed beard and hair. His beard hung down to his chest like gnarled branches. The fifth prince said to Augustus V, "Great uncle Fa is old, let him rest. This is my mentor at the Six-Ring Wizard Tower. He will help. If our kingdom relies on the Six-Ring Wizard Tower, father, your lifespan can be extended through witchcraft, and my wizard cultivation will also progress quickly." Augustus V nodded when he heard this. Great uncle Fa has been unwilling to prepare longevity elixirs for me all these years, nor has he been willing to let me go further on the wizard Deo. The fifth prince also nodded. Fa is also controlling my wizard cultivation. It is obvious that he wants to control our Augustus family branch. After the father and son talked about the situation in recent years, they asked Russ for help. Russ did not speak, just nodded slightly, then left to continue his meditation. The father and son looked at each other when they saw Russ leave like that. Augustus V had intended to tell Russ about Fa's recent witchcraft style. This would give Russ a greater chance of winning in battle. When Augustus V said this, the fifth prince couldn't help but laugh. "Father, don't worry. Teacher's strength is not something great uncle can compare to." Augustus V felt a little relieved upon hearing this, and then said, "Does your six-ring wizard tower really have a way to extend my lifespan?" The fifth prince smiled and said, "Of course, bloodline, elixirs, etc., are all researched by powerful wizards at the six-ring wizard tower. It's not difficult to ask them for methods to extend lifespan. Moreover, father, as long as you continue to cultivate and make further progress in your wizard rank, your lifespan will naturally increase." The father and son talked, while the airship sailed towards Triumphant City. Augustus V originally did not know Dali Fa's recent witchcraft style. He had entrusted a wizard in the royal family to inquire about it from the wizards of the Wizard Council. And the matter of inquiry was also known by some interested wizards of the Wizard Council. At the same time, the news of the fifth prince's return also reached the headquarters. Thus, these two pieces of news were brought to Ronan by a wizard. Ronan listened, then dismissed the wizard. The fifth prince. The fifth prince had left 5 years ago. At that time, he had not yet transmigrated to this world. Moreover, not many people in the royal family knew about the fifth prince's departure. He didn't know that there was still a prince in the royal family who was studying in the Wizard Islands. And Augustus V inquiring about Dali Fa's matters obviously had some intentions. I wonder what the fifth prince wants to do upon his return. If he intends to harm me, then he must be confident in his return. Thinking of this, Ronan decided to scout ahead. If the fifth prince, or the person the fifth prince brought back, was strong, then Dali Fa would temporarily disappear. Immediately, Ronan changed into a black wizard robe. He pulled the hood over his head. He left the wizard tower, cast Otsu would immortal escape, and headed in the direction of the southeast province. If the fifth prince was coming, it would most likely be from this direction. He transformed into a dark green light, flashing through the air. While casting the escape spell, he also released his divine sense to probe. After a while, he detected an airship ahead. On the airship, there was an individual emitting huge energy particles fluctuations, seemingly a sage wizard. On the ship, he sensed that Augustus V was also on it. There was a protective barrier on the ship, which meant he couldn't sneak in and subdue all these people secretly. Then let's go head on. Thinking, Ronan drank a transformation potion and transformed into Dali Fa's appearance. He then pulled back his hood, revealing Dali Fa's face. Then, with a flick of his finger, a wood divine lightning burst forth, striking the airship's protective barrier with a single blow. Accompanied by a loud bang, the space around the airship twisted. With a single strike of wood divine lightning, it broke the airship's defensive witchcraft formation. Everyone in the cabin came out one after another. Russ also came out, releasing his divine sense to search. Soon, his divine sense locked onto a person flying from the sky to the deck. He could not sense the energy particles fluctuations on this person, so he could not determine this person's wizard rank. However, this person's demeanor indicated that his strength was certainly not low. Great uncle. Great uncle. Augustus V, and the fifth prince, were both surprised when they saw Dali Fa. So it's... Listening to the fifth prince's address, Russ narrowed his eyes and said. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Dali Fa point a finger at him. With a crack of thunder, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl burst forth from the air. Bang! This strike caught Russ by surprise. But fortunately, he not only had defensive witchcraft formations on his wizard robe. The pendant on his necklace also had defensive witchcraft formations carved on it. Moreover, as a sage wizard, the energy particle shield around him was not weak. Under triple protection, when this divine thunder struck, all 3 layers of his protective shield shattered. He retreated several meters backward but was not injured. Immediately, Russ was filled with vigilance. He first poured magic power into his witchcraft model, frantically adding energy particle shields to himself. At the same time, he poured magic power into the attacking witchcraft model, intending to fight Dali Fa. Great uncle, what are you doing? This is my teacher. I was just about to introduce him to you. The fifth prince said from the side, but Ronan was unmoved. One would divine lightning after another blasted towards Russ. Russ released witchcraft, also attacking with these green lights. The green lights and divine thunders collided, emitting loud noises, and the resulting shockwaves turned into hurricanes, blowing in all directions. Russ's forehead and back were already covered in cold sweat. What legendary wizard, it's a complete lie. Russ thought. He could tell from Dali Fa's attacks alone that they were stronger than his witchcraft attacks. This was not like a legendary wizard, or a newly promoted sage wizard, it was clearly a wizard who had studied lightning-type witchcraft for many years as a sage wizard. I am a professor at the Six-Ring Wizard Tower, and you treat me like this. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Russ tried to use the wizard organization to pressure Dali Fa. But the next moment, a divine thunder shattered his energy particle shield and solidly struck his chest. Russ felt both pain and numbness throughout his body, like a sandbag. He flew backward, crashing into the railing. His wizard robe was scorched black, and the wizard robe on his chest was torn open, revealing the scorched flesh inside. Then, Ronan sent several more divine thunders, striking Russ's body. He knocked Russ unconscious, leaving him with a little life. He heard Russ mention the Six-Ring Wizard Tower. Russ said he was a professor at the Six-Ring Wizard Tower, not the leader of the Six-Ring Wizard Tower. A professor of a wizard organization is a sage wizard, so their leader might be even stronger. This kind of wizard organization is not comparable to those wizard organizations on the outskirts of the Wizard Islands. The Six-Ring Wizard Tower is a wizard organization closer to the center of the Wizard Islands. If Russ did not return for a long time, the wizards of the Six-Ring Wizard Tower might come looking for him. Ronan pondered that he should impersonate Russ and send a message back, saying that he was temporarily staying in the Valiant Kingdom. He needed to obtain Russ's usual tone and the rules for sending messages within the Six-Ring Wizard Tower by casting Phantom Witchcraft using a Nightmare Stone on Russ. After subduing Russ, Ronan ordered the airship's helmsman to steer the airship to a mountain forest and stop. The fifth prince's heart trembled uncontrollably when he saw Dali Fa defeat his teacher. But he still pretended to have no ill intentions. Great uncle, this is my teacher. What are you doing? Ronan listened, condensed a wizard's hand, and slapped the fifth prince across the face. What do you intend to do by returning this time? The fifth prince took a slap, spun several times in the air, then fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. Ronan approached, casting a large shadow. The fifth prince looked at Dalifa's figure and heard the question, his heart filled with dread. Immediately, Ronan cast phantom witchcraft. Because the fifth prince was only a true knowledge wizard, too weak, even without a nightmare stone, he could make the fifth prince deeply fall into an illusion. In the illusion, he tortured and interrogated the fifth prince. Soon, he learned the fifth prince's purpose in returning. Several hours passed in the illusion, but only a second in reality. Ronan withdrew the phantom witchcraft and looked at Augustus V. From his interrogation of the fifth prince, he naturally also learned Augustus V's purpose. Augustus V's legs trembled when he saw Dalifa's appearance. Suddenly, he composed himself and said to Ronan, Great uncle, at that time, your eldest brother, who was my grandfather, passed the kingship to my father, and my father then passed it to me. Great uncle, you cannot lay a hand on me, otherwise you will be a sinner of the Augustus family. He knew that he had already provoked Dalifa. If he showed weakness, Dalifa would not let him go. Only by using the family could he possibly suppress Dalifa. After all, a large family like Augustus constantly instilled concepts such as family honor and family legacy from the birth of each clan member. Now, as king, he was actually the clan chief of the Augustus family. Although Dalifa's witchcraft was powerful, he was still just a member of the family. To lay hands on the clan chief would be to disregard family honor. Slap. Ronan directly slapped him. Augustus's wizard rank was not high, and coupled with less cultivation during this period, his physical quality had declined and softened a lot. With one slap, he directly fainted on the ground. Everyone on the airship was part of the fifth prince's entourage. Seeing Dalifa's actions, after a moment of fear, they repeatedly begged for mercy and then asked to join Dalifa's camp. Ronan ignored them. Instead, he cast the 5 elements spells of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, building a prison underground in this place. He put all these wizards, as well as Augustus V and others, inside. After doing all this, he cast phantom witchcraft on Russ. He created several dreams for Russ, thereby extracting information about Russ and the 6-ring wizard tower. After extracting the information, Ronan withdrew the phantom witchcraft and killed Russ. Then, he took Russ's blood. In the future, if he wanted to use the transformation potion, he would not only need to transform into Russ's appearance but also possess Russ's aura, which required this blood. As for Augustus V and the others, he did not kill them but imprisoned them here. After all, these were all members of the Augustus family. Overall, he had reached his current position because of Dalifa's collection of books and inventory. If Dalifa could return, he would let Dalifa deal with these people. After destroying Russ's body, Ronan took away the belongings of the others and left the place. Many days later, news of the king's disappearance began to spread throughout the kingdom. For a time, some people were alarmed. But very quickly, news of the king's death spread. News of Augustus V's eldest son's coronation ceremony about to be held also spread. 3 days later, in the main hall of Glory Fortress, Dalifa placed the crown on Augustus VI of the Augustus family. Augustus VI was a person with even lower wizard aptitude. Now in his 60s, he appeared even older than Augustus V. His wisdom and cunning were even inferior to Augustus V. Chapter 232, The Encroachment of the Special Continent. Under Ronan's arrangements, the Kingdom of Valant formed a system where the Augustus family managed mortals, and the Wizard Council managed wizards. As for his Lawrence family, they operated in the shadows as the family behind the kingdom. Augustus V and others were still imprisoned. He had Lion find some orcs who didn't understand human race language to guard the prison, and they regularly fed Augustus V and the others to prevent them from starving to death. Augustus V, along with the 5th prince and others, had a maximum rank of only true knowledge wizard. The orcs guarding the prison had undergone bloodline modification by Ronan using bloodline great wizard Sophie's method. With just their flesh and blood, they could withstand 2 wizardry attacks from a true knowledge wizard. Furthermore, Lion would regularly check on the prison. Therefore, there was no fear of Augustus V and the others escaping. Professor Dorifa's body was moved by Ronan to a stone chamber in the wizard tower. The body had not yet decayed, indicating that Professor Dorifa was still in the nightmare world and had not died. The following days were peaceful. Ronan continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. With the popularization of wizard education and the planting of vital evergreen tree subtrees by Ronan in various provinces, people with wizard aptitude could receive blessings under the vital evergreen tree subtree, thereby gaining knowledge. As a result, the wizard power within the kingdom grew stronger and stronger. The exploration of Dong continent's wizard resources also became increasingly frequent. Undeveloped magical beast forests, swamps, and death zones began to be frequented by wizards. The footprints of wizards could be said to have gradually spread to every corner of the Dong continent. Ronan's wizard tower's inventory also grew larger and larger. However, as he cultivated, his consumption also increased. After suffering at the hands of the Kingdom of Valant, the wizard organizations and wizard schools on the outskirts of the wizard islands no longer dared to come to this continent to recruit new blood. As for other one-level continents, if wizards from the wizard islands came to recruit new blood, those who could defeat them would either kill or drive away the wizards from the wizard islands. Those who could not defeat them would send messages to other one-level continents. The kingdoms within the first-class continent alliance each dispatched wizards, overwhelming the wizards from wizard organizations and wizard schools who came to recruit new blood with their numbers and strength. As a result, it became extremely difficult for the wizard schools and wizard organizations on the outskirts of the wizard islands to recruit new blood on one-level continents. The first-class continent alliance, led by the Kingdom of Valant, also gradually increased in strength. Some one-level continents, in order to cope with invasions from the wizard islands or attacks from sea beast tides, needed to find the most reliable ally. This ally was the Kingdom of Valant. Therefore, these kingdoms periodically paid tribute to the Kingdom of Valant. Most of these tributes ended up in Professor Dorifa's wizard tower. Days passed, and although it was peaceful, wizards from the Kingdom of Valant encountered some legendary demonic beasts and monsters while exploring unknown areas. Such as some giant insect-like creatures, human-faced spiders, Hasek giant worms, earth-drilling centipedes, and so on. Encountering these resulted in the loss of some wizards, but as long as the Wizard Council and the great wizards from the provincial wizard families or wizard organizations joined forces, these creatures could be eliminated. In addition to giant insect-like creatures, there were also elemental giant beasts, savage evil spirits, dragon-like creatures, and so on. Some creatures were too powerful, so Professor Dorifa had no choice but to take action. After Ronan took action a few times, the development of wizard resources was able to continue. The alliance of one-level continents, however, stirred up a storm in the wizard world. The news spread in the outer regions of the wizard islands, as well as between the second-level continents and special-level continents. Some news even reached the center of the wizard islands. However, areas beyond the outer perimeter of the wizard islands were not very concerned about matters outside the wizard islands. If these wizard schools or wizard organizations needed to recruit new blood, they would directly absorb it from the wizard organizations and wizard schools in the outer regions of the wizard islands. If they needed some daily, large consumption wizard resources, they would conscript the various wizard schools and wizard organizations on the outskirts of the wizard islands to collect them for them. Only for some difficult to collect materials would they take action themselves. Most of their daily time was spent in meditation and research. Among the continents outside the wizard islands, there was a continent whose kingdom was called the Guan Kingdom. It had a sage wizard in charge. Moreover, because the other wizards in this kingdom were also powerful, it became a special level continent in the wizard islands classification. Now, the wizards of the special level continent, upon hearing the news of the one-level continents joining forces, couldn't help but feel a little worried. There were several one-level continents, and if the power of these continents were concentrated, it could potentially pose a threat to their continent. Furthermore, they had also heard some things about Professor Dorifa, the strongest wizard of the Kingdom of Valant. They speculated that Professor Dorifa might have already been promoted to a sage wizard. This made them even more vigilant. The wizards of this continent then conceived the idea of winning over other one-level continents to invade the Kingdom of Valant. Although they didn't know if the Kingdom of Valant would develop the idea of invading them once it became stronger. They only needed to prepare in advance. By eliminating the Kingdom of Valant, this unstable factor, they could be more secure in the future. The leading wizard organization of the Guan Kingdom was called the Wizard Hall. Under the leadership of Sage Wizard Eekbear, it had extremely high execution power. Thus, under Eekbear's arrangement, about a dozen wizards from the Wizard Hall set off for other one-level continents. Triumphant City, Glory Fortress. In the Grand Reception Palace, at a magnificent long table, legendary wizards from various one-level continents gathered. Seated at the head was Ronan, who had drunk a transformation potion and transformed into Professor Dorifa. As the Kingdom of Valant grew stronger, Ronan naturally envisioned future enemies. Special-level continents were one of them. He felt that as the Kingdom of Valant grew stronger, special-level continents would definitely feel a sense of crisis. Once they felt a sense of crisis, they would act. Rather than letting this special-level continent make the first move, it was better for them to make the first move. Everyone, I plan to take action against the special-level continent. Ronan immediately got straight to the point. The legendary wizards seated there looked at each other. The special-level continent, to them, was a giant. In the past, it was a great fortune that the special-level continent hadn't invaded them. Now, to actually invade the special-level continent felt somewhat surreal. However, after a brief moment of surprise, greed immediately arose in the hearts of the legendary wizards. The special-level continent must have many resources and wizard knowledge. If they took action, they might be able to obtain what they wanted. Professor Dorifa, I'll follow your lead. The first legendary wizard raised his right hand, indicating approval. After the first one, others also followed suit. Although some cautious wizards wondered in their hearts whether their combined forces could defeat the special-level continent. Since so many people agreed, if he didn't agree, it would be very conspicuous. Perhaps, the first target they would deal with wouldn't be the special-level continent, but rather his own continent. Ronan was very satisfied to see no one objected, and said, "Good, we will gather and set off in 3 days." Immediately, the gathering continent was decided upon. It was a one-level continent closest to the special-level continent. After the meeting, the wizards from each kingdom teleport back via teleportation arrays. 3 days later, as agreed, the various kingdoms of the first-class continent alliance, led by their kingdom's legendary wizards, brought their wizard and knight teams to assemble on the one-level continent closest to the special-level continent. Looking down from above, the wizard and knight teams were a dense, dark mass, like a vast black cloud. Subsequently, a group of great wizards released earth element wizardry. Immediately, a rock protruded from the sea. The sea water parted to both sides. Before long, an island pushed aside the sea water and appeared. The wizards, tapping their feet, ascended to the island one after another. At this time, the various wizards dispatched from the special level continent were still outside the wizard towers of the legendary wizards of each one level continent kingdom. They wanted to request an audience with the legendary wizards, but were told that the legendary wizards were not seeing anyone. They were completely unaware that the legendary wizards of the various one-level continents were already on their way to their continent. Like the Dong continent, this special level continent also had a defensive barrier set up along its coast. The island where Ronan and the others were located pushed aside the seawater and rapidly headed towards the special level continent. Before reaching the coast, there was no need for commands from wizards above legendary wizard rank. The other wizards from each kingdom simultaneously released wizardry. Various wizardry, including fire, lightning, frost, water columns, etc., converged, forming a torrent that surged towards the special level continent's defensive barrier. Bang! With a loud bang, a large hole was immediately pierced through the defensive barrier. Then came another dull thud. The island where Ronan and the others were located collided with the coast of this special level continent. Immediately, they disembarked. The wizards guarding the shore, seeing so many invaders, had already fled after they broke through the defensive barrier. Without needing a command from the legendary wizard, the other wizards immediately cast spells. Immediately, the surrounding energy particles converged, forming a wind wall that lifted everyone. Subsequently, these wizards and knights followed the wind towards the capital city of the special level continent. Half an hour later, Ronan felt a powerful energy fluctuation approaching. This energy fluctuation belonged to a sage wizard. It seemed that the strongest wizard of this kingdom had arrived. Before long, other wizards also successively felt this powerful energy fluctuation, and their hearts became vigilant. Without needing orders, each wizard began to chant spells. The surrounding energy particles converged, forming an energy particle shield above their heads. Just as the energy particle fluctuation belonging to the sage wizard was about to arrive, a human voice suddenly came from that direction. Is it Professor Dorifa leading the way? Ronan and the others continued to advance, but did not reply. Then, the voice spoke again, Professor Dorifa, our Wanluo kingdom is willing to become a vassal state of the kingdom of Valant. Upon hearing this, the other wizards couldn't help but exchange glances. Professor Dorifa, this might be Eat Bear's trick. Eat Bear is too powerful, it's cleanest to kill him while we have the numbers. A legendary wizard said to Ronan. Ronan pondered for a moment, then said loudly. All right, but you must accept my curse. Professor Dorifa's collection of books contained many curse wizardry. However, for any curse, the greater the difference in strength between the cursed person and oneself, the stronger the binding force of the curse. This Eat Bear, judging solely by energy fluctuations, might have a higher magic value than himself. After all, this person's wizard rank was higher than his own. Simply using the curse wizardry from Professor Dorifa's collection would not exert too strong a restraint on this person. However, he also had the Elven Book. He combined the Holy Tree blessing spell from the Elven Book with curse wizardry. He utilized the blessing characteristic of the natal longevity tree to make this sage wizard a blessed person of the natal longevity tree, thereby establishing a connection with himself. Then, when he cast the curse, with this connection, the binding force of the curse would be extremely strong. After Ronan said he would accept the curse, Eat Bear fell completely silent. The other wizards also waited for Eat Bear's reply. They thought that if Eat Bear agreed, then Professor Dorifa would be able to have a sage wizard as a combat force. Then, the strength of the Kingdom of Valant would be unprecedentedly powerful. Even the wizard organizations deeper within the Wizard Islands would probably not be able to defeat the Kingdom of Valant. Ronan also waited for Eat Bear to think. However, after waiting for a while, he found that Eat Bear's energy fluctuation was rapidly retreating in the opposite direction from himself. It seemed that this wizard naturally did not want to accept the curse. Moreover, Eat Bear probably wasn't sure if he could win, so he fled first. Advance. Ronan said, then used Otsu Wood Immortal Escape to pursue Eat Bear. The strong energy emanating from Eat Bear naturally made the other wizards feel Eat Bear's retreat. Therefore, upon hearing Ronan's command, they immediately understood and pursued in the direction Eat Bear had fled. Although they couldn't catch Eat Bear, they could seize resources and kill wizards. If Eat Bear still had empathy, he might turn back. But it seemed Eat Bear did not. He released multiple acceleration wizardry, flying faster and faster. However, his speed was clearly still not as fast as Otsu Wood Immortal Escape. A dark green light flashed in the sky, and Ronan appeared behind Eat Bear. Eat Bear occasionally looked back, and upon seeing Ronan, he was startled, pointing the staff in his hand, made of black crystal with a fiery red pebble on top, at Ronan. A massive, scorching pillar of fire then crossed the void realm and shot towards Ronan. Ronan activated the 5 Viscera spirit nurturing art, and the divine power of his 5 Viscera manipulated the heaven and earth spiritual chi, forming a divine power barrier around him. And the divine power barrier on his right hand was the most solid. As the pillar of fire was about to reach him, he slapped it with his right hand. He knocked the pillar of fire askew and swept past Eat Bear. When Eat Bear saw Ronan use his bare hands to deflect his pillar of fire to the side, he was shocked and couldn't help but murmur, "Underground wizard." In his shock, he poured his magic power into a spatial wizardry model. He flashed and disappeared. He knew that if he faced him head-on, he would likely not be Dalifa's opponent. Therefore, he had to lead Dalifa into the wizardry formation. With the help of energy particles, he would defeat Dalifa. After Eat Bear used the spatial wizardry, Ronan immediately spread out his divine sense. Although spatial wizardry allows for fast escape, if there is no prearranged spatial teleportation array, the teleportation distance is not long. Eat Bear reappeared in another spot, still within Ronan's divine sense range. Immediately, Ronan used Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and pursued him. As soon as Ike Bayer flashed out of the spatial passage, he saw a green light approaching. He didn't know who was in the green light, but he thought that at this moment, the only one chasing him was Dolly Fa. So, he released the spatial wizardry again, flashed, and disappeared once more. Ronan still sensed Ike Bayer with his divine sense and continued to pursue him. Each time spatial wizardry is released, it consumes a lot of magic power. Moreover, injecting magic power into the wizardry model, although fast, also takes time. Ronan's continuous use of Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, however, was seamless, with no time gaps. After Ike Bayer released spatial wizardry 5 times, his magic power was greatly depleted. But he still couldn't shake off Ronan. At this point, he still hadn't led Ronan into the wizardry formation. I should have waited for him in the capital. Ike Bayer regretted it. He had been too arrogant, thinking that wizards from other continents were generally weak, so he had come ahead with his people. If he had waited in the capital, once these wizards arrived, he could immediately activate the wizardry formation and eliminate them all. Ike Bayer saw Ronan relentlessly pursuing him, and after a few more uses of spatial wizardry, his magic power would be exhausted. Instead of just fleeing, it would be better to fight while retreating. Thinking of this, Ike Bayer simultaneously cast Flying Wizardry and Acceleration Wizardry, flying towards the capital, while also moving his staff. Wizardry formations, based on hexagrams, appeared in the sky one by one. Immediately after, large burning meteors shot out from the wizardry formations, hurtling towards Ronan. Ronan formed a Deo incantation, and instantly a white jade alms bowl appeared in the air. This was precisely the magic treasure he had obtained in the cultivation world, the Mystic Water Bowl. The Mystic Water Bowl suddenly overflowed with a large expanse of deep blue sea water, instantly forming a tall wall of water. The huge meteors were immediately blocked by the water wall. The flames on the meteors, upon touching the water on the water wall, emitted thick white smoke and hissed. Seeing that the wizardry was ineffective, Ike Bayer gritted his teeth again. He suddenly raised his staff and slammed it heavily into the air. Immediately, an opening appeared in the sky. Beyond the opening were chaotic, twisted, multicolored colors, constantly swirling. Ronan saw it and immediately knew it was a nightmare world passage. This Ike Bayer had clearly achieved some success in exploring the nightmare world. At this moment, the meteors, having lost their momentum, fell to the ground. And the water from the Mystic Water Bowl, with a thought from Ronan, formed a water sphere, trapping Ike Bayer within it. Ike Bayer, inside the water sphere, opened his mouth and shouted, "Let's die together." As soon as his voice fell, a huge purple figure flew out from the nightmare world passage. Ronan looked closely and saw that this purple figure was an energy-based creature. Its entire body was purple, as if wearing a robe, and its long hair on its head was made of purple energy. Its face had eyes like thin lines, no nose bridge, only snake-like nostrils. And its mouth, in proportion to its face, was smaller than that of the human race. At this moment, its mouth was open to its widest extent. Its tightly packed, sharp teeth could be seen within. And from its mouth, there was a suction force. Ronan felt a slight tugging sensation on his soul. It seemed that this creature from the nightmare world was trying to absorb his soul. Grand Mist, analyze this creature. All of Dolly Fa's books had been recorded by Ronan using Grand Mist and permanently stored in the Hongmeng database. After Grand Mist's analysis, information returned in less than an instant. This is a soul-devouring demon from the nightmare world. Wizards who had explored the nightmare world had encountered this type of demon. The wizard who wrote the book said that he had to use a soul-stabilizing wizardry to narrowly escape the soul-devouring demon. However, after being consumed by the soul-devouring demon, his soul power still suffered some loss. This caused the wizard to be unable to concentrate his mental energy during research, and his memory and thinking speed were greatly diminished. From then on, that wizard's path as a wizard was stagnant. This wizard, in his book, speculated that this type of soul-devouring demon was a mutation of a wizard's soul. After a wizard's soul is absorbed into the nightmare world, its soul power continuously depletes. However, some black wizards have methods to consume the souls of other wizards through wizardry, thereby maintaining their own soul power. The souls of other wizards carry the thoughts, intentions, and other aspects of their soul owners. These things are impurities of the soul, and for other wizards, they might be poison. Some wizards with unstable intentions, after consuming the souls of other wizards, would experience a mutation in their own soul body, thus becoming soul-devouring demons. Although soul-devouring demons also have consciousness, they have lost the rationality they possessed as wizards, almost becoming creatures that constantly devour souls to strengthen themselves. After reading this book, Ronan sometimes speculated that Dolly Fa might have also turned into something like this in the nightmare world. Even if he entered the nightmare world, he might not recognize Dolly Fa if he encountered him. After all, this was a mutation in the very essence of the soul. To a soul-devouring demon's perception, a soul was no less than a fragrant piece of roasted meat. Especially a powerful soul like Ronan's. Upon seeing this, Ronan flicked his finger, releasing a bolt of Be-Wood divine lightning. Thunder has a natural suppressive effect on soul-state creatures. In the cultivation world, he had once read ancient texts that stated if one wanted to accelerate the cultivation of the nascent soul, one could enter lightning in a nascent soul form. In the book 10,000 Wood Evergreen Scripture, it was also mentioned that after entering the nascent soul could fly under the scorching sun. Under spring thunder, the nascent soul could also adapt. However, if it was a powerful lightning, such as tribulation lightning or a lightning pool, the nascent soul would be damaged or even turned to ash. This soul-devouring demon had clearly not consumed many souls, the mental energy fluctuations it produced were not even as strong as Ronan's nascent soul. After being struck by Ronan's Bi with divine lightning, it immediately dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Ike Bear, trapped in the water sphere, watched in stunned silence. He had no idea that thunder wizardry could cause such immense damage to creatures from the nightmare world. Of course, he also didn't know that it was also because Ronan's Bi with divine lightning not only contained thunder but also an extremely abundant amount of yang qi. Only then could it turn this soul-devouring demon into smoke with a single strike. After the soul-devouring demon emerged, the entrance to the nightmare world was gradually shrinking. To prevent new creatures from appearing, Ronan shot a beam of Otsu wood divine light at the entrance. The emerald green light beam collided with the entrance, and as energy collided and rubbed, the entrance immediately collapsed and was destroyed. Ronan knew from books that soul-state creatures like the soul-devouring demon were only considered low to mid-level creatures in the nightmare world. Because, in the nightmare world, there would also be creatures that possessed both soul and physical bodies. Ancient creatures like harpies could survive in the wizard world and also in the nightmare world. These creatures had much stronger defenses than soul-devouring demons. The nightmare world is vast, and wizards' exploration of it is currently quite limited. Especially wizards from wizard continents outside of these wizard islands, their understanding of the nightmare world is even more limited. To be safe, he naturally had to destroy the nightmare world passage. After destroying the passage, Ronan immediately looked at Ike Bear. Earlier, he had intended to cast a curse on Ike Bear, making a sage wizard obey him. Now that Ike Bear was captured, he felt it was time to cast the curse. However, the stronger the mental energy of the caster compared to the cursed, the easier the curse is to cast. Furthermore, if the cursed is more willing to accept the curse, the faster the curse takes effect. His mental energy was stronger than Ike Bear's. If Ike Bear had been willing to accept the curse earlier, he would have been able to cast the curse and control this sage wizard with almost no effort. Now, if he were to cast a curse on Ike Bear's resistance would be extremely strong, and the time and effort he would expend would certainly increase. But I have Nightmare Stone. His Nightmare Stone could plunge Ike Bear into illusions, casting the curse when Ike Bear's mind was vulnerable. He had never tried combining curse magic with blessings before. Now, with the sage wizard as his test subject, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity pass. Under Ike Bear's shocked gaze, Ronan took out the Nightmare Stone. Immediately, Ike Bear's vision was filled with the Nightmare Stone's multicolored light. Ike Bear was a sage wizard, and his mental energy was not weak, it would be difficult to weave an illusion that would fully immerse him. Therefore, Ronan patiently wove it. But at this moment, Ike Bear was frantically resisting his mind from falling into the dream. Ronan pointed his hand. An azure spirit sword flew out and entered the water sphere, cutting off Ike Bear's right hand. Ike Bear cried out in pain, and his mental resistance immediately plummeted. Soon, Ronan's illusion absorbed Ike Bear. After being terrified by various illusions, Ike Bear's mind broke down. Ronan immediately multitasked, simultaneously casting a curse wizardry and using the power of his natal longevity tree in the spiritual realm. In both the illusion and reality, Ike Bear recited the blessing incantation. After Ronan received the blessing request, he immediately implanted the curse into Ike Bear's soul. This curse stipulated that if Ike Bear harbored rebellious thoughts against him, his soul would be lightly damaged, or severely, it would dissipate. After about half an hour, Ronan completed the curse. Through the blessing, Ronan conveyed the information of this curse to Ike Bear. Ronan waved his hand, and the seawater was drawn back into the mystic water bowl, which in turn was retracted into his wizard robe sleeve. As soon as Ike Bear was released, he immediately harbored malicious thoughts towards Dolly Fa. But just then, he felt a pain like a sharp cone piercing his soul, originating in his head. He already knew that Dolly Fa had cursed him. However, despite the curse, he still uncontrollably felt resentment towards Dolly Fa. Therefore, his soul continued to ache. His remaining left hand clutched his head, and he howled in pain. Because of the continuous pain, which he could not bear, he could only self-hypnotize himself not to hate Dolly Fa. After retrieving his magic treasure, Ronan ignored Ike Bear. He knew that once the curse was cast, over time, Ike Bear would be hypnotized into a wizard loyal to him. He used Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and left the place. Only Ike Bear was left howling behind him. But the howling grew weaker and weaker. While Ronan and Ike Bear were fighting, the wizards of the First-Class Continent Alliance began to invade this continent. After some time, they saw Dolly Fa arrive. Ronan flew above the crowd of wizards, looking down, and said, "The Guan Luo Kingdom has agreed to join the alliance. You all can go back." The other wizards were slightly surprised to hear this. Suddenly, a wizard said, "Lord Dolly Fa, is Ike Bear's agreement to join a trick?" These wizards had come here to plunder resources, and now being told to go back, they felt a bit reluctant. Ronan said, "He has already accepted my curse." Hearing this, the wizards were even more surprised. This meant that Dolly Fa had gained another sage wizard as a subordinate. Such power, let alone for them, even some well-known wizard organizations in the Wizard Islands would feel apprehensive. After Ronan finished speaking, he paid no more attention and flew straight back to Dong Continent. The other wizards of the one-level continent, having heard his words, certainly wouldn't dare to plunder any further. After all, his current power was something these wizards could not defy. The reason he had to rush back to Dong Continent was because he had learned some information about Dong Continent through his vital evergreen tree sub-tree. A blessed wizard, when requesting a blessing, mentioned that the elves of the Elf Kingdom were invading Dong Continent. He had to rush back to see. While he was using Otsu Wood Immortal Escape to travel, he suddenly received a blessing from the elf priest of Southwest Province. This elf priest was praying to the vital evergreen tree sub-tree, and after receiving information about the elven invasion, he wanted to go and speak with the high priest to tell him how accurate the prophecy in the elven book was. However, he didn't want to go rashly, so he wanted to see if he could receive guidance from the god of elves through the sacred tree. Priest Grimm, located in the Southwest Province, inquired of the elf god through his natal longevity tree. Ronan immediately conveyed his instructions to Grimm through a blessing. He wanted Grimm to first negotiate with the elf who had come to invade. The elf are a powerful fighting race and possess ancient magical knowledge. Of course, Ronan would incorporate them if he could. It was better than killing them and letting them become extinct. Upon receiving the instructions, Grimm immediately took his attendant elf and went to negotiate with his kinsman. The elf's grand priest, Ji Qiao, came here because the elf kingdom was suddenly invaded by many powerful wizards, and the elf treasure tree was uprooted. He intended to find the elven book to know how the elf should proceed in the future. He led the elf to Dong Continent, and with elf magic, quickly broke through the defensive barrier guarding the continent's west coast. Then, with elf wizards, he broke through one wizardry formation after another. Afterward, he captured a human race wizard and used illusion magic to inquire about the whereabouts of Grimm and other elf. However, not every wizard knew that Grimm and these elf had established another elf gathering place in the Southwest Province. They naturally couldn't get any information from the human race wizard they captured. Therefore, they advanced while capturing wizards to interrogate. Finally, one wizard told them the news of Grimm and the other elf heading towards the Southwest Province. Thus, Ji Qiao and the other elf had a target and headed towards the Southwest Province. These elf, in a mighty procession, were all the surviving elf from the elf kingdom. The number was many times greater than the elf Grimm had brought initially. Wherever the elf passed, they left traces. Not only wizards and knights, but even farmers working in the manor, saw this mighty elf army. Consequently, wherever the elf passed, the lords of the various provinces took notice. At the same time, the Wizard Council was also mobilizing wizard forces from various provinces, preparing to encircle these elf. The wizards who arrived first did not dare to act rashly. They knew the elf's strength. The elf possessed ancient and mystical elf magic and forging techniques. Moreover, in ancient times, the elf were still the overlords of this world. After so many years, the elf must have left behind powerful knowledge. If they went up by themselves, they would definitely be overestimating themselves. They could only wait until the kingdom's wizard forces had completely surrounded them. Even if the elf were powerful, it was, after all, something from thousands of years ago. Now they were numerous enough to drown the elf. Even if the elf were powerful, when their numbers increased, they could exterminate the elf by collectively casting wizardry. As Ji Qiao led the elf forward, he naturally noticed waves of wizards gathering around them. Light elves, unlike dark elves, are to some extent a race that does not wish for conflict. Ji Qiao sensed the surrounding movements, thinking that it would be fine if these human race wizards did not act. If they did act, then their elf would only retaliate, making these human race wizards bleed. As he was thinking, Ji Qiao suddenly felt a familiar energy fluctuation approach. It was Priest Grimm, who had taken the elven book and defected. Soon, Grimm used elf magic to bring more than a dozen elf on a wooden boat made from a giant tree. You traitors! The elf behind Ji Qiao immediately shouted upon seeing Grimm and his group. Some people loyal to the elf god were very resentful of Grimm taking the elven book and fleeing the elf kingdom. Grimm arrived before Ji Qiao and the other elf, put away his flying wooden boat, and performed an elf thank you to Ji Qiao, saying, Grand Priest. Grimm, Ji Qiao calmly said to Grimm. Although Grimm taking the elven book indeed displeased him. However, Grimm had taken the elven book based on his understanding of the elven book's prophecy, not out of true betrayal of the elf. The dark elves, on the other hand, were the true betrayers of the elf. Moreover, ever since Priest Zuer came to Dong Continent and saw the natal longevity tree emitting holy light here, he had informed Ji Qiao of the news. Ji Qiao also often pondered whether the prophecy in the elven book was truly as Grimm understood it. Furthermore, the elf kingdom was now being invaded by many wizards. He personally saw many wizards set up wizardry formations, cast powerful wizardry, and resist the divine power of the elf treasure tree. Finally, the elf watched as the elf treasure tree mother tree was uprooted by those wizards, bit by bit. At that moment, he felt that perhaps Grimm's understanding of the elven book's prophecy was correct. In Dong Continent, let alone finding a way for their elf to restore their former glory, they should at least be able to help the elf escape their current predicament. Currently, in the elf kingdom, those wizards were probably still contending with the elf treasure tree. After all, it was said that the elf treasure tree mother tree was planted in this world by an emissary sent by the elf god thousands of years ago. The elf treasure tree mother tree possessed immense divine power. Even uprooting it was not so easy. However, once those wizards uprooted the elf treasure tree, it was unknown whether they would annihilate these elf. Ji Qiao stopped the words of those who were hostile towards Grimm and the other elf, signaling Grimm to continue. Grimm said, Grand Priest, the elven book's prophecy is correct. As he spoke, he took out the elven book. Turning to the end of the prophecy chapter, the last few prophecies stated that coming to the Volante kingdom would restore the elf's glory. After these prophecies, there were a few new ones. Grimm recited prophecy spells to the elven book every day to see if the elf god had any new prophecies. The later prophecies even mentioned Priest Zuer's arrival in the Volante kingdom and the suffering of the elf kingdom. Ji Qiao looked at the prophecies in the elven book, and his mind seemed to become clearer and clearer. Is there really a way in the Volante kingdom to restore the elf's glory? Ji Qiao had originally thought that the elf and the human race were two completely hostile races. In kingdoms like the Volante kingdom, wizards and knights would secretly enter the continent where the elf kingdom was located to capture elf and sell them in various countries. He found these matters utterly disgusting and infuriating. Furthermore, the Volante kingdom had launched a war to invade the elf kingdom in recent years. In that war, although the Volante kingdom lost many wizards, the elf kingdom also lost many elf. The human race had strong reproductive capabilities, while the elf had weak reproductive capabilities. The wizards lost by the human race might recover in a few decades or 100 years. However, the elf lost by their elf, their soul returning to the elf treasure tree, it was unknown how long it would take for them to rebirth through the birth of new elf. He really couldn't imagine how the elf could find a way to restore their former glory in a human race kingdom. However, ever since he learned that a tree similar to the elf treasure tree had appeared on this continent, he speculated in his heart that perhaps the elf god wanted them, the elf, to rebuild their home on this continent. Take me to see the elf treasure tree on this continent. Ji Qiao said to Grim. Grim nodded and then led Ji Qiao and the other elf towards the southwest province. As the elf moved, the wizards of the Volante kingdom came from all directions, gradually completing their encirclement of the elf. The elf led by Ji Qiao followed Grim and arrived at the elf gathering place in the southwest province. From afar, they saw a large tree emitting holy light, standing beneath the clouds. This tree, after all, was Ronan's second oldest natal longevity tree in his spiritual realm. Although it couldn't compare to the elf treasure tree mother tree, it was still very magnificent. Ji Qiao and the other elf were greatly shocked upon seeing this tree. Can this holy tree bestow blessings upon us? Ji Qiao asked. Of course, Grim said. Immediately, Ji Qiao glanced at Grim and then silently recited the blessing spell. Instantly, he received a response from the elf god. His physical strength increased. Moreover, some oracles and knowledge about the human race flooded into his mind. Ji Qiao's eyes widened slightly, and the pupils in his azure irises shimmered with light. He increasingly felt that the elf god had planted the elf treasure tree here, wanting them to develop here. After Ronan blessed Ji Qiao, he immediately went to the Wizard Council headquarters and had them send out a message for the wizard forces within the kingdom to disperse. The people stationed at the Wizard Council headquarters had seen Dali Fa before at the wizard tournament. Now, he saw Dali Fa, and the energy fluctuations emanating from Dali Fa were extremely strong. In the entire Volante kingdom, only Dali Fa could emit such intense energy fluctuations. Thus, this wizard did not doubt Dali Fa's identity much and immediately sent messages to other wizards. Immediately, the various wizards cast flying wizardry and acceleration wizardry to notify the wizards who were surrounding the elf gathering place and preparing to act. After Ronan finished sending the message, he sensed Grim and Ji Qiao's conversation through the natal longevity tree sub-tree. At this time, Ji Qiao was meticulously explaining the information about the elf kingdom's invasion by wizards to Grim. Ronan couldn't hear Ji Qiao's words, but he could sense the vibrations of the sound waves. He used Grand Mist to first convert the sound wave vibrations into elf spells, and then into a language he was familiar with. He immediately knew that the main purpose of the wizards invading the elf kingdom was for the elf treasure tree. Moreover, from Ji Qiao's words, the fierce wizardry combat style and the rank of these wizards likely originated from the Wizard Islands. From Ji Qiao's words, he initially judged that besides sage wizards, there should also be a dominator wizard among these wizards. It seemed that these wizards were highly likely from the central area of the Wizard Islands. The wizard organization these wizards belonged to could destroy a one-level continent by sending out just a few wizards. He also didn't know why, after thousands of years, these wizards chose this time to come here to obtain an entire elf treasure tree. He had originally intended to go to the elf kingdom after his strength increased, and then use his natal longevity tree to absorb the nutrients from the elf treasure tree. This way, with the natal longevity tree's age plus the elf treasure tree's age, he should be able to cultivate the eternal evergreen body. He didn't know what these wizards, possibly from the Wizard Islands, wanted the elf treasure tree for. Among these wizards, there was even a dominator wizard. If he were to act, he probably wouldn't fare well. Although he wanted the elf treasure tree, he could only endure it. When he went to the Wizard Islands in the future, if the elf treasure tree was still there, he would try to seize it. If not, he would quietly cultivate, and with time, he could still cultivate the eternal evergreen body. Because there was a dominator wizard present, he even suppressed the thought of going to investigate, lest the dominator wizard perceive him and cause other troubles. As for Ji Qiao's concern about the wizards from the Wizard Islands annihilating their elf, Ronan kept a close watch. If those wizards from the Wizard Islands truly invaded the kingdom, then he, Dali Fa, would have to disappear. Just like that, half a month passed, and nothing happened within the kingdom. Ronan felt that the wizards from the Wizard Islands simply had no interest in these remaining elf. Immediately, through the blessing of the elf gathering place, he had Ji Qiao send elf back to the elf kingdom to investigate. 10 days later, the investigating elf returned safely. They reported to Ji Qiao and the holy tree that the elf treasure tree had completely disappeared. All the wizards who had invaded the continent had also left. Now, the elf kingdom, due to the war and the loss of the elf treasure tree, had become a desolate mess, and without the holy tree light, it appeared somewhat gloomy. The dark elves emerged from the shadows and occupied the entire elf kingdom. Upon hearing this news, some elf advocated fighting back, expelling the dark elves, and reoccupying the elf kingdom. But Ji Qiao said, "Now, the elf treasure tree is here, not on that continent anymore. This is our home." Moreover, without the holy light of the elf treasure tree, our strength will be weakened. Although those dark elves are not as strong as us, if we want to defeat them, we will still have to pay a price. Dark elves are best at escaping and hiding. Even if we pay the price, we cannot annihilate them. After considering many factors, the elf decided to remain here. They would first recuperate here, awaiting the emergence of the elf's next turning point in destiny. For thousands of years, ever since the elf were beaten by wizards to the point where they could only survive on one continent, they could only await destiny's arrangement and the elf god's instructions. They wanted to restore their former glory, but they also clearly knew that their current strength was no match for the sea of wizards outside. After settling the elf, Ronan continued to cultivate heaven and earth spiritual chi, with his breathing, gathered towards the wizard tower like wind. A part of it transformed into his magical power, while another part entered the spirit realm, continuously constructing the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, the natal longevity tree subtrees throughout the elf kingdom were also gradually increasing in age. As the cultivation continued, the wizard tower's resources were consumed more and more. Soon, the resources offered by people could not keep up with his consumption. Ronan consumed rare herbs and thought. The continent where the elf kingdom is located should also have many resources. Currently, the dark elves occupy it. Through the vital evergreen tree subtree, he knew that many light elves wanted to return to the continent where the elf kingdom was located and drive away the dark elves who occupied their original residences. Ronan immediately granted their wish. When the elf requested blessings from the vital evergreen tree subtree, Ronan transmitted information into their minds. He told them to return to their original continent and eliminate the dark elves who defiled it. And to bring back some good resources from the original continent to the Dong continent. As soon as this information reached the elf, they responded. Soon after, High Priest Ji Yiqiao, along with 2 priests, led an elf army of 4,000 back to the continent where they used to live. Before they left, Ronan had already blessed them and, based on their elf magic, input some wizard knowledge into their minds in a targeted manner. Originally, although the elf had been defeated by the wizard, they only felt it was because the wizard were too numerous that they lost. For thousands of years, they had been immersed in their own elf magic. Ronan transmitted wizard knowledge to them without telling them that it was the result of wizard research. The elf also had no doubts in their hearts. They only thought it was a gift from their god. With wizard knowledge as a reference, the elf spell casting level improved. The team led by High Priest Ji Yiqiao set off in a mighty procession. Soon, Ronan lost sight of this elf team. After all, they no longer had a natal longevity tree by their side. As for the outcome of this battle, Ronan was not overly worried. Because he discovered that his natal longevity tree could also absorb soul, just like the elf treasure tree. Ever since he planted natal longevity tree subtrees in various places, his followers had been increasing. During this period, some followers also died. He found that after a follower died, their soul would remain in the natal longevity tree subtree. Moreover, he could do so through the natal longevity tree. He could place the lingering soul into a fertilized egg produced by the union of a man and a woman. With the soul, the person formed from this fertilized egg would have the aptitude of the soul's previous owner. If High Priest Ji Yiqiao died, his soul would always return to his natal longevity tree subtree. He possessed the wizard knowledge left by bloodline great wizard Sophie. He could create a body through energy particles and matter. If the high priest died, and the elf, with their weak reproductive ability, had no elf births, then, he could place the high priest's soul into a body, allowing him to experience rebirth. Thinking of this, Ronan began to wonder about the essence of the elf treasure tree. This tree was truly too miraculous. To be able to make a soul linger and then be rebirth, this was indeed the ability of a god. Perhaps the wizard of the Wizard Islands took this tree away to study this ability. Unconsciously, a year passed. Good news frequently arrived from the other side. High Priest Ji Yiqiao had an understanding of the elf under his command. He believed that his army of 4,000 elves should be able to fight the Dark Elves. After the Dark Elves occupied the elf continent, they began to repair the city walls and set up various wizard formations. The Dark Elves' fighting style was more like a body refinement wizard. Their wizard formations were not as good as those of Ji Yiqiao's light elves. Ji Yiqiao, having received wizard knowledge blessed by Ronan, had a new understanding of wizard formations. After he led his army there, he quickly found the weak points of each wizard formation. They broke through formations as they went. Soon, they confronted the Dark Elves head-on. Originally, the continent was where these light elves lived. For many years, the Dark Elves could only live in gloomy lower city. Therefore, on the continent, they were still more familiar than the Dark Elves. As a result, in the battle, the Light Elves continuously adjusted their strategy and gradually gained the upper hand. And the Dark Elves could only retreat steadily. However, the Dark Elves were also harvesting resources on the continent. After harvesting the resources, they brought them back to the lower city. The Light Elves led by Ji Yiqiao could only expel the Dark Elves but could not seize any resources from their hands. Ji Yiqiao understood that this was destined to be a protracted war. However, he still dispatched Elf Wizard to use elf magic to bring the resources he obtained on the Elf continent back to the Dong continent. According to the divine revelation from the Elf God's blessing, the acquired resources should be wrapped in an energy particle shield and sunk into the lake where the elf gathered. Ronan would return to the elf gathering place every once in a while to collect the resources. He used Otsu Wood Immortal Escape to reach the bottom of the lake, released the magical power of Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, covered the resources, and then left with them. The demonic plants and other things from the Elf Kingdom were rare on the Dong continent. However, Ronan had read the Elven book after all. The Elven book contains some introductions to the demonic plants and demonic beast in the Elf Kingdom. So, he knew the purpose of each resource. For the next period, Ronan consumed resources and cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Unconsciously, 5 years passed. In the cultivation world, once a cultivator reached the nascent soul, their progress in cultivation would become very slow. The improvement of a small realm would take hundreds of years at the shortest, and even thousands of years at the longest. But Ronan had the Yiwood Dharma body, and this Yiwood Dharma body was already close to the eternal evergreen body. The speed of absorbing and refining heaven and earth spiritual chi was much faster than cultivator of the same realm. And the body refining method he cultivated also made his speed of digesting and absorbing demonic plants and demonic beast materials extremely astonishing. Most importantly, he had a large amount of resources to consume. The cultivation technique of ancient cultivator basically relied on consuming resources to improve their realm. Unlike the cultivation technique of current cultivator, due to the lack of resources, they always focused on developing their own potential, exploring their own hidden treasures, and refining inner elixirs. The cultivation technique of ancient cultivator, as long as resources were sufficient, could raise their realm. Therefore, Ronan's cultivation progress was incredibly fast. His body was like a bottomless pit. Resources continuously poured into his body, transforming into strength. During cultivation, he also encountered the heart demon that cultivator would encounter when cultivating the nascent soul realm. He found that the heart demon came from places like the nightmare world. The cultivation world had its own nightmare world. And when he cultivated in the wizard world, once a heart demon appeared, it meant that the aisle to the nightmare world opened. Immediately, shadowy, incorporeal demons emerged from the nightmare world, using his mental energy as a channel, attempting to invade his spiritual platform. However, his mental energy was extremely strong, and he had some research on the nightmare world. As soon as these heart demon appeared, he immediately dispersed them with his mental energy. Besides the heart demon tribulation, the nascent soul cultivation also involved lightning tribulation. This was recorded in the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and other books. As long as one was about to reach the nascent soul middle stage, there would be a lightning tribulation. It is said that this is the heavenly Tao's cleansing of cultivator, those who defy the heavens. The 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and some other books contained various methods to deal with lightning tribulation. The 10,000 wood evergreen scripture recorded a spell called Withered Wood Skill. At the moment the lightning tribulation was about to arrive, one would transform their flesh and skin into withered wood. This could, to a certain extent, resist the damage of the lightning tribulation. Of course, these methods were all supplementary. To overcome the lightning tribulation, the cultivator still had to have a strong foundation and endure the lightning tribulation with their magical power and physical strength. On this day, Ronan was cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and felt that he was about to reach the nascent soul middle stage, so he waited for the arrival of the lightning tribulation. However, as his magical power gradually increased and his nascent soul gradually solidified, the wizard tower remained sunny and beautiful, without a single trace of thunderclouds. Does the lightning tribulation only come at the last moment? Or will it only come when I reach the nascent soul middle stage? Ronan wondered and continued to cultivate. After cultivating for a while, the heaven and earth spiritual chi nearby suddenly gathered towards him, forming a huge vortex. He summoned Grand Mist. Cultivation realm, nascent soul middle stage. However, the wizard tower was still bathed in bright sunlight, with no signs of a change in weather. Ronan felt surprised. The lightning tribulation is the heavenly Tao's elimination of those who defy the heavens. Is it because the rules of the wizard world and the cultivation world are different? After reaching this realm, the cultivation world has lightning tribulation, but the wizard world does not. That's right, having read so many wizard books, I've never heard of wizard cultivation requiring tribulations. In that case, there shouldn't be a heart demon tribulation either. However, the nightmare world, this kind of world, exists in both the wizard world and the cultivation world. Perhaps, when the cultivation technique of the cultivation world is cultivated to a certain extent, it will attract the attention of creatures from other worlds. Because the wizard world also has this kind of other world like the nightmare world, it will also attract heart demon. This should be due to the partial similarity of rules between the wizard world and the cultivation world. After thinking for a while, Ronan composed himself. It had been a while since he returned to the cultivation world. After all, he had already obtained enough knowledge from the cultivation world. All he needed to do was utilize the resources of the wizard world to continue cultivating the cultivation technique. He didn't know what had happened to the cultivation world, or if there had been any changes. Also, how many cultivator ruins had appeared. Now that he had reached the nascent soul middle stage, he became even more curious about the realms beyond nascent soul. After all, the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture could only be cultivated to the nascent soul peak. Thinking of this, Ronan's heart stirred immediately. The next moment, his body appeared in the secular world of the cultivation world. After changing into the attire of the cultivation world, he immediately used Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and headed towards the cultivation world. Upon arriving at the cultivation world, he saw cultivator from two factions engaged in a spell battle. The spells released by the cultivator of one faction were very normal, consisting of flames, lightning, ice, and so on. The magical artifact and magic treasure they released also emitted pure and peaceful light. However, the spells released by the cultivator of the other faction were filled with rolling evil chi and pervasive blood-red light. Within the evil chi and blood-red light, there were pale white skulls and crying human faces. And the light of their magical artifact and magic treasure was also predominantly black and blood-red, looking extremely sinister. Upon seeing this scene, Ronan immediately felt that this was a battle between the righteous path and the demonic path. However, this was within his expectations. Originally, there were constant minor disputes between the various righteous path sect and the demonic path 6 sects. When he was in Huanzhen sect, besides fighting with neighboring righteous path sect, he also fought with cultivator from demonic path sect. The spiritual chi in the cultivation world was becoming increasingly thin. Resources were also becoming scarcer. Therefore, spiritual vein and resources became extremely precious. The battle between the righteous path and the demonic path, in his opinion, was only a matter of time. He just didn't know the current situation of the battle between the righteous path and the demonic path. Ronan looked down from high in the sky and saw that the righteous path and the demonic path were clearly separated. The righteous path occupied an immortal realm, and the demonic path also occupied an immortal realm. He decided to fly to the immortal realm of the righteous path to gather information. As he was flying, he suddenly felt a wave of defiled energy coming towards him. Turning his head, he saw a man with a pale face like paper, surrounded by skull-shaped evil chi masses, flying towards him. The man's eyes were fixed on him, filled with killing intent. He must have mistaken me for someone from the righteous path. Ronan thought, and the man suddenly pushed his hand forward. Immediately, a skull-shaped evil chi mass flew towards him. Ronan merely casually flicked out a bu with divine lightning. The brilliant divine thunder streaked across the sky, dispersed the skull-shaped evil chi mass, and then struck the man's body. The next moment, the man instantly turned into ashes. Ronan turned his head and continued to fly towards the righteous path immortal realm. Behind him, he heard a few tense shouts of young lord. Perhaps he had just killed an important figure of the demonic path. However, he didn't care. Just now, he used grand mist to sweep across both the righteous path and demonic path sides. None of the cultivator present were his opponents. He didn't need to hide anything at all. Moreover, his current stats were higher than pure Yang Zi, the leader of the righteous path. Even if pure Yang Zi came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Ronan's figure flickered, and he landed in a city in the righteous path immortal realm. He stopped a foundation establishment realm passerby and asked about what had happened in the cultivation world over the years. The foundation establishment realm passerby did not know about Ronan's recent act of slaughtering demonic path cultivator. He was still a bit annoyed at being stopped. However, Ronan concentrated his mental energy, and the person immediately felt a wave of pressure. His legs went weak, and he had an urge to kneel. The foundation establishment cultivator's expression immediately softened as he felt Ronan's pressure. He then recounted everything that had happened in the cultivation world during this period. In recent years, more than a dozen ancient cultivator relics had appeared in the cultivation world. And among those who gained the most from exploring the relics, Huanzhen sect stood out. Of course, the best items likely fell into the hands of Huanzhen sect's nascent soul old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. Ronan also inquired about other schools that had benefited from the relics. After learning this, he began to inquire about old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's whereabouts. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi had the most abundant resources, so he naturally had to be dealt with first. This foundation establishment cultivator said that old ancestor Chen Yuanzi was most likely in the Maluo mountain range. The Maluo mountain range was a spiritual vein with quite dense spiritual chi. It was the current battleground between the righteous path and demonic path. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi, as the leader of the righteous path, was very likely confronting the demonic path sects there. Ronan learned that the sect leaders of other schools, as well as the experts of the demonic path 6 sects, would also be there. This was ideal for him. He only needed to go to one place to obtain many cultivation techniques from the cultivation world. The cultivation world had a glorious past, and for Ronan, the cultivation techniques accumulated over the years were the most precious. These cultivation techniques had achieved an extremely exquisite level in their application of heaven and earth spiritual chi and heaven and earth resources. As he pondered, Ronan cast the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and headed towards the Maluo mountain range. As Ronan approached the Maluo mountain range, he felt two completely different energy fluctuations. One was peaceful, the other sinister. It was the main forces of the righteous path and demonic path, confronting each other. The Maluo mountain range was in the center of the two factions, a place both sides were determined to seize. According to other cultivators, the Maluo mountain range was not only rich in spiritual chi but also contained precious demonic plants. Originally, this Maluo mountain range was occupied by another cultivation school, second only in strength to Huanzhen sect. In fact, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi had long harbored the idea of coming here to claim the spiritual vein. However, as a fellow nascent soul cultivator, although he had the help of the Azure Wood Cauldron and Otsu Wood Divine Light, which greatly enhanced his strength, it was not easy for him to occupy this spiritual vein. Coincidentally, the demonic path sects also set their sights on this mountain range. After the combined attack of the demonic path sects, the cultivation school occupying the mountain range was in precarious danger. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi saw an opportunity and, under the pretext of driving out the demonic path cultivators, fought alongside other cultivators against the demonic path cultivators. At the same time, due to the invasion of the demonic path cultivators, the cultivation school that originally occupied the Maluo mountain range suffered a significant drop in strength. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi then seized this opportunity to secretly devour this school. He quietly appropriated the cultivation techniques and resources of this school. Ronan first flew to the area where the righteous path cultivation schools were located. Outside the area, a defensive formation was set up. As Ronan flew over, the formation immediately activated. A strange sound rang out, and heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered into various spells, shooting towards Ronan. Ronan activated the 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art, releasing a bit of protective aura divine power, which blocked these spells. Cultivators from the Righteous Path sect flew over and asked Ronan who he was. Ronan said, I'm here to see old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. Who are you? Why do you want to see old ancestor Chen Yuanzi? The cultivator who came asked. Ronan then stated the name he used when he entered Huanzhen sect as a core formation cultivator. At that time, as a core formation cultivator, he had taken some magic treasures and resources from Huanzhen sect's cultivators, angering old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. Now that he reported his name, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi would not refuse to see him. Immediately, the guarding cultivator mumbled Ronan's name and headed in the direction of old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. Before long, this cultivator returned and escorted Ronan. Ronan followed, gradually sensing old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's aura. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi had also cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, so his aura was natural and blended with nature. Fortunately, Ronan's attainment in the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture was higher than old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's, so as soon as he got close, he sensed the plant information on old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. The cultivator led Ronan to a mountainside. Not far away was an immortal cave. Beside the immortal cave were rare grasses and beautiful flowers, indicating the high concentration of spiritual qi here. After Ronan arrived, a streak of escape light flew out from the cave. It was old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. He came before Ronan, looking at him with a puzzled expression. He had never seen Ronan before. Because Ronan only gave his old alias but did not change his appearance. Thinking that the unfamiliar cultivator in front of him might be a threat, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi immediately activated his protective divine light. Ronan activated the 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art, covering his hand with divine power, passing through old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's protective divine light, and grabbing at old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. At the same time, influenced by the divine power, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi gathered towards old ancestor Chen Yuanzi, firmly locking him in place. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi activated his spell. Immediately, streaks of Otsu wood divine light burst forth from his body, shooting towards the heaven and earth spiritual qi surrounding him. Explosions echoed around him. The cultivators guarding here were all very surprised as the newcomer fought old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. Because the commotion was not small, many cultivators flew over. They then saw Ronan and old ancestor Chen Yuanzi engaged in a spell battle. Ronan was suppressing old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. Ronan used divine power with his right hand, drawing heaven and earth spiritual qi to trap old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. With his left hand, he formed a sword incantation, and streaks of azure spirit sword flew out, heading towards old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi, in turn, unleashed the azure wood cauldron to counter. However, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi did not dare to fully release his nascent soul and enter the azure wood cauldron, so the power of the azure wood cauldron could not be fully unleashed. The azure spirit swords flew out one after another, knocking the azure wood cauldron askew. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's physical body was completely exposed to the azure spirit swords. Ronan's left-hand sword incantation traced a few strokes in the air. The azure spirit swords simultaneously arced through the air, converging on old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. The next moment, several azure spirit swords pierced into old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's physical body. Seeing his physical body destroyed, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi gritted his teeth and performed soul emergence, intending to immerse his nascent soul into the azure wood cauldron to fight. However, Ronan's heart stirred. A giant hammer formed by condensed mental energy shot out from between his eyebrows, smashing onto old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's nascent soul. In an instant, it smashed old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's nascent soul back. With his nascent soul and physical body injured, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi was no longer able to activate the azure wood cauldron. Ronan immediately activated his mental energy and magical power, breaking the spiritual imprint old ancestor Chen Yuanzi had left in it, and directly took the azure wood cauldron. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi, struck by the azure spirit swords, was no longer able to resist. Ronan swept his mental energy over old ancestor Chen Yuanzi and discovered his storage pouch. He immediately condensed a wizard's hand and grabbed it. Several azure spirit swords were stuck in old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's body, their sword qi churning his meridians and flesh. This left old ancestor Chen Yuanzi with no power to resist. The cultivators nearby, witnessing this scene, were somewhat at a loss. After all, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's current strength was the strongest among them. Yet, from somewhere, a cultivator they had never seen before appeared and subdued old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. They wanted to act, but seeing old ancestor Chen Yuanzi in such a state, they felt that if they went up, they would follow in his footsteps. Thus, a situation of hesitation arose. Ronan put away the azure spirit swords and released several spells on old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. These were all confinement spell formations, meant to control old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. After all, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi had cultivated for hundreds of years, and what he knew was definitely more than what Ronan knew. He intended to keep old ancestor Chen Yuanzi to acquire knowledge of the cultivation world. Then, he looked at those cultivators and said, "From now on, I am your leader. Go to the demonic path 6 sects." Ronan intended to subdue the demonic path 6 sects as well. "Who are you?" one of the cultivators asked. Ronan did not answer, only saying, "If you do not follow me, your fate will be the same as old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's." With that, he activated the wood affinity within his spiritual realm, and infused his magical power into the ground. Immediately, giant tree vines emerged from underground, wrapping around old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. Before long, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi was tightly bound. These cultivators, seeing Ronan's profound magical power, immediately dared not disobey. They followed Ronan. Ronan led the righteous path cultivators, a mighty procession, to the border where righteous path and demonic path clashed. The aura of magical power from the righteous path cultivators formed a river, immediately attracting the attention of the demonic path 6 sects. Immediately, formations lit up in the immortal realm where the demonic path resided. The sect masters of the demonic path 6 sects also came here with their subordinate cultivators. These 6 sect masters looked towards Ronan and his group. However, they couldn't see old ancestor Chen Yuanzi, only Ronan. Just as one of the sect masters was about to ask Ronan's origin, he saw Ronan wave his hand. The cultivators, accustomed to obeying old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's command, paused for a moment. But then they remembered Ronan's powerful magical power and dared not be negligent, charging towards the demonic path 6 sects. Thus, the righteous path and demonic path began to battle. Ronan waved his hand, and 72 azure spirit swords flew out like a string of pearls. After forming a sword incantation, they immediately formed a Tai heavenly wood sword formation. The most formidable cultivator among the demonic path 6 sects was Venerable Ding Tian of the ancient demonic sect. He was over 3 meters tall, his figure like an iron tower. His bushy beard fluttered with the devilish chi emanating from his body, and with a wave of his hand, he brought forth a dark green hall. This was his magic treasure, the Azure Nether Hall. As soon as the hall was unleashed, various warriors, holding weapons and carrying dark green evil chi, surged out like a tide. Ronan's 72 azure spirit swords rotated, and the Tai heavenly wood sword formation moved towards this evil chi. Under the sword chi, the soldiers formed by evil chi disintegrated one after another. Then, an azure spirit sword broke through the encirclement of evil chi and stabbed towards Venerable Ding Tian. Venerable Ding Tian immediately formed hand seals, creating a shield in front of him. However, the shield was no match for the power of the azure spirit sword. The next moment, with a crack, the azure spirit sword pierced through the shield, passing through and stabbing into Venerable Ding Tian's chest. Immediately, Venerable Ding Tian's defenses collapsed like a mountain. He was no longer able to activate the Azure Nether Hall. Several of Ronan's azure spirit swords pierced into Venerable Ding Tian's body. Then, Ronan waved his hand and took away Venerable Ding Tian's Azure Nether Hall. He then used the 72 azure spirit swords to subdue the nascent soul cultivators among the demonic path 6 sects. Under Ronan's leadership, the offensive of the righteous path cultivators quickly overwhelmed the demonic path cultivators. Before long, the demonic path cultivators were basically brought under control. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ronan immediately ordered everyone to stop, and then he became the leader of both the righteous path and demonic path. Furthermore, he established his immortal cave in the Malua mountain range. He ordered the experts of both the righteous path and demonic path to hand over all the cultivation techniques they had obtained to him. If anyone secretly kept them and was discovered, they would face death and the destruction of their Dao. Their cultivation techniques were the accumulation of many years of cultivation. These cultivators naturally did not want others to see them. However, constrained by Ronan's divine might, these cultivators dared not act rashly at this moment. Thus, one by one, the cultivators could only take out secret manuals, scrolls, and other items from their storage pouches. Ronan waved his hand, collecting all these items into his storage pouch. Then, he entered the immortal cave in the Malua mountain range where old ancestor Chen Yuanzi had been staying. The immortal cave where old ancestor Chen Yuanzi stayed was like an immortal realm. It looked ordinary from the outside, but inside it was a grotto heaven. There was a stone bed and a stone table, the space was spacious, and the stone walls emitted a soft light. Ronan first probed old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's storage pouch with his mental energy. He saw several pieces of paper in old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's storage pouch. These papers did not seem to be ancient texts, they had some ancient cultivator characters on them. Ronan summoned Grand Mist and input the ancient cultivator characters. After Grand Mist translated them, they immediately transformed into information and fed back into his mind. These ancient cultivator records were the cultivation records of a cultivator. However, these records were very fragmented, and when discussing cultivation, they were not detailed. Nevertheless, Ronan could see that the cultivation mentioned by this cultivator was very similar to his cultivation of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. It seemed that this cultivator was a wood ancient cultivator. Ronan continued to look at the other items in old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's storage pouch. However, he found nothing else with content similar to these papers. Ronan was curious, wondering why old ancestor Chen Yuanzi collected these papers and if he had obtained any information. Amidst his questions, he swept out of the immortal cave. Now, the severely injured old ancestor Chen Yuanzi was still trapped within the tree vines. Ronan waved his hand, pushing aside the tree vines, revealing old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's physical body. He used his magical power, released a dark green light, and carried old ancestor Chen Yuanzi back to the immortal cave with him. Although old ancestor Chen Yuanzi was severely injured, he was still conscious and immediately recognized Ronan's Otsu wood immortal escape. This person was indeed the core formation cultivator who had interpreted ancient cultivator characters for him before. However, he didn't know why this person, who was merely an early stage core formation cultivator a few years ago, had become a nascent soul cultivator in just a few years. If he weren't in danger, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi would have felt curious and pleasantly surprised. Because such an anomaly made him see that this cultivation world was not entirely hopeless after the spiritual chi receded. Perhaps, through this person, he could discover another path of cultivation. But at this moment, he didn't know if he would live or die, and his heart was filled only with anxiety and fear. After bringing old ancestor Chen Yuanzi into the immortal cave, Ronan immediately took out these papers and showed them to old ancestor Chen Yuanzi. Then, he asked, who exactly is the cultivator who recorded these texts? What are you collecting his experiences for? Pure Yang Zi seemed to be hiding something. Ronan listened to Pure Yang Zi's answer and knew that he was not telling the truth. Therefore, he decided to use phantom witchcraft to make Pure Yang Zi reveal what he knew. However, Pure Yang Zi was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and his mental energy was not weak. If he were to use phantom witchcraft, it would take some effort. Ronan took out the Nightmare Stone, composed himself, and injected his magic power into the witchcraft model. Immediately, the Nightmare Stone emitted a purple light. Pure Yang Zi's vision was completely covered by this purple light. The next moment, Pure Yang Zi immediately fell into the illusion created by Ronan. Ronan's mental energy was rapidly depleting. His mental energy, on one hand, had to suppress Pure Yang Zi's consciousness, preventing Pure Yang Zi from knowing that he was in a false illusion, and on the other hand, it was used to maintain the witchcraft. Pure Yang Zi's illusion involved both difficult situations and scenes of him cultivating. All the illusions were created to make Pure Yang Zi speak the truth. Outside, less than an hour had passed. But in the illusion, several years had passed. When Ronan emerged from the illusion, he finally knew the name of the cultivator mentioned on those papers. This cultivator was called Giant Wood Divine Sovereign. He was known to Pure Yang Zi as someone who ascended at the late stage when heaven and earth spiritual chi was about to recede. Pure Yang Zi came to search the ancient cultivator relic with a purpose. It was to find traces of Giant Wood Divine Sovereign in the ancient cultivator relic. The luckiest outcome would be to find the immortal cave where Giant Wood Divine Sovereign stayed before his ascension. He did indeed see information about the immortal cave where Giant Wood Divine Sovereign stayed on some stone walls of the relic. However, after thousands of years, due to the receding heaven and earth spiritual chi, several immortal caves where Giant Wood Divine Sovereign stayed had turned into the secular world. Those immortal caves did not leave behind Giant Wood Divine Sovereign's resources or cultivation technique. Moreover, one of the immortal caves was even built into a pleasure grotto by a prince in the secular world. Pure Yang Zi stayed there for several days before leaving. Next, as the heaven and earth spiritual chi continued to recede, ancient cultivator relics would continuously appear. Perhaps, the immortal cave where Giant Wood Divine Sovereign last stayed before his ascension would also appear. Perhaps, there might be the secret of ascension there. Furthermore, another reason that moved Pure Yang Zi was that Giant Wood Divine Sovereign was also a wood cultivator. He was currently planting his natal longevity tree and constructing his spiritual realm. He had already achieved minor success in the cultivation of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. If he could obtain Giant Wood Divine Sovereign's cultivation technique, he might also be able to ascend using a wood cultivation technique. Leaving this world where heaven and earth spiritual chi was becoming increasingly scarce. After Ronan learned these things, he began to ponder to himself. He did not know what the world was like after a cultivator's ascension. In the wizard world, there were many different planes. An ascension, perhaps, was ascending to a different plane. In terms of the application of heaven and earth spiritual chi and the development of oneself, the cultivation techniques of the cultivation world were indeed more powerful than the methods of the wizard world. However, in terms of exploring different planes, compared to the wizard world, the cultivation world had barely even started. If he brought the wizard world's method of opening different planes to the cultivation world, the cultivation world would immediately undergo a great change. Of course, he would not do that. However, it's also possible that in the cultivation world, it's simply impossible to explore different planes. This thought suddenly popped into Ronan's mind. Initially, he thought that the rules of the wizard world and the cultivation world were actually similar. However, gradually, he discovered that there were still some differences in the rules between the wizard world and the cultivation world. The biggest common rules between the wizard world and the cultivation world were heaven and earth spiritual chi and energy particles. This allowed witchcraft and spell to be the same in both worlds. He had also summoned necromancers in the cultivation world. It seemed that the cultivation world could explore different planes. However, the channel for summoning necromancers was actually to summon necromancers, and then the necromancers would open a channel from the dead spirit plane and come over themselves. He had never transmigrated to other different planes in the cultivation world. Thinking of this, Ronan decided to give it a try. He stretched out his hand towards Pure Yang Zi. Wood magic power overflowed from his palm, and thick vines emerged from his palm, re-entwining Pure Yang Zi. Then, he tried to cast a spell to open a channel to an earth element plane. However, no matter how the spell was cast, the channel to this plane simply did not open. It seems that the rules of the cultivation world have certain restrictions. It's easy to come from other planes, but it's not easy to go to other planes. After thinking for a while, Ronan composed himself and began to examine the other items in Pure Yang Zi's storage pouch. After looking at the cultivation technique and notes in Pure Yang Zi's storage pouch and recording them into Grand Mist, Ronan then called other cultivators, took their storage pouches, and had them tell him everything they knew. Days passed, and Ronan's Grand Mist database became increasingly rich. At the same time, an operation targeting Ronan was quietly brewing outside the immortal cave. The nascent soul cultivators of the demonic path 6 sects and the righteous path sects were all deeply wary of Ronan. After all, Ronan suddenly appeared, and his strength was even stronger than Pure Yang Zi's. What's more, during this period, Ronan had been looking for people to come in and ask them about their cultivation techniques. Undoubtedly, the more Ronan knew, and the more he learned from others, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. These were all nascent soul cultivators after all, they were strong, and they thought that if they united, they could kill Ronan. Soon, after these people discussed it, they planned to act on a certain day. One day, a cultivator, under Ronan's command, was about to enter the immortal cave to tell Ronan what he knew. The moment the immortal cave door opened, these cultivators rushed in simultaneously. But the next moment, their vision was immediately covered by purple light. It was at this instant that Ronan, through the Nightmare Stone, activated phantom witchcraft. Simultaneously pulling several nascent soul cultivators into the illusion caused Ronan's mental energy to be severely depleted. His brow was already throbbing faintly. Due to excessive use of the Nightmare World's power, the Nightmare World's channel opened above Ronan's head. This was the cultivation world's Nightmare World, and also the place where Heart Demon resided. After the Nightmare World's channel opened, Ronan immediately formed a magic incantation. Magic power rapidly depleted, and a dazzling Otsu Wood Divine Light struck into the Nightmare World's channel. The Otsu Wood Divine Light and the Nightmare World channel rubbed against each other. Immediately, the Nightmare World's channel was destroyed by the Otsu Wood Divine Light. Ronan then continued to cast the Nightmare World's witchcraft, pulling all the nascent soul cultivators in front of him into the illusion. At the same time, all the natal longevity trees in Ronan's spiritual realm released holy tree light. Afterward, in the illusion, he lured these nascent soul cultivators to utter the blessing incantation. Nascent soul cultivators, due to different mental energy resistances, uttered the blessing incantation at varying speeds. But in the end, all nascent soul cultivators uttered the blessing incantation. After uttering the blessing incantation, Ronan immediately bestowed the blessing. Then, he incorporated a curse into the blessing. Immediately, the bodies, minds, and souls of these cultivators were branded with his curse. After the cultivators uttered the blessing incantation, their minds could accept the information transmitted by Ronan. Ronan immediately transmitted information to them, letting them know that they had been cursed. The next moment, the illusion receded, and the information in the nascent soul cultivators' minds also finished flowing. Immediately, their faces turned pale, as if they had eaten dog feces. They looked at Ronan, wanting to jointly unleash their magic treasures and attack him. However, as soon as this thought arose, they felt a piercing pain emanating from their souls. They couldn't help but let out agonizing roars. With this curse, even if they tried to remove the curse, it would be impossible. After all, the very thought of removing the curse was a form of defiance against Ronan. From now on, if there are any relics, you must explore them, and all the items and knowledge gained from the exploration must be reported to me. Ronan gave the command to the group of nascent soul cultivators. Some of these nascent soul cultivators were still roaring. This indicated that they were still thinking about how to break free from the curse or kill Ronan. But gradually, the nascent soul cultivators' roars weakened. Under the pain, they gradually became accustomed to obeying Ronan's thoughts. You may leave. Ronan waved his hand, dismissing these nascent soul cultivators. Then, he continued to call in other cultivators. Ronan had spoken with all the core formation cultivators. The knowledge base in Grand Mist was already extremely rich. He understood more about the matter of ascension. From every cultivator's fragmented words, he pieced together information with the help of Grand Mist. He learned that in the cultivation world, there was also a place called the Flying Ascent Platform. It was said that at the time of impending ascension, being at the Flying Ascent Platform could increase the probability of successful ascension. However, the exact location of this Flying Ascent Platform was unknown. Ronan could only send all the cultivators out to search for it. For the next period, cultivators of both the righteous and demonic paths in the cultivation world were carrying out Ronan's orders, helping Ronan search for cultivation methods beyond the nascent soul stage, and matters related to ascension. The current secular world might have also been the cultivation world in the past. Therefore, some cultivators left the cultivation world and entered the secular world, searching for relics of the ancient cultivation world. The natal longevity tree and spiritual realm planted by Pure Yang Zi were always something he wanted to acquire. At this time, Pure Yang Zi had been subdued, and he also learned the location of the natal longevity tree from Pure Yang Zi. He first planned to absorb Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm. He had never tried a spiritual realm absorbing another spiritual realm. Logically, his spiritual realm could integrate with anything. Another spiritual realm should be no exception. Immediately, Ronan activated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. In the spiritual realm, a stream of magic power immediately emerged and spread towards Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm. The clear green magic power of his spiritual realm enveloped Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm. After all, having cultivated in the cultivation world, Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm was truly shabby compared to Ronan's spiritual realm. Ronan's heart stirred. His magic power immediately retracted. Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm detached from Pure Yang Zi's danshan and was pulled out by him. Subsequently, this spiritual realm, following the green glow, sank into his danshan. Gradually, Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm merged into his spiritual realm. All the heaven and earth spiritual chi in Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm was injected into his spiritual realm, making the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual chi in his spiritual realm even richer. And the various elements in Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm were all decomposed into energy particles. The energy particles of various elements were all attracted by the objects in Ronan's spiritual realm. For example, earth energy particles were all attracted by the soil in the spiritual realm and became part of the soil. After absorbing Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm, Ronan went to the place where Pure Yang Zi planted his natal longevity tree. Because Pure Yang Zi's spiritual realm was too small, it was not enough to accommodate the natal longevity tree. Now, several natal longevity trees were planted above the spring eye of the mountain range where the Huanshen sect was located. The roots of the natal longevity tree were greedily absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi flowing from the spring eye. Ronan first moved all the natal longevity trees into his own spiritual realm. Then, he absorbed the heaven and earth spiritual chi from the spring eye. Soon, this spiritual vein completely dried up. This area then turned into the secular world. After Ronan moved pure Yangzi's natal longevity tree into his spiritual realm, he found that it occupied the land of the spiritual realm. Therefore, he tried to use the energy-absorbing magic vine witchcraft, releasing magic vines from the mother tree to entwine pure Yangzi's natal longevity trees. Soon, these trees withered. The age of his eternal evergreen tree mother tree increased. Now, the combined age of all his natal longevity trees had reached over 8,000 years. He was not far from cultivating the eternal evergreen body. After absorbing the spiritual realm and the natal longevity tree, Ronan also placed a curse on pure Yangzi. Although pure Yangzi lost his spiritual realm and natal longevity tree, it had no effect on him. After all, both of these were permanent modifications to a cultivator's body and soul. Even if lost, the body and soul had already been transformed. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, pure Yangzi, after receiving his curse, became an important fighting force for him. After everything was settled, Ronan left a longevity tree seedling in the immortal cave. He then returned to the wizard world to cultivate. He continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. The 10,000 wood evergreen scripture could only be cultivated to the late-stage nascent soul. To progress further, he needed to find subsequent cultivation techniques. Now, he was the most powerful in the cultivation world, and he controlled so many nascent soul cultivators. The key was that ascension in the cultivation world most likely existed. As long as the nascent soul cultivators continued to search, they should be able to find the method of ascension in the cultivation world. By then, he could continue to cultivate. For the next period, Ronan mainly cultivated in the wizard world. Everything he arranged in the wizard world was proceeding in an orderly manner. The elves were still on the elf continent, fighting against the dark elves on one hand, and collecting materials on the other. And the various wizards in the kingdom were exploring every corner of the Dong continent, searching for resources. According to Ronan's estimate, the development of the Dong continent had already exceeded 80%. All kinds of resources were sent into his wizard tower warehouse. Unconsciously, 3 more years passed. During these 3 years, nothing happened in either the cultivation world or the wizard world. In the cultivation world, although ruins continuously appeared. However, the existing ruins had nothing to do with giant wood divine sovereign. And the cultivation technique discovered in the ruins was also unrelated to the realm after nascent soul. In the wizard world, the light elves completely expelled the dark elves. The dark elves all fled the elf continent, their whereabouts unknown. Subsequently, Ronan had the light elves all return to the southwest province of the Dong continent. Then, he had the kingdom's wizards form large teams to collect resources on the elf continent. Collecting resources was basically physical labor. With more wizards, their speed of resource collection was naturally faster than that of the light elves. The elf continent had existed for many, many years. On the continent, there were many creatures that existed in legends. Among them were the legendary elemental spirits. The elemental spirit was a fire elemental spirit. It lived in a volcano on the elf continent. Normally, it was integrated with the magma, emitting almost no energy particles. Therefore, the elves had never discovered it. However, the invasion of the wizards immediately made the elemental spirit vigilant. One day, when the wizards were collecting volcanic magma, they disturbed the elemental spirit. At that time, the entire volcano, which had been dormant, suddenly erupted. From within the magma, a huge, nearly 5-meter tall humanoid creature rose. This creature was entirely composed of flames and magma, with 2 hands, a blurry face, almost non-existent. Its 2 feet were also nearly ethereal, floating in the air. As soon as it appeared, the flames on its body suddenly expanded outwards. Immediately, some wizards with lower strength, who couldn't dodge in time, were instantly burned to ashes. Multiple souls immediately appeared on Ronan's natal longevity tree planted outside. The other wizards, holding their staffs, dispersed to various positions. They subtly formed a wizardry array. During the blessing, Ronan taught some of the contents of Dolly Foss' collection of books to the wizards of the Wizard Council. Although their strength was not strong, they could combine their magic power by forming a wizardry array, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts, thereby being able to unleash powerful wizardry. Of course, all wizardry had flaws. Ronan also saw the flaws of the wizardry array in Dolly Foss' collection of books. He naturally did not pass on the flaws to the wizards. After the wizards exploring this area dispersed into a wizardry array, they all raised their staffs. The gems at the top of the staffs immediately glowed with a sapphire blue light. Ripples of water flowed in the air. The surrounding water elemental energy particles gathered. The air immediately became humid, and then formed walls of water that pressed towards the fire elemental spirit. The fire elemental spirit looked at the water walls, and a somewhat human-like expression of anger seemed to appear on its blurry, fiercely burning face. The flames on its body also surged simultaneously, seemingly displaying its inner anger. Waves of flames erupted from the elemental spirit's body, crashing towards the water walls. The water walls, upon being sprayed by the flames, immediately turned into steam, rising upwards with hissing sounds. Seeing their first wave of attack neutralized, the wizards were not discouraged and continued to maintain the wizardry array. The nearby water elemental energy particles continuously gathered towards the fire elemental spirit. And the fire elemental spirit continuously released flames, countering the waves and other things formed by the gathering water elemental energy particles. Steam continuously rose. Before long, this entire area was enveloped by the thick fog formed by the steam. The wizards resisted stubbornly. Not only because they were the kingdom's wizards and the beneficiaries of the sacred tree's blessing, but also for their own lives. After all, if the fire elemental spirit were to break free, a wave of flames would likely turn them all into ashes. The wizards and the fire elemental spirit were in a stalemate for several days. The wizards all carried potions to replenish their magic power. These days, they relied on these potions to restore their magic power. However, their consumption of magic power was faster than its replenishment. After many days, some wizards with lower strength could not keep up their magic power, and maintaining the wizardry array also required a certain amount of mental energy. Under this double fatigue, some wizards were no longer able to maintain the wizardry array. Fortunately, this wizardry array could be graded in power based on the number of people forming it. After the number of people decreased, the others immediately changed the array, continuing to trap the fire elemental spirit. The wizardry array, originally based on a hexagram beneath the fire elemental spirit's feet, flashed and disappeared. Another new wizardry array appeared beneath the fire elemental spirit's feet. The fire elemental spirit, trapped in the water-based wizardry array, was once again restricted. Although its energy was abundant, and it launched waves of flame attacks, pushing back the water elemental attacks. However, it could not escape this wizardry array. Thus, the wizards and the fire elemental spirit were once again in a stalemate. Every so often, a wizard would become exhausted. The power of the wizardry array consequently decreased. The fire elemental spirit seized the moment the wizardry array's power decreased, immediately intensifying its offensive. Suddenly, a stream of flames broke through the wizardry array's water elemental energy particles barrier and grazed several wizards. These wizards immediately turned to ashes, mixing with the volcanic ash. Although the fire elemental spirit seemed to have regained a slight advantage. However, its energy was also visibly weakening. This was evident from its size. Originally, it was 5 meters tall, now, its figure was only about 3 meters. After several more days, another team of wizards finally arrived, significantly increasing the strength of the wizard team. Together, they cast water elemental wizardry, and from all directions, massive waves surged forth, engulfing the fire elemental spirit. Finally, this fire elemental spirit was extinguished. Besides the fire elemental spirit, the wizards also encountered a dragon with an extremely high bloodline concentration on the elf continent. This dragon also possessed some of the elves' exquisite beauty. Its body was pure white, and on its white scales, a faint 7-colored holy light emanated, as if a faint rainbow formed a light membrane, protecting its body, appearing incredibly sacred. Its wings were not the ferocious wings of ordinary demonic beasts, but rather an aesthetically pleasing rhomboid shape, somewhat transparent, with a milky white chi swirling around them. The wizards had no idea what species this dragon was. This pure white dragon used dragon breath as its attack method. With a single exhalation of dragon breath, a mist would sweep towards the wizards. Wizards who were hit were covered from head to toe in fine white dust. When the wind blew, these wizards immediately turned into quicksand. Upon seeing the dragon's attack method, the wizards were all shocked. They quickly dispersed and formed another wizardry array, trapping this dragon. This wizardry array was also obtained by Ronan from Dali Fa's collection of books and granted to these wizards through blessing. This wizardry array had a suppressive effect on flying demonic beasts. The wizards first simultaneously raised their staffs and used the wizardry array to trap the pure white dragon. An invisible polyhedron formed in the sky, surrounding the pure white dragon. The pure white dragon, being a dragon with a very high bloodline concentration, was extremely sensitive to everything around it. Although the wizardry array was invisible, through the flow of energy particles, it knew that it had been trapped. Evil wizards, do you wish to die? It spoke this sentence in Elvish. Among the wizards present, only a small portion who had studied Elvish at the Wizard Academy understood what this dragon meant. However, upon hearing that this demonic beast could actually speak human words, even the wizards who didn't understand were greatly surprised. After the pure white dragon roared, it first lashed its massive tail, striking the invisible barrier of the wizardry array. Suddenly, with a bang, ripples appeared on the invisible barrier, but it did not break. Then, the pure white dragon opened its massive mouth and sprayed a stream of dragon breath onto the invisible barrier. Although the dragon breath was strong, it still could not break through the barrier. After trapping the dragon, some wizards began to withdraw. They then released various wizardry spells, attacking the pure white dragon. Unlike the water elemental wizardry array used against the fire elemental spirit, the wizardry array trapping the dragon did not have an offensive function. The wizards could only unleash other wizardry attacks. However, attacking also counted as a form of encirclement. The pure white dragon, in order to deal with the wizardry attacks, had no time to break through the invisible barrier. Although fewer wizards maintained the barrier, the pressure on the barrier was correspondingly reduced. Under the wizards' attacks, streams of lightning, ice, and fire, like continuous pearls, struck the pure white dragon. The pure white dragon flapped its wings, defending against the attacks, growing increasingly annoyed. However, it could not change the situation. After a stalemate of about 10 days, the pure white dragon finally succumbed and was slain by the wizards. The dragon's corpse was preserved by the wizards using wizardry, and after several days, it was transported back to the kingdom of Valant and came into Ronan's hands. Ronan extracted the bloodline of this dragon and placed it in the bloodline library. Currently, the Knight Tournament is held once every 2 years. The top 10 knights can all receive his physical body modification. He had obtained all the knowledge of Bloodline Great Wizard Sophie, and the Hongmeng database was extensive. His wizardry for bloodline modification had already surpassed that of a Bloodline Great Wizard. The knights whose physical bodies he had modified all possessed powerful physical bodies and great strength. Besides modifying knights, he passed on some methods for modifying demonic beast bloodlines to the wizards of the Wizard Council. This allowed the Wizard Council, through a combination of cultivation and bloodline modification, to cultivate powerful griffins. These griffins, infused with demonic beast bloodlines, not only had greater strength but also, to a certain extent, immunity to wizardry. Knights combined with griffins also constituted a powerful force. Moreover, unlike wizards, knights basically do not rely on talent. As long as a healthy person in the kingdom uses enough resources, they can also become an excellent knight. Under bloodline modification, the kingdom's combat power would grow stronger and stronger. This time, several teams of bloodline knights were dispatched for resource collection on the Elf continent. These teams killed demonic beasts guarding resources along the way, and their strength also amazed the wizards. While the wizards and knights of the kingdom were collecting resources, the wizards previously arranged by Ronan to pretend to be new blood on the Wizard Islands, but actually acting as spies, also sent back news. Some of these wizards disappeared without a trace, while others were said by other wizards to have died on the Wizard Islands. Some were killed by black wizards, while others became experimental subjects and died tragically. Now, the first batch of dispatched wizards who survived on the Wizard Islands have all entered different wizard schools. In the news sent back by the spy wizards, it was said that the wizard schools on the outskirts of the Wizard Islands were receiving too little new blood due to the First-Class Continent Alliance's blockade in recent years. And the wizard schools near the center of the Wizard Islands were continuously absorbing new blood from them. This led to not only fewer and fewer people in the wizard schools but also almost no new power being generated. If this continued, the schools would eventually wither. Therefore, these schools decided to unite and launch an attack on the First-Class Continent Alliance. One goal was to kill the legendary wizards of the First-Class Continent Alliance, weakening its strength. The second was to completely control the one-level continent, causing it to continuously send new blood to the Wizard Islands. When the Wizard Council received this news, they informed Ronan. Ronan immediately arranged for the Wizard Council to transmit this news to the other one-level continents. At the same time, all wizards and knights exploring the Elf continent were recalled. Just as the wizard schools of the Wizard Islands were approaching the one-level continents on flying boats, the First-Class Continent Alliance was also ready for battle. The Dong continent, where Ronan was located, was not the closest continent to the Wizard Islands. The other two one-level continents were the most concerned. However, the Wizard Islands might not play by the rules and might land on other one-level continents. The wizards of each First-Class Continent Alliance discussed and agreed that if any one-level continent was attacked, the wizards of the other continents would immediately use teleportation arrays to transport troops. Ronan, on his wizard tower, waited for news while cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. He thought that if the wizards from the Wizard Islands attacked, he would immediately go to support them. But unexpectedly, what he waited for was news of the Wizard Islands wizards invading the Kingdom of Valant. It seemed that these schools on the outskirts of the Wizard Islands all knew that the strongest kingdom in the First-Class Continent Alliance was the Kingdom of Valant. So, they decided to start with the Kingdom of Valant. Upon hearing that the Wizard Council had already sent messages to other kingdoms and to the wizards and knights on standby within the kingdom, Ronan sent the wizards and knights from Triumphant City to meet the enemy first. The wizard schools of the Wizard Islands had gathered intelligence on the Kingdom of Valant. They knew that Dolly Fa's location was in the northern part of the kingdom. Therefore, they deliberately made a large detour and landed in the southern part of the kingdom. As the flying boats arrived, streams of wizardry shot out from the wizards' staffs. They broke through the kingdom's defensive barriers and headed towards the kingdom's interior. Wizard organizations from the Wizard Islands research all kinds of necromancy. Those with particularly great destructive power are necromancers. They continuously summon necromancer. In a short while, the necromancer gathered into an undead army, like a pale white ocean, advancing towards the interior of the Valant Kingdom. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Wizards guarding the southern coast discovered the aggressive Wizard Islands wizard early on. They immediately sent out a signal for all the people in the southern province and above to evacuate immediately. Otherwise, when the undead army arrived, there would be countless more lives ruined. The necromancer, summoned here, originally thought there would be good flesh and soul. However, they never expected there to be nothing. After being summoned, they inevitably had some complaints. The leading lord of the undead spoke in the gibberish language of the dead spirit plane, complaining to the leaders of several necromancer schools. But these school leaders explained to the lord of the undead the power of this kingdom of wizards, saying that if they joined forces, they would surely be able to share delicious flesh and soul. Only then did the lord of the undead give up. Not only were necromancers summoned, but elemental giants from various planes were also summoned. Immediately, in front of the Wizard Islands undead army, the army was divided into several colors. The pale white color was the undead army from the dead spirit plane. The bright red ones were fire elemental beings summoned from the fire element abnormal plane, each emitting high heat, floating forward, leaving a scorched black trail wherever they passed. The ice blue ones were frost giants summoned from the water element plane, leaving ice blue trails wherever they passed. And the most powerful were the earth elemental giants. These earth elemental giants were not summoned from other planes. Instead, they were condensed from the earth by wizards releasing necromancy. Clumps of soil appeared in the earth, detaching from the ground. Soon, huge pits appeared. These armies walked on the earth, making rumbling sounds. Wherever they passed, the earth was scarred. The army marched as if into an uninhabited land, heading towards Triumphant City. Moreover, the army's advance was not slow. In just one day, they had passed through a province. In the province, there was a magical beast forest, which was being developed by the Wizard Council's wizards along with the local wizards. Now, the army invaded the forest, hunting down all the demonic beast in the forest and harvesting all the magical plants. Before long, what was once a dense forest became a barren wasteland. The army's advance was smooth, but there was one thing that frustrated the Wizard Island's wizards. That was, along the way, no Kingdom of Wizards organization dared to resist them. If the wizards resisted, after killing them, they would be able to obtain resources, and this invasion trip would not have been in vain. Why haven't we encountered anyone? Could it be that all the wizards in the kingdom have fled for refuge? A leader of a Wizard Island school said. Not good, the richest wizard resources should be in the wizards' Zhuwuki. If these wizards escape, our trip will be for nothing. Another school leader said. It's fine, we'll just occupy the entire one-level continent. These wizards will have nowhere to escape and will eventually be encountered by us. We'll kill them then and seize their resources. Someone from the wizard school said. The other wizards listened and thought it made sense. So, they continued to summon from other planes and manipulate necromancy-created creatures. They advanced towards Triumphant City in the Valiant Kingdom. Wherever they passed, if they saw a magical beast forest, they would go in and plunder it. Several wizard schools, with many wizards, entered the forest and soon all the resources inside were divided. At this time, Ronan had already led the wizards to approach the Wizard Island's undead army. Except for him, all other wizards had energy particles fluctuations. Therefore, Ronan had to go ahead first, using his advantage of being undetectable, to first wear down these wizard armies. Among these Wizard Island's undead army, there was one sage wizard, about 10 legendary wizard, and even more true knowledge wizard. Even if it were him, if he faced these wizards alone, the chances of winning were not great. However, he could secretly wear them down. After approaching these wizards, he took out a stack of talisman. These were Chenming Yu Shifu. It is a kind of advanced corpse control talisman. He obtained it from a cultivator of a demonic path sect. Talisman, originally, could draw heaven and earth spiritual chi. However, because heaven and earth spiritual chi was thin in the cultivation world, the power of talisman was not great. If it reached the wizard world, where heaven and earth spiritual chi is easily and greatly drawn by talisman, it would produce immense power. Now, with a large undead army below, it was a good time to use this kind of talisman. Ronan was in the clouds, and facing downwards, he threw out a stack of about 100 talisman from his hand. After the talisman were thrown out, they first gathered without scattering. Then, under Ronan's control, they arranged themselves one by one, forming a talisman formation. The talisman were purple-based with red strokes. After forming the talisman formation, the patterns on the talisman immediately showed a blood-like color. Following that, a blood-red power enveloped the undead army. Immediately, these undead army were all controlled by Ronan. Logically, controlling these undead army would require a lot of mental energy. But coincidentally, Ronan was a person with extremely strong mental energy. As soon as the undead army were controlled, they immediately charged towards the necromancer of those necromancer schools. When the corpse control talisman emitted magic power, the wizards below naturally sensed it. However, the energy particles fluctuations they sensed did not indicate what would happen. The necromancer who were controlling the undead army had not yet realized what had happened. The undead army in front of them suddenly turned against them and charged at them. Without paying attention, some lower-ranked necromancer were immediately pierced by the rusty swords and spears of several skeletons. And what necromancer are best at is summoning necromancer. When they saw the undead army suddenly turn against them, they panicked and instinctively summoned necromancer to resist. However, the undead army they summoned were immediately controlled by Ronan. A necromancer, having consumed a lot of magic power, summoned a necromancer general 3 stories tall, wearing heavy armor, and wielding a giant axe. However, as soon as this necromancer general was summoned, he immediately turned around and smashed his giant axe at the wizard who had summoned him. The wizard, before he could even figure out what was going on, was immediately smashed into a pulp. In this way, many necromancer died. Some intelligent necromancer realized that something was wrong and guessed that the necromancer they summoned were immediately controlled by some unknown power. Therefore, they no longer summoned necromancer, but instead released spatial necromancy to avoid the counterattack of the necromancer. At the same time, Ronan also released necromancy, continuously summoning necromancer. Necromancer feed on flesh and soul. Now, the necromancer on the field were either dead or fleeing. Once the necromancer were summoned, they were uncontrolled. They immediately pounced on the nearest wizards. Thus, an increasingly powerful undead army was formed, confronting the Wizard Island's undead army. Ronan was multitasking. While the undead army and the Wizard Island's undead army were fighting, he released the Azure Spirit Sword, harvesting the fleeing necromancer. As the necromancer became fewer and fewer, he relaxed some of his control over the necromancer. In this way, his mental energy consumption rate would slow down accordingly. Although the undead army was growing, the wizard army other than the necromancer school was even larger. Soon, various elemental giants and other wizards surrounded all the necromancer. The necromancer gradually fell into a disadvantage. Skeletons were shattered by earth elemental giants. Necromancer generals were pounced on by fire elemental beings and quickly turned into ashes. As more and more necromancer died, no matter how they were summoned, no more necromancer came from the dead spirit plane. After all, the necromancer were summoned because they smelled the human race flesh and soul from this side. When they sensed that, in addition to the human race flesh and soul scent, there was also the smell left by a large number of necromancer dying, they knew that the war here was fierce and did not dare to come over. At this time, some necromancer even opened the passage to the dead spirit plane, about to escape. However, Ronan immediately used the corpse control talisman. The magic power of the talisman controlled these necromancer. They were halfway across to the dead spirit plane, but they came back. The corpse control talisman has extremely strong magic power in the wizard world. Even Lord of the Undead level creatures can only be obediently controlled under the corpse control talisman. Next, Ronan manipulated the remaining necromancer, using suicidal necromancer explosions. He consumed the elemental beings of the wizard army. Fire elemental beings were blown into sparks, flying everywhere. Earth elemental giants were blown into lifeless puddles of mud. However, the elemental beings of the wizard army had not been completely consumed, and the undead army was already running low. And at this time, the army assembled by the Valiant Kingdom had also arrived. The wizards of the Valiant Kingdom set up a huge necromancy formation. Immediately, a huge circular formation with a hexagram as its base appeared in the sky. Then, streaks of fire, ice, lightning, poured down like heavy rain on the wizards of the Wizard Islands. After the wizards released this necromancy and consumed the wizards of the Wizard Islands, they immediately retreated. This was the tactic formulated by Ronan. After all, the wizards of the Wizard Islands were numerous. The number of elite wizard and above who came was several times more than the wizards of their kingdom. They could only fight and retreat, delaying these wizards from destroying the kingdom's progress. Once the wizards of other first-class continent alliance arrived, they would immediately counterattack. Ronan, in the sky, waved his hand, and immediately all 72 Azure Spirit Sword were unleashed. Soon, they formed the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation and charged towards the wizards of the Wizard Islands. The energy particle shields on the lower-ranked wizards of the Wizard Islands were as good as nothing under the Azure Spirit Sword. A green flash passed, and these wizards were immediately beheaded. Blood gushed from their necks, staining the wizard robe below their necks crimson. However, the wizards of the Wizard Islands had excellent defensive Zhuwuki. When they saw the power of the green light, they immediately took out their defensive Zhuwuki. Although Ronan's Azure Spirit Sword was sharp, the defensive Zhuwuki were developed by schools specializing in Zhuwuki and possessed powerful defensive capabilities. Although the Azure Spirit Sword cut through and immediately broke the defensive Zhuwuki, but it also consumed a lot of Ronan's magic power and mental energy. Among the defensive Zhuwuki, the one with the greatest energy particles fluctuation was a copper-colored sphere. On this sphere, there was a large eyeball. Around the eyeball were dense lines. The wizards of a school jointly manipulated this sphere, enveloping themselves within it. Although the copper sphere was opaque, it should have a necromancy formation on it. This would allow the people inside to see what was outside. When Ronan cast the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation and stabbed towards this sphere, it actually paused for a moment. The next moment, he fiercely injected magic power before piercing through the copper sphere. At this time, after the Kingdom of Wizards released another wave of necromancy, they continued to retreat. Ronan also felt that his magic power consumption was huge, so he temporarily retreated. Once his magic power recovered to a certain extent, he would continue to consume. After a while, Ronan immediately felt a large wave of energy particles fluctuations coming this way. It seemed that the other wizards of the first-class continent alliance had arrived. And leading these wizards was the sage wizard he had cursed on the supercontinent. Attack! Ronan commanded the other wizards. Since he could feel the energy particles fluctuations, the wizards of the Wizard Islands could naturally also feel the energy particles fluctuations. Once the wizards within the alliance arrived, in terms of numbers and strength, the Wizard Islands' undead army would no longer have the advantage. They had to keep these wizards first to be able to wipe them out as much as possible. After hearing the command, the Kingdom of Wizards immediately cast spells, forming a huge wizard formation, releasing various necromancy, attacking the wizards of the Wizard Islands. Ronan then waved his hand, and a large expanse of Otsu wood divine light fell from the sky, enveloping the wizards of the Wizard Islands. His magic power was rapidly consumed, but he also controlled the wizards of the Wizard Islands for a while. In just this short while, the other wizards of the alliance had already arrived. The wizards of the Wizard Islands felt this huge energy particles fluctuation, and were immediately shocked, their faces turning ashen. They didn't expect that for this continent, wizards would arrive so quickly. The wizards of the Wizard Islands knew that this invasion had failed, so they tried to escape. However, the wizards of the alliance had already attacked. Some wizards were forced to engage in battle. Some stronger wizards immediately released spatial necromancy to escape. Ronan's mental energy, however, locked onto the sage wizard of the Wizard Islands. After detecting the wizard's flashed position, he immediately cast Otsu wood immortal escape and pursued him. Before he even arrived, he released the Azure Spirit Sword and stabbed towards the wizard. The sage wizard of the Wizard Islands saw a streak of azure light shoot towards him. He had seen the power of the Azure Spirit Sword before, so he immediately waved his staff. In an instant, a dozen shields appeared in front of him, blocking the Azure Spirit Sword. But Ronan's Azure Spirit Sword did not meet him head-on. Instead, it made a turn, changed its angle, and then thrust towards the wizard again. At the same time, Ronan and his other Azure Spirit Swords followed closely. Immediately, 72 Azure Spirit Swords gathered as if one, thrusting towards the Sage Wizard. The Sage Wizard even used precious spatial magic stones to increase his teleportation distance. However, he didn't know where this wizard from a one-level continent had learned such a fast-moving spell. He was always able to catch up to him in the next moment. More and more shields were released by the sage wizard of the Wizard Islands, tightly surrounding him. Ronan manipulated the Azure Spirit swords, forming the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation, and continuously thrust at the shields. Soon, these shields shattered into flying fragments. Several Azure Spirit swords pierced into the sage wizard's body. The sage wizard endured the pain and pointed his staff towards the sky. It seemed as if a passage was opening in the sky, emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. It looked as if the sage wizard was about to summon a powerful creature from another plane. But how could Ronan allow him to open it? Immediately, a beam of Otsu Wood Divine Light shot over. The magic power of the Otsu Wood Divine Light stirred the expanding interdimensional passage. Soon, this unformed passage produced strange noises, and streaks of purple lightning, like snakes, climbed upon it. The next moment, with a bang, the passage was destroyed. The sky returned to normal. Ronan had already swept in front of the sage wizard and snatched his staff. Immediately, he released a stream of mental energy, penetrating deep into the sage wizard's Nuan Palace, firmly suppressing the sage wizard's mental energy. The casting of spells requires the combination of mental energy and magic power. With mental energy suppressed, spells cannot be cast. Ronan swept with his mental energy and immediately knew that the sage wizard's Zhuwuki was a thumb-sized golden bead, placed at the waist of his wizard robe. After he took the storage Zhuwuki, he began to cast curses on this sage wizard. This sage wizard was indeed a high-end combatant. If he cast a curse, it would be beneficial for strengthening his own power. After casting curses many times, Ronan was already skilled. Soon, this sage wizard, through the blessing, left a curse mark belonging solely to Ronan on his soul. After Ronan gave orders to the sage wizard through the blessing, he returned to the battlefield. While the wizards of the Wizard Islands and the Alliance wizards had just begun fighting, and the legendary wizards of the Wizard Islands were still stubbornly resisting, Ronan controlled them and then cast curses one by one. The wizards of the Wizard Islands were also a major power. They would be his army for exploring the wizard world in the future. They could not be consumed in the midst of the battle between the two armies. As long as he controlled the wizard leaders of each school, the other wizards could be led by these leaders to gather resources for him. Half a day later, Ronan not only controlled all the school leaders of the Wizard Islands. Moreover, he also arranged for the various alliance nations to return. After the nations returned, Ronan, through the blessing, conveyed orders to these school leaders. These wizards, from the moment they were cursed, naturally resisted. However, resistance caused them to feel a sharp pain emanating from the depths of their bodies, which was truly excruciating. Gradually, they reduced their thoughts of resistance, making themselves loyal to the Valiant Kingdom. Yes, when Ronan cursed them, he made them loyal to the Valiant Kingdom, not Dali Fa. After all, his Dali Fa was just a fake. If Dali Fa suddenly returned in the future, wouldn't all these wizards he had cursed become Dali Fa's thugs? After the wizard leaders of the various schools in the Wizard Islands were cursed by Ronan, they were sent back. He had them continue to gather information for him in the Wizard Islands. What he wanted these schools to help him inquire about was which wizard school had taken the elf treasure tree of the Elf Kingdom. He had always been concerned about the elf treasure tree, thinking that if his natal longevity tree absorbed the elf treasure tree, his eternal evergreen body would immediately be completed. At the same time, he instructed the Wizard Council to select loyal wizard apprentices throughout the kingdom. If more powerful schools in the Wizard Islands absorbed new blood from these peripheral schools, then these loyal wizard apprentices would be sent over. Firstly, they could gather information for them, and secondly, they could learn more advanced wizard knowledge from the Wizard Islands. After giving his orders, Ronan returned to the Wizard Tower to cultivate. He entrusted his elder brother, Leo, with supervising the execution of the orders. Since then, Ronan had a period of stable years. Unconsciously, another 5 years passed. For 5 years, he had stayed in the Wizard Tower, absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi and consuming various resources from the wizard world. Under abundant spiritual chi and resources, his progress among cultivators of the same rank could be described as rapid. On this day, he was in the cultivation room of the Wizard Tower. He continuously breathed in and out. A white chi, like a small white dragon, coiled back and forth in front of his nose. Suddenly, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi collapsed towards him. At this moment, almost the entire air of Triumphant City vibrated. The wizards, knights, and commoners of Triumphant City were already accustomed to this commotion. I've breakthrough. Ronan summoned Grand Mist. Cultivation Realm, Nascent Soul Late Stage. Wizard Realm, Sage Wizard. As before, after reaching the Nascent Soul Late Stage, no lightning tribulation descended. After the breakthrough, Ronan stopped his cultivation, stood up, and with a thought, went to the cultivation world. In the past 5 years, he had not gone to the cultivation world any less. He just wanted to see if the various sects and families in the cultivation world had obtained any cultivation technique after the Nascent Soul stage. However, in the past 5 years, ancient cultivator relics were discovered one after another, but no cultivation technique was found. Even content mentioning how to cultivate after the Nascent Soul was not found. But Ronan thought that there was still plenty of time. He was now in the Nascent Soul realm, and logically, his lifespan could reach 1,000 years. Not to mention, he also had his natal longevity tree. As long as the longevity tree was continuously planted, he could achieve longevity. Now, the cultivation world, where the spiritual chi completely receded, was only a matter of time. The ancient cultivator relics that existed before would surely appear one by one. As cultivators from various sects and families searched everywhere, The traces left by ancient cultivators would surely be found. He thought that it was not necessary to find the cultivation technique completely. Even if he could find some notes or traces left by an ascended, as long as it involved cultivation after the nascent soul. With his Grand Mist database, he estimated that he could also deduce the cultivation method after the nascent soul realm. After arriving in the cultivation world, Ronan went to an immortal cave and sat down. Then, through the blessing, he conveyed messages to the sect leaders of various sects and families. He told them to come and see him immediately. After the message was conveyed, Ronan waited in the immortal cave for about half an hour. The leaders of various sects and families, including those from the righteous path and demonic path, all arrived. Ronan's hairstyle and attire had completely transformed into the appearance of the cultivation world. His black hair was coiled into a bun, topped with a crown, and pierced with a jade hairpin. He wore a cyan spell, adorned with numerous spells, emitting a magical glow. He sat on a chair made of precious emerald, overlooking the leaders of the various sects and families below. Immediately, these leaders reported to him one by one the progress of their recent explorations for news of ancient cultivators. Fragmented information was recorded into Grand Mist by Ronan. With the assistance of Grand Mist, he combined this information to deduce the cultivation method after the nascent soul realm. Now, what he knew was that as long as he obtained the cultivation method after the nascent soul realm, he could ascend and thus leave this cultivation world with thin spiritual chi. However, this method seemed to have disappeared from the cultivation world since a certain period. In addition, he also knew that a legendary ascended was a wood cultivator, Giant Wood Divine Sovereign. However, several relics of wood cultivators appeared, but no news about Giant Wood Divine Sovereign was found. Now, the worst-case scenario was that Giant Wood Divine Sovereign did not leave any records or traces of cultivation technique in this cultivation world. Instead, he ascended with his cultivation knowledge. After 3 days, the leaders of these various sects and families had finished reporting their progress. With the assistance of Grand Mist, Ronan integrated this information and found that there was still not much groundbreaking content. At this moment, Ronan also had an idea. Since the legendary ascended in the cultivation world all went to another world, could he go to that world as long as he detected its coordinates? Although the wizard world spell for transmigration to different planes could not be used in the cultivation world due to the rules of the cultivation world. However, if the legend of ascending to another world was true, then, the cultivation world indeed had a way to reach another world. It was just that it had to follow the rules of the cultivation world. As long as he thoroughly studied the rules of the cultivation world, he should be able to use spells to perform a unique ascension. Since the current cultivation world had no cultivation method after the nascent soul realm, then, in the unfamiliar world where the ascended went, with so many ascended there, he would always be able to obtain the cultivation method after the nascent soul realm. Now, the goal is to collect as much information as possible about the ascended. Ronan thought, continuing to dispatch cultivators to intensify the exploration of the secular world. After all, the world changes unpredictably. It was hard to say that a seemingly ordinary place in the secular world thousands of years ago was a gathering place for ancient cultivators. The former site of the Huanzhen sect was the best example. Old ancestor Pure Yang Zi of the Huanzhen sect planted his natal longevity tree there. Not only did he absorb all the spiritual chi from the spiritual vein, but even the resources on the mountain were completely consumed by him. Now, what was originally a spiritual vein, an immortal cave that could support a sect, has almost become a desolate land. Some lands in the secular world even have more fertile soil for planting trees and crops than that land. After giving his instructions, Ronan dismissed the cultivators from the various sects and families, allowing them to continue searching for information. He himself closed the door of his immortal cave. With a thought, he returned to the wizard world. After returning to the wizard world, Ronan began to delve deeper into the study of spatial spell knowledge. He not only recorded all of Dali Fa's spatial spell books into Grand Mist. He used Grand Mist's assistance for absorption and analysis. Then, he even summoned wizards specializing in spatial spells from the Continental Alliance and the peripheral schools of the Wizard Islands. They discussed how to obtain the coordinates of other planes. This method of searching for coordinates, which basically had no information and no creatures from other planes, was considered extremely difficult by these wizards specializing in spatial spells. Many wizards were researching it, but the progress was not ideal. After all, if one could obtain coordinates out of thin air, they would not have to worry about lacking resources. Having this method would greatly strengthen every wizard organization. The place where these wizards conducted their research was in a palace in Triumphant City. The wizards did not need to eat or drink, and their mental energy was abundant. For several days, they sat at a long table, discussing this issue. Each person spoke all the knowledge they knew. Many wizards, during this period, enjoyed an ideal wizard state. When they were wizard apprentices, the wizards they imagined were those who spent their days researching wizard knowledge and immersing themselves in it. However, as their wizard rank grew higher and higher, the knowledge they studied became more specialized, and the resources they needed became more precious. They had to form forces to reduce the time they spent searching for and collecting resources. However, this inevitably led them to be drawn into various wizard wars. Lord Dalifa, perhaps those schools in the center of the Wizard Islands know more clearly. One of the school leaders from the Wizard Islands said to Ronan. Many wizards nodded in agreement. At the same time, their eyes flickered with light. Wizards yearn for knowledge, and this yearning made their minds surprisingly unified. Since they were now united, why not continue to infiltrate the Wizard Islands to obtain more wizard knowledge? Ronan listened and thought it made sense. The Wizard Islands were indeed a great treasure trove. You each research it, and in 3 months, tell me how to infiltrate, Ronan said. Remember, the infiltration must be slow, and we cannot let other schools and organizations in the Wizard Islands know our intentions. Before, Ronan had also thought about going to the Wizard Islands himself, with the purpose of inquiring about the whereabouts of the Elf Treasure Tree. However, according to his understanding, many organizations and schools in the Wizard Islands were family legacies. Besides having children, they strengthened and continued their power by recruiting new blood, which meant wizard apprentices who had just embarked on the path of wizardry. They cultivated them from the very beginning to ensure that these individuals would not betray the organization. They rarely accepted outside wizards. Of course, there were also some wizard organizations that accepted outside wizards. However, those were all notorious black wizard organizations. If one went in, they would probably be dragged into battle with other wizard organizations before they even learned any spells. End of chapter. However, if he obtained the Elf Treasure Tree, he would be able to cultivate the eternal evergreen body, and his cultivate progress would greatly increase. Therefore, Ronan still wanted to make a trip to the Wizard Islands. Thus, he had the Wizard Council and the Wizard Schools on the outskirts of the Wizard Islands arrange a young wizard apprentice into various powerful schools within the Wizard Islands. This young man was, of course, him after changing his appearance. Soon, the Wizard Council and the Wizard Schools on the outskirts of the Wizard Islands formulated a plan. Besides him, there were also some young wizard apprentices who embarked on the path to the Wizard Islands. To Ronan's slight surprise, his old friend, Paul, from many years ago, was also among them. After several years, Paul was still tall and thin, with messy brown curly hair like a bird's nest, but his face had matured a lot. There was also some stubble on his chin, showing a hint of weariness. However, since Ronan was not showing his original appearance, Paul naturally did not recognize him. Currently, Paul was a level 3 wizard apprentice. He did not know if Paul's trip to the Wizard Islands was also for a chance. After all, Paul was already around 20 years old, and he had been stuck at level 3 wizard apprentice for many years. Perhaps he just wanted to go to the Wizard Islands to do something for the Wizard Council, thereby earning a reward and being promoted to wizard. Besides Paul, there were about 30 other young people. The youngest might only be 16, and the oldest no more than 30. Led by a first-level formal wizard, they left Triumphant City and walked to the dock. It was morning, and the fishermen had all started working, making the dock bustling. Upon reaching the dock, the group of young wizard apprentices immediately saw the ship docked by the pier. Compared to other fishing boats, this ship was simply enormous. Get on board, the first-level formal wizard said. These young people then boarded the ship one after another. After getting on the ship, the formal wizard said, "A true knowledge wizard is still coming, so we'll hand out room cards now." Saying that, the formal wizard flipped his hand, and a large string of cards appeared. Each card had a room number written on it. He distributed the cards without any particular order, simply handing them to whoever he saw. Ronan also took a card. Seeing that everyone had one, he felt that the kingdom was quite good to wizard apprentices. He had thought that on the way to the Wizard Islands, all wizard apprentices would have to squeeze into one cabin. After receiving the cards, the formal wizard told them to wait. When the true knowledge wizard arrived, they would need to greet him to show respect. After about half an hour, an eagle's cry came from the sky. Soon, a dark shadow covered Ronan and the others. This was a giant eagle. Its back could probably accommodate 5 people. At this moment, there was only one wizard, about 50 years old, with golden hair parted in a 3:7 ratio, sitting on it. He held a golden staff in his hand. "This is Lord Ethan," the formal wizard whispered to everyone. The next moment, true knowledge wizard Ethan leaped down from the eagle's back. With a thud, he landed firmly on the deck. Then, the eagle calmly flew down from the sky. It stood beside the deck, ignoring its master and Ronan's group, and simply preened its feathers. "Lord Ethan." The wizard apprentices placed their right hands on their chests, bowed slightly, and saluted the true knowledge wizard. Ethan smiled kindly at everyone and then walked into the ship's cabin. Although wizards have been arrogant since ancient times, this group, though wizard apprentices, carried important responsibilities. Perhaps, in the future, they would be even more powerful than him, so Ethan naturally had to be kind. Seeing Ethan enter the cabin, the first-level formal wizard said to everyone, "All right, you all go into the cabin too. It's best not to go out on deck. Otherwise, if any danger occurs, Lord Ethan and I won't be able to look after you." The wizard apprentices nodded upon hearing this and went to find their respective rooms. Ronan also found his room. First, he set up a small reversed bagua formation in the room, and then began to cultivate. This reversed bagua formation could, to a certain extent, conceal the flow rate of heaven and earth spiritual chi in this area. This way, when he cultivated, he could breathe in heaven and earth spiritual chi more freely. After all the wizard apprentices had entered the cabin, the formal wizard walked to the ship's helm. He was the helmsman of this ship. Before setting sail, he first took out a sea chart from his Zhuwuki. This sea chart marked several routes from the Volante Kingdom to the Wizard Islands. These routes varied in length, representing the speed of travel to the Wizard Islands. The faster routes were naturally more dangerous, while the slower ones were the safest. There were also red dots on the sea chart. These red dots indicated the locations of sea beast groups. With the shared knowledge from the wizard schools on the outskirts of the Wizard Islands and various countries on the one-level continent, a sea beast distribution map of various sea areas around the Wizard Islands was produced. With this map, their danger was greatly reduced. Otherwise, in the past, to go to the Wizard Islands, there had to be at least one great wizard on board for it to be safe. Now, a true knowledge wizard was sufficient. The presence of a true knowledge wizard was just to deal with a few individual sea beasts that had left their original living sea areas. Of course, these sea beasts that had left their original living sea areas would not be powerful. The true knowledge wizard's strength was enough to kill them. The formal wizard flicked the blueprint in his hand, and the blueprint hung not far from him. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a compass. He tossed it, and the compass hung below the sea chart. Subsequently, he chanted softly. Immediately, the surrounding energy particles converged towards this ship. Gradually, the ship emitted a green glow. It turned out that there were patterns on the ship, all of which were magic runes. When energy particles were infused, the magic runes generated magic power, providing propulsion for the ship. Subsequently, the ship sailed forward at an extremely fast speed. The formal wizard placed both hands on the helm, adjusting the direction. Although the formal wizard chose a safe route for the ship, they still encountered several sea beast attacks along the way. Most of the sea beast attacks could be resolved by his own strength. Only a small portion required the true knowledge wizard to act. Although the true knowledge wizard was cultivating, he was also perceiving everything around him. Feeling the approach of creatures emitting energy fluctuations, he didn't even need the formal wizard to call for help, he simply exited the cabin himself. He released a wizardry spell, killed the sea beast, and collected all the materials from the sea beast's corpse. Many wizard apprentices felt a bit scared when they heard the sounds of fighting outside. For a time, they couldn't even concentrate on cultivating their meditation technique. After all, in the eyes of the continent's wizards, the wizard islands were an extremely terrifying existence. Ever since they embarked on their wizard journey, they had heard that it was a place of darkness, cruelty, and bloodshed. Life there could be very cheap. Wizards could freely use living people as experimental subjects. Only wizards who craved knowledge and resources would go to the wizard islands to cultivate. And the legends about the journey to the wizard islands were equally chilling. It was said that along the way, there were not only giant sea beasts that could swallow ships whole, but also mysterious ghost ships, and mermaids that used their songs to lure people into becoming food. Having heard so many legends, the wizard apprentices on the ship naturally did not dare to be careless. After all, cultivating was not a matter of a moment. They were only afraid that if danger came, they would still be concentrating on meditation. At that time, they wouldn't even know how they died. However, after 5 days of heart-pounding fear for the wizard apprentices, they finally arrived at the wizard islands. They disembarked on an island near a wizard school called Source Energy Hand. This wizard school was one that researched the combination of human bodies and machinery. The wizards in this school often modified their own bodies. After modifying a part of their body into machinery, they would place magic stones within it. The wizardry formations within the machinery could convert the power of the magic stones into their own magic power, thereby indirectly increasing their magic capacity. In combat, they could last longer than other wizards. The 30 or so wizard apprentices, upon arriving at this island, were arranged by Source Energy Hand to be distributed among several other wizard schools. When the wizard schools closer to the center of the wizard islands came to recruit new blood, these wizard apprentices would be handed over as new recruits. The other wizard apprentices were gradually distributed. Ronan, Paul, and another female wizard apprentice remained in Source Energy Hand. The wizards of Source Energy Hand took them to their respective rooms. The architecture of Source Energy Hand was filled with a sense of technology. Ronan felt that Source Energy Hand was, on the premise of the existence of energy particles, advancing on the technology tree. The room was filled with a cyberpunk feel from his previous life. After staying in the room for a while, Ronan and the other two were summoned. They sat down in a sealed mechanical room. One of the walls had a large screen. After sitting for a while, a wizard walked into the mechanical room. Ronan sensed that this was an elite wizard. This elite wizard was a short-haired woman who looked very young, not appearing to be over 20 years old. Her light blue short hair swayed as she walked. Her face was delicate, and her left eye wore an eye patch. She wore a fitted short dress, revealing a pair of fair, slender legs. As Ronan and the other two walked along, they noticed that the wizards here always had at least one part of their body that was mechanical. Only this wizard showed no trace of machinery. Although many years had passed, Paul's personality hadn't changed much. Upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but want to say something to Ronan. After all, here, only Ronan was a sturdy young man like him. He couldn't possibly tell the other female wizard apprentice what he was thinking. He had just turned his head towards Ronan when he immediately thought that he didn't know how good the hearing of this female wizard who came here was. If what he said was heard by this female wizard, perhaps when they left later, he would directly become an experimental subject for these wizards. So, Paul swallowed, forcing back the words he wanted to say. Among the three, only Ronan could tell that this female wizard, who looked like a human, was actually equipped with bionic devices from head to toe. That's why she didn't look as strange as the other wizards. And regarding the left eye that this female wizard covered, he swept it with his grand mist and found that the material of the left eyeball was made of precious magic crystals. When she released wizardry spells with it, it would possess powerful magic power. And that eye patch contained a wizardry formation that could completely conceal the energy fluctuations of this magic crystal. The female wizard walked expressionlessly in front of Ronan and the other two. She didn't do anything, but the screen in front of the three suddenly lit up. The female wizard then used the screen to explain to the three of them about the wizard organization they were about to enter, the Dark Tower. This wizard organization was a higher level, famous black wizard organization in the Wizard Islands. The new recruits they took in were either to collect resources or to wage war against other wizard organizations. After introducing this organization, the female wizard then introduced other common knowledge about the Wizard Islands. This was to prevent Ronan and the other two from going into forbidden areas or violating certain wizard taboos, thereby losing their lives for nothing. This course was conducted over 7 days. After 7 days, Ronan and the other two had a basic understanding of the Wizard Islands. Ronan, however, had a deep understanding. After all, he had always learned about everything in the Wizard Islands from books before. Now that he was here in person, the feeling was more real. At the same time, he also paid attention to news of the Elf Treasure Tree. During the period of waiting for the Wizard organization to recruit new blood, Ronan found that the wizards of Source Energy Hand preferred the current atmosphere compared to before he ruled them. After all, in the past, they had to think about how to compete for resources. From time to time, they had to fight against other wizard organizations. All the outer organizations of the wizards were ruled by Ronan. Wars were almost non-existent. These wizards then had more time to delve into wizardry knowledge. After 10 days, the wizard recruiting new blood for the Dark Tower finally arrived. The person who came was a wizard with black hair, a black robe, and dark greenish-black eye bags. His face was pale and expressionless. After picking up the people, he took Ronan and the other two onto a wizard ship. Ronan's divine sense swept across, and he sensed that besides the 3 of them, there were also 6 other wizard apprentices on this ship. In addition, there was also a great wizard. After the 3 boarded the ship, the wizard who picked them up ignored them and directly sailed the ship to the next island to continue picking up wizard apprentices. This ship did not have many rooms. The wizard apprentices either had to stay on the deck or squeeze into the cabin. Ronan and the others thought that the high-rank wizards of the Wizard Islands indeed treated low-rank wizards like objects. The legends about the Wizard Islands circulated on the continent were not false. After passing 3 islands and picking up 6 more wizard apprentices, the ship sailed straight in one direction. Along the way, although they encountered groups of sea beasts, the wizard who picked them up took out a staff made of black magic crystal. He released giant emerald green energy balls, and with a flick of his staff, the energy balls smashed towards the sea beasts. Upon impact with the sea, the energy balls immediately exploded into a green sea of fire. The sea beasts, burned by the green sea of fire, roared twice before becoming charred and floating on the sea surface. The 2 black wizards recruiting new blood for Dark Tower, though they looked fierce and gloomy, killed the attacking sea beasts along the way. None of the wizard apprentices on the ship were injured. These 2 black wizards seemed to be protecting the wizard apprentices, but Ronan knew that they did not want the wizard apprentices to die without value. What's more, whether in the Kingdom of Wizards or in the Wizard Islands, people with wizard aptitude are, after all, a minority. In the city of Wizard Islands, Ronan still saw many people without wizard aptitude. Here, people without wizard aptitude were completely at the bottom, almost indistinguishable from slaves. Wizard organizations also need people with wizard aptitude to work for them or become their experimental subjects. Ronan and the others safely arrived at the Black Wizard Organization, Dark Tower. Within Dark Tower's domain, there were a total of 6 islands. As soon as Ronan stepped out of the cabin, he saw many wizard towers on the island, like a forest. These wizard towers were all made of black magic runes, and they seemed to exude a strange aura. The most eye-catching was the tallest wizard tower in the center of the island. The height of this wizard tower was several times that of the other towers, like a giant, overlooking the other wizard towers. At the top of each wizard tower, there was a fiery red gem. It emitted a fiery glow, illuminating the surroundings. From Source Energy Hand, Ronan and the 2 others knew that this fiery glow was Dark Tower's defensive measure. If other wizards of insufficient strength rashly trespassed into Dark Tower's domain, they would instantly turn to ash upon touching this fiery glow. When they were about to reach the Dark Tower domain, the Black Wizard cast a defensive wizardry on each of them. It made them feel a cool energy flowing around them. It seemed this defensive wizardry was specifically designed to defend against this fiery glow. Ronan sensed some soul imprints in this defensive wizardry. He knew that this defensive wizardry should only be used by wizards who had their soul imprinted in Dark Tower. After disembarking, the new blood, including Ronan, followed the 2 black wizards into the island. The wizard towers on the island were black, and the floor tiles were greenish-brown. Where they walked, it was not all wizards, there were also some mortals laboring. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived in front of a wizard tower. The True Knowledge Wizard chanted a few incantations, and the wizard tower's defensive barrier disappeared. Then, he led Ronan and the others inside. There were also True Knowledge Wizards in this wizard tower. After bringing Ronan and the others to the main hall, the 2 wizards who brought Ronan and the others over, after a handover with a True Knowledge Wizard, went up the stairs. This True Knowledge Wizard was also a gloomy-faced fellow. He wore a black wizard robe, was bald, and had blue magic runes tattooed on his head. "You, come up." This black wizard, with a hoarse voice, called a wizard apprentice over. That wizard apprentice was a 17-year-old boy, who looked delicate and weak. When called by this black wizard, he was startled, and although he did not know what the black wizard wanted to do, he still walked over with trepidation due to the black wizard's pressure. When he walked in front of the black wizard opened his hand and placed it virtually on the young man's forehead, saying, "If you feel any discomfort later, do not resist." After speaking, he began to chant. Ronan could sense that the nearby energy particles were slowly converging towards the young man's glabella. He knew that this was what Source Energy Hand had said, Dark Tower would imprint a soul mark on every wizard. This was actually also how the Black Wizard organizations of the Wizard Islands treated their members. Regarding this, the wizard organizations on the outskirts of the Wizard Islands had given feedback to Ronan. Since Ronan had not yet encountered anyone with a soul imprint, he had no solution. He could only tell the wizard apprentices that if they were unfortunately assigned to a black wizard organization, they should first act according to the black wizard organization's orders and not make any unnecessary moves. When a solution was found, someone would come to find them. He was about to have a soul imprint planted, which was a good opportunity for him to study how to remove this soul imprint. One by one, the wizard apprentices, with trepidation, had soul imprints placed on them by Dark Tower. Paul stepped forward, had a soul imprint placed, and then walked back. Next was Ronan. Ronan stepped forward and suppressed his soul power. He allowed the bald true knowledge wizard in front of him to place a soul imprint on his soul. When the soul imprint was being placed, Ronan used Grand Mist to record the incantation chanted by the true knowledge wizard and the flow rate of the magic power when the imprint was placed. After the imprint was placed, he used Grand Mist to analyze it, analyzing the wizardry array contained in the imprint, and then he knew how to remove the soul imprint. After all, he was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, with powerful spiritual strength. For him, removal was easy, but how to remove it for others without direct contact was more difficult. And after removal, how to disguise the soul imprint to deceive the wizard organization was even more difficult. Ronan felt that this was what he needed to research during the upcoming period. After the last wizard apprentice also had a soul imprint placed, they began to be assigned rooms. Their rooms were in another, smaller wizard tower. The rooms were simple, probably only about 20 square meters, with a narrow toilet. There were no illuminating magic stones or zhuoyuki in the room, only a white candle as thick as a baby's arm. In the corner of the room, there were several more white candles, to be used after one burned out. Ronan saw the rooms these wizards assigned them, and how the black wizards did not teach them or conduct research. He knew that they were here to help the black wizards fight battles. He heard from the bionic female wizard from Source Energy Hand that behind Dark Tower was a wizard family. Outsiders were actually all assisting this wizard family. Aside from the servants without wizard aptitude, these new recruits were the lowest tier of Dark Tower. After being branded with soul imprints, they were left here, awaiting Dark Tower's arrangements. Ronan sat on the cold stone bed and immersed his spirit into the soul imprint. He meticulously analyzed the wizardry structure of the soul imprint. He wanted to replicate a soul imprint. After this soul imprint was branded, Dark Tower would still show that he had a soul imprint. And his location could be positioned anywhere according to his preference. This means my imprint needs to incorporate some spatial wizardry. To make the newly created imprint show a spatial deviation to the wizardry that detects soul imprints in Dark Tower. Coincidentally, to find the world after ascension in the cultivation world, he had spent a lot of time studying spatial wizardry during this period. He had read many books on spatial wizardry, all stored in Grand Mist. From time to time, he would retrieve them from Grand Mist and use Grand Mist's intelligent analysis to study their content. Ronan and the others stayed in the Black Wizard Tower. Once a day, servants brought them food 3 times. Although their living conditions were not very good, the food ingredients were excellent, being sea beast meat. However, the cooking method was very simple, just boiled, without any seasoning. The meat was tough, but Ronan's chewing and digestive abilities were extremely strong. However, the taste was not very good. After chewing a few times, Ronan put it into one of his storage pouch and stopped eating. Anyway, at his current realm, eating or not eating made no difference. He ate purely to satisfy his palate. But now, the sea beast meat's texture and taste were not good, and in terms of medicinal value, it couldn't compare to the heaven and earth treasure in his storage pouch, so he didn't want to eat it. 3 days passed, and no one called them. Ronan, meanwhile, had forged the soul imprint. Immediately, he branded himself with the new soul imprint. Then, he condensed his spirit into a blade and instantly cut away the soul imprint that the black wizard had branded on him. Next, he began to research how to brand and remove imprints on others' souls without direct contact with them. Soon, he remembered the talisman from the cultivation world. Ever since he became a big shot among the various schools in the cultivation world, he had learned many methods from the leaders of those schools. Among the talisman, there was a curse talisman and a curse-breaking talisman. The curse talisman was for cursing people. Knowing someone's birth date and time, drawing it on talisman paper, or integrating someone's blood or hair into the talisman ink for drawing, this curse talisman could take effect on others. The curse-breaking talisman was used to break curses. The drawing method of the curse-breaking talisman was more complex than that of the curse talisman. And the curse-breaking talisman did not require any primer, its effectiveness depended on the cultivation of the talisman drawer. If the talisman drawer's cultivation was high enough, any curse could be broken. If a chi-refining cultivator placed a curse on someone, a foundation establishment cultivator's curse-breaking talisman could break the curse. Ronan naturally would not spread the drawing methods of talisman in the wizard world. Therefore, he planned to use parchment, on which he would draw his self-created wizardry magic runes, and then incorporate the talisman strokes from the cultivation world into them. He currently had no talisman paper or talisman brush, so he used Grand Mist to simulate drawing talisman. Soon, he simulated in his mind a talisman paper made of parchment, covered with magic runes. In the future, if he had the corresponding materials, he could draw it directly. At that time, the kingdom's undercover wizards sent to various black wizard organizations would gain freedom and be able to perform their missions better. After 2 more days, these wizard apprentices began to be called upon to carry out missions with other wizards. Ronan followed those black wizards, carrying out missions such as fighting other wizard organizations, slaughtering sea beast groups, and seizing magical plants. Basically, it was all about killing with wizardry. Dark Tower's wizards also taught the wizard apprentices some powerful black wizardry. Paul also learned a black wizardry called Blood Fire Curse. It involved using one's own blood when casting wizardry. When wizardry was infused with fresh blood, it immediately became evil. With a wave of his staff, he could summon a black flame demon mask, possessing extremely strong lethality. As a level 3 wizard apprentice, after casting this wizardry, he could actually achieve a wizardry power close to that of a formal white wizard. However, Paul's face also grew paler day by day, just like these black wizards of Dark Tower. After their souls were imprinted and they performed several missions, they gradually became familiar with Dark Tower. They also gained the authority to freely enter and exit the Dark Tower domain. After all, Dark Tower also hoped that they could cultivate themselves and thus improve. They had soul imprints, so even if they slipped away, Dark Tower could find them back. They could even cause them intense soul pain by activating the soul imprint. After gaining the authority to enter and exit the Dark Tower domain, Ronan set foot on other islands. He first used magic stones to buy the materials for drawing talisman. After drawing the talisman, he changed his appearance, found the kingdom of wizards wizard apprentices scattered among various black wizard organizations, helped them remove their original soul imprints, and forged new ones. Then, he began to inquire about the elf treasure tree. He found that in the wizard islands, elves, like humans without wizard aptitude, were considered low-class playthings. After all, elves were also defeated by wizards. The legendary powerful elf magic was also vulnerable under wizardry. Therefore, most wizards in the wizard islands looked down on the knowledge preserved by elves. Instead of learning elf knowledge, it was better to spend more time researching wizardry in their own domain. Ronan discovered that the wizardry cultivation system in the wizard islands still had the same framework, but the detailed aspects were superior to the mainland. Every cultivation step was planned in great detail. After inquiring for some time, Ronan finally heard news of the elf treasure tree. The elf treasure tree was taken by the Six-Ring Wizard Tower. The Six-Ring Wizard Tower was considered an old friend of Ronan's. Initially, when he break through to Nascent Soul Cultivator on the Sea of the Wizard World, there were wizards from the Six-Ring Wizard Tower who thought there was an ancient wizard ruin in his location and wanted to invade. However, in the end, he used Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and left, leaving the Sage Wizard puzzled. With this clue, Ronan headed towards the Six-Ring Wizard Tower's domain. Once in that domain, he would be able to gather more information. He needed to inquire about the Six-Ring Wizard Tower's strength composition. If the wizards inside were not very strong, he would act directly. If their strength was higher than his, he would make other plans. In any case, he was determined to obtain the elf treasure tree. Gathering information was faster by capturing a wizard from the Six-Ring Wizard Tower and interrogating him. The Six-Ring Wizard Tower was also a well-known black wizard organization. On this day, he heard news of the Six-Ring Wizard Tower clashing with the Azure Lake. The Azure Lake was a white wizard organization, which had recently obtained a precious magic stone, and the news leaked. A black wizard from the Six-Ring Wizard Tower, after receiving the news, led other wizards to seize this magic stone. Outside the Azure Lake's domain, two groups of wizards were engaged in battle. One group of wizards was casting water-based wizardry, while the other group of wizards was casting wizardry with strong and evil energy particles fluctuations. At a glance, it was obvious which side were the wizards of the Six-Ring Wizard Tower. The two wizard camps faced off, throwing various spells at each other. In one spot, a wizard from the Six-Ring Wizard Tower had just released a spell with his staff. Suddenly, he felt a pulling sensation on his feet. Then, the earth beneath his feet suddenly caved in, and his entire body began to sink. Just as this wizard and the nearby wizards had not yet reacted, Ronan had already cast Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, releasing a dark green spell stream that enveloped the wizard. In just an instant, he had already reached 1,000 miles away. Ronan set the wizard down on an uninhabited island. The wizard looked at Ronan, terrified, wondering what had happened. Ronan didn't waste time questioning the wizard. He directly took out a nightmare stone and released phantom witchcraft. Immediately, the nightmare stone emitted a 7-colored stream of light, filling the wizard's vision. The wizard instantly fell into an illusion. A moment later, Ronan dispelled the illusion. He already knew everything the wizard knew. The elf treasure tree was indeed planted in the Six-Ring Wizard Tower. The wizards of the Six-Ring Wizard Tower wanted to study the elf treasure tree and cultivate trees with similar functions. Currently, there were 3 sage wizards in the Six-Ring Wizard Tower. The weakest of these 3 sage wizards had already been promoted to sage wizard more than 120 years ago. Ronan estimated that with his current strength, if he were to confront these 3 sage wizards head-on, his chances of winning would not be high. However, a method he had learned from the cultivation world came to mind. Among the ancient cultivator relics that had appeared in the cultivation world before, a method had been passed down. This method was called the Spirit Capturing Altar. It could use heaven and earth spiritual chi to capture and utilize powerful spirits, even those stronger than himself. He knew of 2 places where spirits existed. One was the Dead Spirit Plane, where undead beings resided. However, he was not very familiar with the Dead Spirit Plane and did not know if there were any powerful undead there. The other place was the Nightmare World. Some of the creatures in the Nightmare World existed in the form of mental bodies or spirits. For example, he knew from Dolly Faw's collection of books that when a wizard's mind was drawn into the Nightmare World, if they were lucky enough to survive, they might be able to cultivate using the resources in the Nightmare World. Their mental bodies could then become powerful spirits, allowing them to occupy a territory in the Nightmare World. At this point, wizards who had become powerful spirits no longer even wanted to return to their physical bodies. In their eyes, physical bodies were already quite despicable. Thinking of this, Ronan recalled the necromancers on the outskirts of the Wizard Islands. During the battle for Valiant Kingdom, most of the necromancers on the outskirts of the Wizard Islands were killed or wounded. Ronan collected all the resources from these necromancers. The books carried in the necromancer's storage Zhuwuki were stored in the Wizard Tower's library. Because he had little interest in necromancy, although he had a collection of books, none of them had been entered into the Grand Mist. Those necromancers undoubtedly knew more about the Dead Spirit Plane than he did. They even had a certain degree of exploration of the Dead Spirit Plane. Therefore, Ronan planned to return to Triumphant City to read books about the Dead Spirit Plane. The first thing to do was to disguise his soul imprint in the Wizard Islands. He immediately channeled his magic power into the spell formation embedded in his soul imprint. Instantly, the Dark Tower device that detected his location immediately shifted its position. The device showed that his position remained unchanged. Yet, he had already cast Otsu Would Immortal Escape and flown a great distance. After returning to the Wizard Tower, Ronan immediately immersed himself in books. He read the necromancer's books while entering them into the Grand Mist to enrich the Hongmeng database. 3 days later, after reading, he learned about the distribution of forces in a part of the Dead Spirit Plane. According to the necromancer's records, they had discovered more than 30 Dead Spirit Plane monarchs in the Dead Spirit Plane they had explored. The 5 most powerful Dead Spirit Plane monarchs were all at least Sage Wizard level or above. Of these 5 Dead Spirit Plane monarchs, one's true form was a skeleton, one was a black warrior, one was a zombie, one was a bone dragon, and one was an evil spirit. Ronan was interested in this evil spirit. According to the necromancer's exploration, the area occupied by this evil spirit in the Dead Spirit Plane was called Lonely Wind Territory. It was covered in evil spirits, and the most powerful evil spirit was the monarch of this territory. Ronan planned to set up a spirit capturing altar in the Dead Spirit Plane. He would capture this evil spirit monarch and use it for his own purposes. The first step in setting up a spirit capturing altar was to investigate the geographical features of the location where the spirit to be captured resided. Then, by simulating it in the altar, and using altar rituals and incantations, he could capture the evil spirit. Immediately, Ronan used the coordinates of the Dead Spirit Plane to open a portal to the Dead Spirit Plane. A white glowing portal gradually expanded above his head. Ronan leaped, and the next moment, he appeared in a desolate and grey world. Most of the energy particles in this world were dead spirit energy particles. Ronan's heart stirred, and he closed the plane portal, then, following the necromancer's records, flew towards the Lonely Wind Territory. Logically speaking, wizards are extremely dangerous in the Dead Spirit Plane. The flesh and soul of wizards are not only delicacies for necromancers but also resources that allow necromancers to quickly increase their strength. As soon as a wizard enters the Dead Spirit Plane, their flesh and soul will emit a scent that is extremely sensitive to necromancers. Soon, nearby necromancers will swarm. And the unusual movement of necromancers in one place will cause other necromancers to act. Ultimately, no matter how powerful a wizard is, facing a sea of necromancers, if they don't leave, they will die there in regret. As for necromancers, because they cultivate necromancy meditation technique. Therefore, their flesh and soul are not as attractive to necromancers. Moreover, they study the language of the Dead Spirit Plane and can communicate with necromancers. They can exchange with necromancers, saying that they can provide more wizard flesh and soul for the necromancers to consume. The purpose is to gain the help of the necromancers. Most necromancers, seeing only one wizard, naturally cannot satisfy their appetite. Hearing that there is a lot of wizard flesh and soul to consume, they will mostly agree to the necromancers. From then on, these necromancers will respond to the necromancers' summons and fight other wizards with the necromancers. The necromancers eliminated their enemies and gained cultivation resources from the wizard world. And the necromancers gained delicacies and resources that could improve themselves. Ronan cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, cultivated the Yi-wood Dharma body, and was already close to the eternal evergreen body. His body infinitely approached nature, just like a tree. Not even a trace of aura was emitted. The necromancers did not know of his existence. Ronan traveled all the way to Lonely Wind Territory without any hindrance. He sensed a bone dragon flying from the distant sky. However, he immediately avoided it, and the bone dragon did not discover him. After Ronan arrived above Lonely Wind Territory, he saw the terrain of Lonely Wind Territory. To the northeast of Lonely Wind Territory was a mountain range shaped like a full moon. And in the center was a flat plain. Above it, there were many evil spirits. Ronan had already sensed the eerie aura before he even arrived. Such a dense negative energy particle indicated that this evil spirit monarch was extremely powerful. I just don't know if I can capture it. Ronan pondered for a moment, then composed himself, fully memorized the terrain, then opened the plane portal and returned to the wizard world. After returning to the wizard world, Ronan immediately began to prepare everything for the altar. The altar was a technique of using small gains for big returns with altar materials. The more precious the altar materials and the more skilled the practitioner, the more heaven and earth spiritual chi could be drawn, and the stronger the magic power generated. Because the resources in the cultivation world were gradually depleted, there were not many precious materials left in the world. And the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the cultivation world was also becoming increasingly thin. The altar gradually declined in the cultivation world, only to be buried with some ancient cultivators. After the ancient cultivator relics appeared, some books and other items recording altars could only be used as references by current cultivators, and they would not try to set up altars. After Ronan bought the materials, he returned to the Dead Spirit Plane. In a shaded area of a mountain in the Dead Spirit Plane, he used the corpse control talisman to control an entire tribe of necromancers that had occupied the area. These necromancers, according to his orders, patrolled and set up defenses around, becoming his altar guardians. Then, he set up the spirit capturing altar according to what was written in the ancient cultivator scrolls. In front of him was a large stone table. On the stone table, a huge compass carving was etched, with many directions on it. Then, with a wave of his hand, 2 huge candles appeared on the stone table. These candles were made from the legs of an evil dragon after a certain process. True dragons were almost extinct in the wizard world. To avoid being hunted by wizards, true dragons had almost all fled to other planes. Ronan had obtained a total of 5 true dragon plane coordinates from the bloodline Great Wizard and the wizards of the Wizard Islands. He entered one of them and assassinated 2 dragons. Why assassination? Because the dragons in that plane did not yet know that their plane had been discovered by wizards. The sudden disappearance of 2 dragons would lead other dragons to believe it was due to a feud. Although the dragons of a plane belonged to a single dragon clan. However, dragons are extremely ferocious creatures, and even within a clan, there is not always peace. Moreover, if the true dragons in the plane knew that the plane had been discovered by wizards, they would certainly flee to other planes. Ronan would then be unable to hunt dragons there for long. These 2 were fire dragons, with fiery red scales. Ronan formed a hand seal and pointed at the 2 candles. The bone stubs and the meat legs ignited with flames. Then, Ronan took out the dragon blood, placed it in a large plate, and set it on the stone table. Next, he successively took out other suppressive items. The suppressive items included precious magic stones and precious magic plant wood. In the northeast corner of the stone table compass, a half-moon-shaped earth element magic stone was placed, corresponding to the half-moon mountain range in the northeast of the evil spirit territory. Everything was ready, and Ronan took out the azure spirit sword. The azure spirit sword was an excellent wood-flying sword, perfectly suited to be used as a magic sword. After taking out the azure spirit sword, he infused it with magic power, then stepped in a specific rhythm, chanting an incantation. After chanting for a while, he pointed the azure spirit sword in his hand at the altar. 500 miles away, in Lonely Wind territory, heaven and earth spiritual chi suddenly converged. It poured into the center of Lonely Wind territory. The evil spirits wandering in Lonely Wind territory suddenly looked up and around, letting out sharp shrieks. Then, numerous evil spirits gathered towards the center. The largest evil spirit was in an eerie forest in Lonely Wind territory. It was coiled in a deep pool in the forest, and at this moment, its body gradually began to tremble. All the evil spirits gathered towards it, and soon, they completely converged onto its body. It was as if all the evil spirits in Lonely Wind territory were actually a part of this evil spirit monarch. A greenish-blue gas rose from the deep pool. In the air, it condensed into a giant, almost 6-meter-tall humanoid figure. Its entire body was greenish-blue and translucent, with numerous faces on it, all expressing wailing emotions, with drooping eye sockets and wide-open mouths. It looked at the sky, trying to find the source of the energy that was trying to capture it. However, it found nothing. It immediately flew up, intending to search nearby. However, it felt its spirit body becoming heavier and heavier, unable to fly. Moreover, this energy was getting stronger and stronger, seemingly about to engulf it. The evil spirit monarch could only resist forcefully. However, after resisting for about an hour, the evil spirit monarch was finally engulfed by the energy. The next moment, a small evil spirit monarch appeared on Ronan's altar. Just as the evil spirit monarch looked at Ronan, surprised. Ronan bit his finger, quickly drawing a talisman in the air. A blood talisman was immediately drawn by him. The evil spirit monarch tried to move in all directions, but it was blocked by the invisible energy surrounding it from the altar. Then, the blood talisman pressed down on the evil spirit monarch. The evil spirit monarch was suppressed by the blood talisman, completely unable to move. Next, Ronan flipped his hand, and a blank yellow talisman appeared. He threw the yellow talisman at the evil spirit monarch. Immediately, the blood talisman wrapped around the evil spirit monarch and merged into the blank yellow talisman. The next moment, a blood-colored pattern appeared on the yellow talisman. At this moment, the evil spirit monarch was completely captured by Ronan. As long as he used this spiritual talisman, he could control the evil spirit monarch to fight for him. This evil spirit monarch had the strength of a sage wizard, which was just enough to contend with one of the sage wizards from the Six-Ring Wizard Tower. Ronan felt that with the evil spirit monarch holding off one sage wizard, he should be able to handle the other 2. However, after pondering for a while, he felt that it would be safer to explore the nightmare world and capture another spirit. Going to the nightmare world had always been something he wanted to do. Now that he was in the late stage nascent soul, he had the strength to go to the nightmare world. Merely a soul transmigration to the nightmare world, without the protection of a physical body, the soul is in great danger. Furthermore, if something were to happen to the physical body outside, and the physical body were damaged, that would also be dangerous. Therefore, Ronan intended to enter the nightmare world with his spirit and body united. However, because he had not prepared to enter the nightmare world beforehand, he had not yet researched a method to enter the nightmare world with his physical body. But his elder brother Leon's body was the best experimental subject for the nightmare world. The Harpy bloodline in the Wizard Tower had long been exhausted after he performed multiple bloodline transplants on Leon. However, it gave Leon the ability to transmigration into the nightmare world with his physical body. Later, Leon transmigration into the nightmare world on his own and began exploring the nightmare world. In the nightmare world, he searched for Dolly Fa's whereabouts while also looking for creatures with physical bodies in the nightmare world. After searching for some time, he didn't find Dolly Fa, but he did find a group of creatures in the nightmare world known in legends as phantom wolves. Leon found a way to kill a phantom wolf and brought it back to the wizard world. Ronan studied Leon precisely because he wanted to perceive the state of Leon's physical body when he entered the nightmare world with his physical body. He was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, with extremely strong control over both his physical body and soul. As long as he carefully studied Leon's state, he might be able to simulate this state, allowing himself to enter the nightmare world with both his physical body and soul. Upon arriving at the wizard tower, Ronan called Leon over and had him enter the wizard world. Ronan then covered Leon with his mental energy, and Grand Mist was also awakened. Begin. After Ronan spoke, Leon's heart stirred, and he began to enter the nightmare world. Ronan's mental energy immediately sensed a significant change in Leon's body. And Grand Mist continuously fed streams of information back into Ronan's mind. Next, Leon entered and exited the nightmare world more than 10 times. Ronan analyzed this state and finally succeeded in simulating it. Cultivators emphasize dual cultivation of both nature and life. Once this state was understood, it was not difficult to simulate it. Ronan intertwined his soul and physical body, causing his entire being to be in a state that was both a combination of spirit and flesh, and neither spirit nor flesh. Immediately, he used the coordinates of the nightmare world to open a planar passage. He then leaped into the passage, in a state where his physical body and soul coexisted. Ronan only felt a kaleidoscope of colors before his eyes, and the next moment, he transmigration into a world where the colors were sometimes dim, sometimes bright and vivid, with strange hues. This was the nightmare world, a world containing many magical resources, and a world that constantly shifted between illusion and reality. After Ronan arrived in this world, he began to explore it. However, looking around, there were forests, lakes, and hills everywhere. The sun in the sky emitted a 7-colored flowing light. The shape of the clouds occasionally twisted. But, no creatures were seen. Leon had explored the nightmare world for some time and knew that in the nightmare world, each demon occupied a domain, forming its own kingdom. However, Leon's strength was limited, so he could only act discreetly in the nightmare world. Therefore, the area he explored was not large. Ronan then proceeded according to the areas Leon had explored. He was heading to where Demon Kingdom was located. Leon had only operated on the outskirts of this Demon Kingdom. And within it, he had killed 2 wizard souls who tried to possess his body. He guessed that these 2 wizard souls had used phantom witchcraft from the nightmare world, and their souls were sucked into the nightmare world's passage, thus lingering here. Without their physical bodies, these 2 wizard souls were very fragile. Although the witchcraft of these 2 wizards was powerful, Leon fought and moved around. Eventually, he found an opportunity, found a sharp, dagger-shaped magic stone in the nightmare world, and struck both wizard souls with it. Immediately, these 2 wizard souls dissipated. Ronan also headed towards this demon kingdom. If he could encounter wizard souls there and interrogate them, he should be able to get a lot of information. Ronan performed Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, and after flying for a while, he saw a large city ahead. The architecture of the great city had a Gothic style from his previous life. The spires of the buildings, set against the strange hues of the nightmare world, appeared even more bizarre. Around the large city, there were villages and manors. Ronan walked into the village and saw that all those walking on it were spirit bodies. Besides wizard spirit bodies, there were also spirit bodies of unknown origin. A wizard spirit body, upon seeing Ronan, immediately floated over. This wizard was an old man with a white beard, and his spirit body appeared to be wearing a shabby wizard robe. The appearance of a spirit body is always the subconscious image of oneself from within the heart. This wizard dressed this way in reality, so his spirit body also took this form. "Sir, can you take me back?" This wizard immediately asked upon seeing Ronan. Other wizard spirit bodies, hearing the commotion, also floated over and surrounded Ronan. "Sir, can you take me back? Sir, can you take me back?" The voices were noisy, like flies, buzzing around Ronan. From Ronan's glabella, a wave of mental energy suddenly emanated. Like ripples, it spread outwards. These wizard souls all trembled. Immediately, these wizard spirit bodies all quieted down. They feared that if Ronan continued to use this mental energy wave, their spirit bodies would dissipate. "What kind of demon is in this city?" Ronan asked these wizard spirit bodies. "The one in this city is not a demon, he is also a wizard spirit body. It is said that when he came in, he was just a legendary wizard, but after cultivating in the nightmare world for some time, his strength surpassed that of a sage wizard. Doesn't he want to go back?" Ronan suddenly asked curiously. The wizard spirit body replied, "In the wizard world, it takes who knows how long to reach sage wizard, but here, the speed is faster than outside, unless there's something to worry about outside, he wouldn't go back. Isn't this a demon kingdom?" Ronan pondered for a moment, then asked again. "Then do you know if there are any demon kingdoms nearby?" The wizard spirit bodies all replied that they didn't know, they had come here to live under the protection of the city lord and dared not go outside. "However, if you meet the city lord, he should tell you," a wizard spirit body said. There were wizards who entered here with their physical bodies and sought out the city lord, bringing him news related to the wizard world. And the city lord would exchange it for news from the nightmare world. Ronan nodded upon hearing this. "Sir, I've told you everything I can. Do you have a way to take us?" The wizard spirit body asked. "Can't you open the nightmare world's coordinates here?" Ronan asked. "We can, but even if the passage opens, with our strength, we cannot transmigration through this passage, the wizard spirit body said. Is that so? From your words, the city lord seems good, why doesn't the city lord take you? Ronan asked. As soon as this question was asked, all these wizard spirit bodies looked at each other. Suddenly, these wizard spirit bodies all pounced on Ronan, their faces taking on a fierce expression. Ronan's heart stirred, and a wave of mental energy was released, scattering all these wizard spirit bodies. Immediately after, Ronan felt a surge of mental energy fluctuation rising from the center of the city. Then, the sky completely darkened. A dark red shadow rose from the city. This dark red shadow was a large snake, dozens of meters long. It held its head high, and on its head were 9 eyes, arranged like a 9-linked chain. As soon as this great snake appeared, crimson flames immediately ignited around Ronan. Subsequently, this great snake charged towards Ronan. Just now, when Ronan was talking to those wizard spirit bodies, he had noticed something amiss in their words. And now, he saw that this so-called wizard spirit body city lord was a spirit body viper. Ronan enveloped his body with Otsu wood divine light and rushed out of the scarlet flames. These flames were not ordinary fire, but mental energy fire. Once they touched the body, one had to use mental energy to extinguish them. Since he knew this viper was a spirit body, Ronan intended to capture this spirit body. His purpose in coming this time was merely to scout the way, only after scouting the way could he prepare the materials for the spirit capturing altar. Now that he knew about this spirit body viper, he would return to the wizard world. Prepare the materials, and then come back here to capture this viper. The spirit body viper saw that the mental energy flames could not burn Ronan. Waves of mental energy then emanated from it. Ronan was very familiar with this, it was precisely the spell-casting fluctuation of phantom witchcraft. Immediately, he felt this fluctuation stirring his mental energy. However, his mental energy was as hard as iron, after only a few illusions appeared before his eyes, he quickly composed himself, and the illusions vanished. At the same time, the 9-eyed viper also rushed over. Ronan formed a hand seal and released a sheet of Otsu wood divine light, blocking the 9-eyed viper. The 9-eyed viper collided with the Otsu wood divine light. For a while, the 9-eyed viper could not get through and was restrained by the Otsu wood divine light. Immediately, Ronan performed Otsu wood immortal escape and left the area. Ronan sensed that the 9-eyed viper had not pursued him, so he opened a planar passage and returned to the wizard world. Subsequently, he prepared the materials for the spirit capturing altar based on the situation of the domain occupied by the 9-eyed viper. It took him half a day to finally select all the materials. Immediately, he opened a passage and returned to the nightmare world again. On a small mountain 500 li away from the domain where the 9-eyed viper resided, Ronan set up the spirit capturing altar. He lit 2 huge candles, took out the azure spirit sword, and chanted the spell. Immediately after, the energy particles of the nightmare world gathered towards the altar. After Ronan chanted the spell for a while, he pointed the azure spirit sword at the center of the altar. The 9-eyed viper, unable to catch Ronan, was still seething with anger. In fact, all the wizard spirit bodies in his domain had been controlled by him and became his subordinate spirit bodies. What the wizard spirit bodies told Ronan was a mix of truth and falsehood. The falsehood was, of course, that he was not a benevolent person. The truth was that he was originally indeed a legendary wizard. Because he used phantom witchcraft from the nightmare world, he was sucked into here by the nightmare world, unable to return, and thus began exploring the nightmare world. As he acquired more and more resources and killed more and more nightmare world demons, his power also gradually increased. And his spirit body also changed. Before he came to the nightmare world, he was also the strongest wizard in a kingdom in the wizard world. Wearing a wizard robe and with a white beard, his image was that of a wise elder. Therefore, his spirit body when he came here was originally the image of a wise wizard. But his spirit body gradually changed, and finally, it transformed into the appearance of a 9-eyed viper. After becoming a 9-eyed viper, his power greatly increased, and the attacks caused by his mental energy also surpassed that of a sage wizard. Moreover, at this level of mental energy, he could travel from the nightmare world to other worlds, and of course, he could also return to the wizard world. But he no longer wanted to go back. After all, the king currently in power in the kingdom he belonged to was several generations removed from him. Family ties had long since faded. He had nothing left to care about. So, he remained here. In the nightmare world, it was even easier to transmigration to other worlds than in the wizard world. He could gain even greater power by relying on resources from other worlds. Just as the 9-eyed viper was pondering, suddenly a gust of strong wind swept into the luxurious palace where he was coiled. This gust of wind carried a power that made him tremble with inexplicable fear. The 9 eyes on the 9-eyed viper's head immediately widened. His body writhed continuously, trying to fly out of the palace to see what was happening. However, this power completely locked him down. He continuously emitted mental energy waves and released witchcraft to resist, but it was to no avail. Soon, the power enveloped him. Immediately, his enormous snake body vanished. At the same time, on Ronan's altar, a small snake appeared, outlined by red flames with a void realm in the middle. This small snake, upon seeing Ronan's appearance, its 9 eyes widened. Ronan continued to chant the spell. The small snake coiled and crashed against the spell barrier. After Ronan chanted for a while, he immediately wrote a blood talisman and took out a blank talisman paper. Then, the blood talisman suppressed it, and then combined with the talisman paper. Another spirit capturing talisman was formed. Now, Ronan held 2 spirit capturing talismans. The strength of these spirit bodies was all at the sage wizard level. He could now confidently invade the six-ring wizard tower and seize the elf treasure tree. Immediately, he returned from the nightmare world to the wizard world. He went to the wizard islands and headed straight for the six-ring wizard tower. The six-ring wizard tower was composed of 6 islands. On each island, there was a towering wizard tower. Within the area of the six-ring wizard tower, there was a defensive barrier. From high in the sky, due to this defensive barrier, the scenery on the islands was not clearly visible. However, Ronan, using his mental energy, could barely sense the location of the elf treasure tree. So, he planned to make a breakthrough on the island there. After flying to that spot, he unleashed an Bi-Yi Wood Divine Lightning, blasting it towards the barrier. A single Bi-Yi Wood Divine Lightning blasted open the defensive barrier on the outskirts of the six-ring wizard tower. The defensive barrier isolated space, and there was no other way to break it except by force. As the barrier shattered, the wizards inside the six-ring wizard tower were immediately alerted. Streaks of light rose from various islands of the six-ring wizard tower, heading towards the shattered barrier. After Ronan entered the barrier, wizards immediately came forward. The weakest of these wizards were formal wizards, and the strongest were legendary wizards. They were all closest to the barrier where Ronan was. Ronan had concealed his energy fluctuations. These wizards couldn't gauge Ronan's strength, so they weren't particularly afraid. Seeing their companions emerge, bolstered by their numbers, they immediately cast spells together. Streaks of fire, ice, and lightning converged on Ronan from all directions. Ronan's heart stirred, and he activated the 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art. A true martial Dharma form appeared around his body. He used his chi, blood, and divine power to block all the incoming spells. Afterward, he used his spiritual perception to fly towards the location of the elf treasure tree. Along the way, those wizards tried to stop him. If they were far, Ronan would use Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and just bypass them. If they blocked his path, Ronan's heart stirred. The true martial Dharma form's gigantic, rock-like fist immediately smashed towards the wizard blocking the way. The wizard only felt the air in front of him being squeezed towards him. The next moment, he exploded into a mist of blood. Ronan's few moves displayed immense power. Although the black wizards in the six-ring wizard tower were accustomed to constant warfare, they had experienced many bloody and dangerous scenes. However, seeing Ronan's fierce might, fear arose in their hearts. They retreated one after another. Those who retreat immediately detonate their soul imprint. Suddenly, a voice came from the center of the six-ring wizard tower. Clearly, with Ronan causing such a disturbance, the entire six-ring wizard tower knew what was happening. Upon hearing this, the black wizards were terrified and hesitated for a moment. Ronan was so powerful, if they went first, they would likely die. However, they had the six-ring wizard tower's soul imprint in their minds. If it detonated, they would also die. This hesitation immediately drew the displeasure of the sage wizard of the six-ring wizard tower. With a cold snort. Bang! The heads of 3 elite wizards suddenly exploded like watermelons. This action startled the other wizards. They gritted their teeth and rushed towards Ronan. Waving their magic staffs, they unleashed streaks of spells. Ronan saw that these wizards were not afraid of death. He then formed a sword art hand seal. Several streaks of azure light flew out from his sleeves. They shot towards those killing intent-filled black wizards. Several azure spirit swords weaved back and forth, forming a sword net. Immediately, the heads of these black wizards fell off one after another. On the other side of the six-ring wizard tower, 3 sage wizards were gathered, discussing. What is the background of this wizard? Why did he come here? The 3 sage wizards let the other wizards go first. Firstly, to observe the strength of this wizard, and secondly, to understand his objective. However, as a result, their wizards were being slaughtered by this intruding wizard as easily as chopping vegetables. Yet, they knew nothing about this wizard. Ronan fought his way through and finally saw the elf treasure tree. The elf treasure tree stood in a garden. Next to it were several houses where wizards specializing in botany lived, dedicated to researching how to cultivate this elf treasure tree on a large scale. Although the current elf treasure tree was still magnificent, it no longer had the holy light it possessed in the elf kingdom. These wizards were also researching how to make the elf treasure tree emit holy light again. After researching for a long time, they had made no progress. They had already thought of capturing elf priests to inquire about elf history and ancient magic. However, before they could act, they encountered the incident of an unknown wizard breaking into the six-ring wizard tower. The 3 sage wizards of the six-ring wizard tower, seeing Ronan heading towards the elf treasure tree, knew his objective. They exchanged glances, feeling a bit more confident. It seemed there was another wizard organization that wanted to acquire the elf treasure tree, cultivate it, and thereby provide power to their entire wizard organization. Moreover, besides this, they had a more long-term idea. After all, the elf treasure tree was related to the legendary elf god. Wizards originally did not believe in gods. However, as their research progressed, they gradually discovered that before the human race appeared in the wizard world. Outside the wizard world, there was a group of powerful beings. These beings created the human race. Since they used to call these beings gods, wizards tentatively referred to them as gods as well. These gods, in their eyes, were true ancient beings. They wanted to use the research of the elf treasure tree to probe the plane where these ancient beings lived. If they could obtain the bodies of ancient beings or the resources of that plane, their wizard cultivation might advance further. Since they had this idea, it was inevitable that wizards from other schools of thought would also have such ideas. Thinking of this, the 3 sage wizards felt that the elf treasure tree must not be taken by other wizards. Immediately, these 3 sage wizards each tapped the ground with their magic staffs. A spell formation appeared at the contact point between their magic staffs and the ground. Immediately, a huge energy was generated on this spell formation. It lifted their bodies into the sky. Ronan immediately saw 3 black dots appearing in the air. At this moment, these 3 sage wizards were filled with confidence. They felt that with the 3 sage wizards joining forces, this lone wizard was no match for them. If they deployed their spell formation, even a rule wizard, who was above a sage wizard, might not be their opponent. Ronan immediately took out 2 talismans from his storage pouch. Spirit Binding Talisman. One of these 2 talismans bound the evil spirit monarch, and the other bound the nine-eyed viper. He injected magic power into the 2 talismans, then flung them into the sky. Immediately, roars and hisses emanated from the 2 talismans, respectively. The blood-colored patterns on the talismans immediately released a thick white smoke. The white smoke condensed into a gigantic, translucent greenish-blue evil spirit, and a giant serpent outlined by flames, with a void realm in its center, and 9 eyes on its serpent head. Unlike Ronan, this evil spirit and giant serpent did not restrain their energy fluctuations. As soon as these 2 beings appeared, 2 surges of energy fluctuations swept towards the wizards of the 6-ring wizard tower like a hurricane. Some wizards with slightly lower strength immediately felt their legs trembling and their chests feeling stuffy. The 3 sage wizards were also startled when they saw this. They widened their eyes, not knowing what kind of spell this intruding wizard had cast to be able to summon 2 such powerful monsters at once. Logically speaking, even wizards skilled in planar summoning might not be able to control such powerful monsters if they summoned them. However, they found that these 2 suddenly appearing monsters were completely under the control of this wizard. The 3 sage wizards had originally intended to flee. Because they did not know Ronan's background. They were vaguely wary that Ronan was not alone, and that stronger wizards would come later. However, abandoning this 6-ring wizard tower was something they were extremely unwilling to do. It had taken them so many years to gather so many wizards for their use. If they survived but the other wizards were gone, then they would have to establish another wizard organization and recruit wizards anew. Thinking of this, the 3 sage wizards decided to engage in battle. They waved their magic staffs, first activating the spell formations on the islands. Immediately, spell formations based on hexagrams lit up on the islands. Streaks of light pillars shot out from the spell formations. Immediately, these light pillars shot towards Ronan. Ronan defended against the light pillars with his true martial dharma form while manipulating the evil spirit monarch and the nine-eyed viper towards the 3 sage wizards. At the same time, he waved his hand, and several streaks of wood divine lightning flew out. Each divine thunder struck the spell formations on the islands. Several spell formations were destroyed by Ronan. Their offensive power was greatly reduced immediately. At this moment, the evil spirit monarch and the nine-eyed viper became entangled with the 3 sage wizards. The evil spirit monarch was covered in evil spirits, containing cold negative energy particles, and negative energy storms frequently swirled around him. Around the nine-eyed viper, mental flames ignited, accompanied by mental storms. One careless mistake could lead to falling into its illusions. Although both of these creatures made the 3 sage wizards feel troublesome, they could not eliminate these 2 creatures in a short while. After a moment, Ronan unleashed a few more wood divine lightnings, destroying all the offensive spell formations on the islands. Then, he used Otsu Immortal Escape, flying rapidly towards the 3 sage wizards. Immediately, the pressure faced by these 3 sage wizards increased even further. Ronan seized an opening and conjured the Azure Wood Cauldron. The Azure Wood Cauldron only required the nascent soul to perform soul emergence to control this magic treasure, like pure Yang Zi, when the nascent soul's power was not strong. However, Ronan's nascent soul power was strong enough, he only needed to separate a trace of nascent soul power and inject it into the Azure Wood Cauldron, and he could conjure this Azure Wood Cauldron without the nascent soul performing soul emergence. Bang! One sage wizard was dealing with the nine-eyed viper. He was suddenly struck by the Azure Wood Cauldron. The energy particle shield on the sage wizard's body immediately shattered. What shattered along with it was the defensive spell formation on his wizard robe. This sage wizard was immediately struck, his bones completely shattered. Bone fragments pierced into his internal organs, and his entire body was thrown aside like a sandbag. With one person less, the power of the other 2 sage wizards was greatly reduced. Ronan manipulated the 2 spirit creatures, while he himself summoned 72 azure spirit swords, weaving back and forth around these 2 wizards. Immediately, these 2 wizards also had several holes pierced by his azure spirit swords, unable to resist any longer. After subduing the 3 sage wizards, Ronan could safely absorb the elf treasure tree. He used Otsu Immortal Escape. With a flash of dark green light, he suddenly appeared beside the elf treasure tree. Then, his heart stirred. The location of his dungeon immediately emitted a verdant green light, which quickly engulfed the entire elf treasure tree. Before long, the light retracted, and the elf treasure tree was taken into his spirit realm. The elf treasure tree landed in the spirit realm. He used the natal longevity tree in the spirit realm to cast energy-absorbing magic vine. Immediately, tendrils from the natal longevity tree flew out and wrapped around the elf treasure tree. Soon, the elf treasure tree was tightly bound by tendrils in midair. Then, the tendrils generated a suction force, absorbing all of the elf treasure tree's energy, bloodline, and characteristics. Ronan felt connected to the natal longevity tree and immediately sensed a colossal energy surging into his body. The wizards still present were already astonished to see Ronan suddenly absorb the entire natal longevity tree into his body. Now, as dark green flowing light continuously flickered on Ronan's body, they gradually felt that what was before them was not a human, but a jungle spreading for tens of thousands of miles. And in the jungle, there was a giant tree connecting heaven and earth. It was as if this world originated from this giant tree. If this giant tree were to fall, this world would also end. At this moment, this pressure immediately made the wizards below sage wizard level unable to breathe. It was as if the entire world was pressing down from here. Those observing wizards, who wanted to leave, could no longer do so. As Ronan absorbed the elf treasure tree, he increasingly felt himself merging with the natural world. Suddenly, he felt as if he could control the growth of all things and command everything. After about half an hour, the elf treasure tree was completely absorbed by the natal longevity tree. Ronan's physique also became the eternal evergreen body as he wished. Now, his body was almost a perfect wood creation. His body had almost no obstruction to heaven and earth spiritual chi. Moreover, even if he did not actively absorb heaven and earth spiritual chi, heaven and earth spiritual chi would flow into his body. With a wave of his hand, he could cast any wood spell. With a casual downward press, a sheet of Otsu wood divine light spread downwards. With another flick of his finger, it was not a single Yi wood divine lightning released, but a sea of thunder surging from his fingertip. The Yi wood thunder sea headed towards an island, immediately blasting that island to scorched black. Cultivating the eternal evergreen body will not only increase my cultivation speed but also enhance the strength of my existing wood spells. Moreover, he felt that his control over the 72 Azure Spirit Swords was even more proficient. Originally, his mental limit was almost 72 Azure Spirit Swords. Because of the significant increase in his affinity for wood, he felt that he could control 108 Azure Spirit Swords. However, there was no such sword formation at present. But with his Hongmeng database, he could improve the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation. After cultivating the eternal evergreen body, Ronan headed towards the other three sage wizards. These three sage wizards, having researched for many years, must possess much knowledge that he did not know. After Ronan occupied the six-ring wizard tower, he cursed the wizards within it. He allowed the wizards of the six-ring wizard tower to continue living there. However, they would work for him. First, they would gather information about the wizard islands for him, and second, they would collect resources for him. After everything was done, he returned to Triumphant City. While continuing to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, he researched how to find the coordinates of other planes within one plane. This way, when he reached the late-stage nascent soul, he might be able to use the method of locating plane coordinates to find the other world that ascension leads to in the cultivation world. After cultivating for about 3 months, Ronan, feeling restless, wanted to see how the cultivators of the cultivation world were progressing with their exploration of the ancient cultivator relic, and whether they had obtained more information about ascension. Thus, with the thought, he disappeared from his cultivation room and arrived in the cultivation world. Among spells, few were wood cultivation techniques. Some cultivators at that time, even if they cultivated to the peak early stage nascent soul, would not be able to withstand that heavenly tribulation. And in the ancient cultivator era, even a small portion of the current secular world might not have been the Nifin realm. The low mountains were verdant, connecting to the azure sky, a rare sight even in the Ronin realm. But upon reaching longevity wood, the first scripture cultivated was the profound connection between oneself and the natural world. Upon reaching that realm, further advancement would lead to a slight detachment from human attributes, thus acquiring a touch of immortal chi. Based on the spiritual chi concentration and topography of the Ronin world, some ancient cultivator relic locations were inferred. Because cultivators were also very interested in the matter of ascension, they were all very active in collecting information about the flying ascent platform. Although the spiritual vein felt that the legend was somewhat ethereal, it still prompted various cultivators to inquire about the flying ascent platform in the ancient cultivator relic, in various sects, and in the legends of the secular world. In this way, cultivators did not have to wait for the ancient cultivator relic to appear, but instead went themselves to break through the formation guarding the ancient cultivator relic. He descended and stood at the lowest point of that low mountain. The spiritual vein once again entered seclusion in the wizard tower. This was another way for him to improve his strength outside of cultivation. After his cultivation in the nascent soul realm, he had not encountered any of the many lightning tribulations mentioned in the 10,000 wood ascension scripture. Next, Nifin continued to use the Grand Mist as an aid to break through the fragmented heavenly Nifin friend art. In the Ronin world, the spiritual chi became increasingly thin. In the days that followed, the spiritual vein focused on deducing cultivation techniques and constructing Nifin. However, the profoundness of the cultivation technique surpassed even the 10,000 wood ascension scripture. I can only continue searching for relics. Upon reaching these realms, one no longer needed to utilize heaven and earth, but rather was rapidly approaching heaven and earth themselves. On this day, he felt that his cultivation had reached the peak early stage nascent soul. However, after thoroughly researching everything, he discovered that the cultivation technique involved was fundamentally incomplete. There were no major events in the first level continent, outside the Wizard Islands. It could be said that the flying ascent platform was also the ancestral spiritual vein of the spiritual realm. From a distance, the spiritual vein heard an official holding a scroll, loudly reciting a sacrificial text. According to the traces of the soul transformation realm monarch, to advance from early stage nascent soul to longevity wood, one must undergo a major heavenly tribulation. These traces included spells and cultivation techniques, all of which were Nifinyujun's insights into spell casting and cultivation. It also involved nurturing the natal longevity tree and constructing cultivation. The cultivator took the recording stone and recorded all the traces on the stone wall. He first immersed his spirit into the recording stone. If he wasn't researching in the cultivation room, he would go to the Ronin world to see. Another half a year passed, and relying on his knowledge of both the Ronin world and the wizard world, he finally completed and perfected the heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art. Below were cultivators from various sects. After a period of time, there was significant progress in the news of the flying ascent platform. However, this heavenly spiritual realm should be the Nifin of the ancient cultivator era. He wholeheartedly focused on researching the fragmented heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art. The spiritual vein and others also discovered 2 immortal caves where Nifin Yujun had resided. Furthermore, the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the wizard world was extremely abundant, with no signs of depletion or thinning. In the days that followed, cultivators discovered 2 more places where the soul transformation realm monarch had resided. Gradually, the heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art became clearer and clearer in his mind. Thinking of this, the spiritual vein composed himself and continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood ascension scripture. The spiritual vein returned to the Ronin world. The spiritual vein stayed at the rumored location of the flying ascent platform for a while longer, and seeing no other changes, returned to the wizard world. After deducing the heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art, Nifin intended to cultivate the heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art to break through the early stage nascent soul and advance to longevity wood. The spiritual vein collected the recording stone and the scroll and studied them carefully. It is said that the soul transformation realm monarch was the last person to ascend in the ancient cultivator era. Perhaps if I learn this cultivation technique, I can ascend. However, because the content of Nifin Yujun was too scarce, he couldn't deduce anything in a short time. Thus, more ancient cultivator relics were forced to appear under the bombardment of the cultivator's spells. Translated information appeared in his mind, one after another. During this period, 5 ancient cultivator relics appeared. After all, the places with spiritual realms now are the places of the current Nifin realm. Immediately, 4 walls carved with complex and twisted traces appeared in his mind. He gradually grasped the cultivation realms beyond the nascent soul realm. No, the spiritual vein suddenly thought that in the extremely distant Ronin era, perhaps there was an immortal dynasty. It's hard to say. The spiritual vein thought about continuing to research. The spiritual vein wondered if this was a legend of ascension passed down from the extremely distant Ronin era. Many cultivators, after cultivating for nearly 1,000 years, lost their Dao foundation in this manner. In a stone chamber of an immortal cave in the ancient cultivator relic, there were wild, crooked traces carved below, all in ancient cultivator script, seemingly left by giant wood divine sovereign when he was comprehending cultivation techniques. After all, the larger and more complete his Nifin, the higher the spiritual chi concentration within it, and the stronger the power of his spells. And because the spiritual chi was becoming increasingly thin, the Ronin realm became the secular world, and the Ronin sect became the human imperial dynasty. He had cultivated the 10,000 wood ascension scripture to its peak. And their subordinates, being unable to reach the nascent soul realm, found it useless to hoard such information, and if they had any news, they would immediately report it, perhaps even earning a reward. However, because it was too incomplete, if one were to cultivate according to it, they might barely reach the nascent soul realm, which would be inferior to the 10,000 Nifin friend scripture. Another ancient cultivator relic seemed to be the burial place of a friend of the soul transformation realm monarch. Among them, 2 yielded some information about giant wood divine sovereign. The heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art, as an ancient cultivator cultivation technique, also required a large amount of spiritual chi and resources to cultivate. And the flying ascent platform was not in the current Ronin realm, but in the secular world. During these days, he also tried to use the traces of the soul transformation realm monarch, combined with the 10,000 wood ascension scripture, to continue deducing the next step of cultivation methods. He estimated that it might only account for 70% of the cultivation technique. Above, there was a magnificent and distant cloud-filled sky. At this time, using this knowledge, he drew a magical array in the air, but did not detect any exotic planes. Therefore, in the current Ronin world, being a nascent soul cultivator was considered the peak. These cultivators then reported to him the results of their explorations during these days. If it is said that before longevity wood, the focus of cultivation was still on oneself. With this sacrificial text, the flying ascent platform seemed even more credible. Just like that, the spiritual vein instructed the cultivators, first, to continue discovering ancient cultivator relics, and second, to follow his method to find the location of the flying ascent platform. The spiritual vein thought that his lifespan was long, and he was the most powerful in this Nifin world. Both items were in ancient cultivator script. Chi refining realm, foundation establishment realm, core formation realm, nascent soul realm. Ultimately, the first scripture cultivated was one's own essence, chi, and spirit. He let go and absorbed, and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. As his own heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art. Second, they had to collect books and written records from various ancient cultivator relics to see where the spiritual realm appeared in the past. It is said that in the late ancient cultivator era, if one wanted to ascend, they all had to go to the flying ascent platform. While reading the written records of various ancient cultivator relics, it is said that this cultivation technique is a fragmented trace left by the legendary immortal, Emperor Sheng, in the upper realm. The spiritual vein estimated that this ancient cultivator relic was a place where the soul transformation realm monarch resided when his cultivation was stronger. Nifin waited until this person had recited the sacrificial text, and the human emperor had led his officials in offering sacrifices to heaven and returned to his carriage. Nifin listened to the reports of these cultivators, and combining them with the wizard's research methods, he summarized some patterns in the appearance of ancient cultivator relics. However, the construction of cultivation also consumed the world at the same time. Gradually, as the years passed, ascension turned into a fengshan, Fengshan, sacrifice to heaven. Within the immortal cave, there were still traces left by the soul transformation realm monarch. Compared with the corpus in Grand Mist, these ancient script traces were immediately translated in their entirety. The spiritual vein was one of them. The realms beyond the nascent soul realm could barely be called half immortal. He scanned all these traces, invoking Grand Mist. One by one, the ancient cultivator relics appeared. Therefore, to find all spiritual veins. That was not urgent. When other ancient cultivator relics of the soul transformation realm monarch appeared, anything found would belong to him. In the past, this was the flying ascent platform. And the cultivation technique was quite similar to his 10,000 wood ascension scripture. However, he stood in one place, but nothing happened. If the resources of the wizard world were depleted by him, the construction of Nifin would have to stop. Clearly, this time, Nifin Yujun's comprehension and understanding of this cultivation technique were deeper than what he had seen before. He himself stayed in the wizard world, researching the fragmented heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art. Beyond the nascent soul realm, in the traces of the soul transformation realm monarch, it was called Nifin Yu. Just as he was researching the fragmented heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art, clues about the flying ascent platform also gradually increased in the Nifin world. In the current Ronin world, even if one knew the heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art, it would be absolutely impossible to cultivate it with the spiritual chi concentration and resources there. Nifin Yujun heard from later cultivators that this heavenly tribulation was a waterfall of tribulation lightning as wide as the sea that would fall from the sky during advancement. However, the traces within it were becoming increasingly numerous. Combining the clues found by the cultivators, he finally deduced the location of the flying ascent platform. However, he heard the sacrificial text mention that in ancient times, an emperor, when offering sacrifices to heaven there, actually rode a dragon and left the human world to go to heaven. Nifin took the recording stone handed over by other cultivators. Although this cultivation technique was more marvelous for cultivation than the 10,000 Nifin friend scripture. On the flying ascent platform, by circulating one's magic power, cultivators from the upper realm would be aware and descend to receive the cultivator. This flying ascent platform, in the secular world, was a majestic and tall mountain. All he could do was continue to construct his cultivation. Nifin saw that these two places were where the soul transformation realm monarch stayed when his cultivation was higher. First, he had to investigate on site to see if every mountain range was formerly a spiritual realm. But when he looked at the traces, he found that he still couldn't complete the heavenly Nifin Yu art. For this, the soul transformation realm monarch also cultivated some cultivation techniques and spells, and refined some magic treasures to resist the lightning tribulation. During this period, he researched knowledge about detecting exotic plane coordinates. At the same time, the spiritual vein and others also discovered a legend about the flying ascent platform. One of them seemed to be the residence of giant wood divine sovereign. Regardless of the attribute or cultivation of the ancient cultivator written records, he read them all and recorded them into Grand Mist, continuously improving Grand Mist's database. The spiritual vein researched cultivation techniques, oblivious to the passage of time. Unconsciously, 3 years passed. His cultivation was almost at a standstill, with no room for further advancement. As for whether they dared to conceal information after collecting it, their powerful figures had all been cursed by the spiritual vein, and if they had any thoughts of betraying the spiritual vein in their minds, their souls would experience severe pain. Looking down, there were mountains, forests, and rivers. The soul transformation realm monarch also deduced this through these traces himself. Then I will also deduce it myself according to this fragment. Ronan was in an immortal cave where a stone wall emitted auspicious light. Some scrolls were found inside, mentioning some interactions between the relic's owner and the soul transformation realm monarch. Afterward, he dismissed the cultivators and focused on researching the traces of the soul transformation realm monarch. The spiritual vein thought that the lightning tribulation was produced under the rules of the Ronin world. Could it be that one can only ascend after reaching a higher realm? Nifin estimated that this tradition was probably passed down from the ancient cultivators. After Nifin cultivated the eternal evergreen body, his absorption rate of heaven and earth spiritual chi was extremely fast. That is, the location of the flying ascent platform was the convergence point of the heavenly spiritual realm. At this time, when the spiritual vein and others went to the location of that low mountain, it happened to be the day for the secular imperial dynasty to offer sacrifices to heaven. In the secular world, this was the place where emperors of successive dynasties performed the Fengshan sacrifice to heaven. By then, with more information, he might be able to deduce that cultivation technique. Nifin did not stay long in the secular world and knew little about its history. In this Nifin world, there were only a few who could fully understand it. After a year passed, the spiritual vein went to the Ronin world, only to find that the ancient cultivator relic of the soul transformation realm monarch had appeared again. He also couldn't say for sure, perhaps this heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art was the fragmented trace left by the legendary immortal, Emperor Sheng. And this time, Nifin also learned from the traces the name of the cultivation technique that the soul transformation realm monarch had comprehended, which was called heavenly giant wood divine sovereign art. The content of heavenly Nifin Yu art was supplemented a bit. To be safe, Ronan still cultivated himself according to giant wood divine sovereign's method for surviving the lightning tribulation. This method was nothing more than increasing the strength of the physical body and soul. Ronan's physical body and soul were already extremely strong. After using this method, the improvement was not significant. However, there was still some improvement. Once everything was ready, Ronan began to cultivate according to the celestial wood ascension art method he had deduced. He sat in the wizard tower's cultivation room, absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi. Centered on the wizard tower, a spiritual chi vortex formed. Faintly, it even formed a tornado. Ronan set up a wizard spell formation outside the wizard tower using wizardry. This prevented the tornado from affecting the wizards and nobles in Triumphant City Upper. However, with such a grand display, wizards and nobles couldn't help but step out of their homes to watch. Wizard apprentices from the Kingdom Wizard Academy all walked out of their classrooms, looking up at the towering wizard tower. The princes and princesses of Glory Fortress also came out, looking at the strange phenomenon appearing at the wizard tower. The wizards of the Wizard Council were even more amazed as they watched the wizard tower. Previously, Dolly Fa had almost never caused such strange phenomena. This showed that Dolly Fa had made a great breakthrough over the years. Everyone watching this strange phenomenon thought the same. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi, after being absorbed into Ronan's body, transformed into mana. He felt that the mana in his nascent soul and danshan was growing stronger and stronger. A dense energy was about to erupt within his nascent soul and danshan. Moreover, he felt his affinity with heaven and earth was increasing. At this moment, a heaven and earth spiritual chi tornado enveloped the wizard tower, heading straight for the sky. After about half an hour, Ronan felt the energy that had been brewing suddenly erupt. Boom! Looking inward, he heard a roar in his ears. Breakthrough! At this moment, he felt completely refreshed. It was as if his body had merged into nature during the breakthrough. A profound aura formed by heaven and earth spiritual chi lingered around him. At this time, he felt that many powerful spells could be cast with just a thought, without needing to make hand seals or chant incantations. While pondering, he summoned Grand Mist. Cultivation Realm, Nascent Soul Realm. Wizard Realm, Rule Wizard. As he advanced to the Nascent Soul Realm, his Wizard Realm also improved. After occupying the Six-Ring Wizard Tower and learning more wizard knowledge, he learned about Rule Wizards. Rule Wizard is the next rank after Sage Wizard, a wizard with higher mental energy and magic power. They begin to have a unique understanding of the rules of the wizard world. Thus, they can create powerful wizardry based on the rules of the wizard world. He also knew that Rule Wizards could rank among the top in the central part of the Wizard Islands. After Ronan advanced to the Nascent Soul Realm, his first thought was to go to the Cultivation World and use the Wizard World's spatial wizardry to search for other planes in the Cultivation World. He wanted to see where cultivators who reached this realm ascended to. He acted on his thought, and with a mental command, he immediately transmigrated to the Cultivation World. Cultivation World, Secular World, Flying Ascent Platform. At this moment, the Flying Ascent Platform was empty. Only the sunlight shone down, illuminating the top of the mountain with brightness. Ronan stood on the Flying Ascent Platform and began to chant. This was an advanced wizardry for finding coordinates in the wizard world. Generally, such wizardry is difficult to establish a wizardry model for due to its complexity. Currently, no wizard has figured out how to establish a stable wizardry model to accommodate the magic power required to cast this wizardry. As Ronan chanted, he sensed the planes of the cultivation world. As Ronan chanted, he felt his spirit, centered on this cultivation world, spread and expand outwards like radio waves. He sat cross-legged on the Flying Ascent platform, slowly sensing. His spirit spread to extremely distant places. Unconsciously, 10 days passed. He remained motionless, only sensing. Suddenly, his brow twitched. He sensed a light spot in an extremely distant place. This light spot was the location of another plane. He immediately used the Wizard World's method to record the coordinates of this other plane. Next time, he could use his spirit to directly reach that place and directly open a passage to that other plane. This would save him from having to spread his spirit in all directions, which consumes both mana and mental energy. Is this the world after ascension? He knew from Giant Wood Divine Sovereign and some ancient cultivators' written records that the world after ascension was called the Spirit Realm. He was not sure if this was indeed the Spirit Realm's location. After all, in the cultivation world, there was also another plane similar to the Nightmare World that belonged to the cultivation world. The heart demons that cultivators attracted during cultivation came from this plane. After Ronan recorded these coordinates, he continued to explore. After a while longer, he sensed another plane in a different direction. So, he also recorded the coordinates of this plane. Next, he continued to sense for a while, but with only about 20% of his mana and mental energy left, he stopped sensing and gave up. He did not immediately open passages to these two planes. Because, if the spirit realm truly existed, and the lowest rank of those who ascended was estimated to be the nascent soul realm, then, if he were to ascend, he, whose strength was at the peak in the cultivation world and considered upper tier in the wizard world, would not he become bottom tier? Therefore, he decided to continue leveling up in the wizard world, and when his strength could no longer improve, he would consider opening a passage to the legendary spirit realm. Having decided, Ronan collected himself. He descended to the mountainside, found an uninhabited spot, and planted a longevity tree seedling. Then, with the thought, he transmigrated back to the wizard world. After returning to the wizard world, Ronan continued to cultivate according to the Celestial Wood Ascension Arts method. The Celestial Wood Ascension art he had currently deduced could only cultivate to the peak of the nascent soul realm early stage. To cultivate to the nascent soul realm middle stage, further deduction was required. And the deduction of cultivation techniques was greatly related to the richness of his Hongmeng database content. Therefore, he was also planning, on one hand, to have wizards infiltrate the wizard islands to acquire more knowledge, and on the other hand, to have wizards inquire about more wizard school news in the wizard islands. After all, he was now a rule wizard with extremely strong power. Plundering knowledge from wizard schools was often the fastest way. He had to find out the strength of each school, find the weak ones, and then plunder them to obtain knowledge. Unconsciously, 5 years passed, and all arrangements and work were proceeding in an orderly manner. Ronan's wizards, including those from other one-level continents and the wizard organizations he had subdued in the Wizard Islands, gradually infiltrated the Wizard Islands. A lot of knowledge was collected. Using this knowledge, his deduction of the Celestial Wood Ascension art also made some progress. He had thought that the best way to gain knowledge was to transmigrate to the cultivation world and find the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, although he would be at the bottom, it also meant that the cultivation techniques and spells he obtained would definitely be better than what he was currently practicing. However, for safety's sake, he endured. A few months later, a piece of news came back from the Wizard Islands. A wizard undercover agent named Paul had gathered intelligence on the power structure of a wizard organization. This wizard organization was called Lava Heart Lake. Its organization leader had just advanced to rule wizard. And the second in command was a sage wizard. Ronan had previously infiltrated and invaded only wizard organizations with just sage wizards. If a wizard organization produced a rule wizard, it likely contained more knowledge. Ronan's strength had also increased during his cultivation during this period. He felt it was time to wage war against a wizard organization with a rule wizard. Moreover, this rule wizard had just advanced, so his strength should be inferior to his. With this idea, Ronan had the wizards of the Wizard Council make plans. Over the years, he had also unearthed many talents and cultivated them with resources. The overall strength of the Kingdom of Wizards had also greatly improved. Among the high-ranking wizards of the Wizard Council, he also had a few trusted subordinates. However, he naturally would not tell these few wizards about secret matters. And infiltrating the Wizard Islands was no longer a secret among the high-ranking members of the Wizard Council. Over the years, at least 500 wizard apprentices had been sent to the Wizard Islands to act as undercover agents in various wizard schools. The high-ranking members of the Wizard Council quickly gathered to formulate a strategy. Undoubtedly, with Ronan's current strength, and the combined strength of the First-Class Continent Alliance and multiple wizard organizations in the Wizard Islands, they were definitely stronger than Lava Heart Lake. However, Lava Heart Lake, being entrenched in its base, had its own defensive wizard spell formation. Of course, Ronan and his forces could also set up offensive wizard spell formations around the Lava Heart Lake Islands. However, during the setup, the wizards of Lava Heart Lake would surely discover them. Before the wizard spell formation was even properly set up, it was likely that the two sides would engage in battle. Therefore, to invade Lava Heart Lake, a more powerful wizard army was required. And this also needed to be controlled to a certain extent. If too many wizards acted simultaneously, it would inevitably attract attention. Making too much noise when attacking Lava Heart Lake would also attract other wizard organizations to reap the benefits. After more than a month, the high-ranking members of the Wizard Council finally came up with a plan and presented it to Ronan. Ronan reviewed it, made some modifications, and then began to implement it. 3 days later, Ronan's multiple wizard and knight armies scattered, they arrived in the vicinity of the Lava Heart Lake area and then assembled. By acting dispersed, other wizard organizations would not notice. When they converged, the guarding wizards of Lava Heart Lake discovered this anomaly. As the guarding wizards released a signal, Ronan's wizards began to condense magic power, each releasing spells, blasting towards Lava Heart Lake's defensive barrier. Immediately, various colored streams of light streaked across the sky, converging into a torrent that slammed onto the invisible defensive barrier. In front, the void realm rippled with circles of energy. Immediately, wizards from Lava Heart Lake emerged, some maintained the defensive barrier, while others released spells to counterattack. Ronan immediately locked onto an old wizard with a yellow and white beard. According to intelligence, this was the rule wizard of Lava Heart Lake, Gonzalez Hartley. Ronan flicked his hand, throwing out 3 spirit-capturing talismans. During this period, he had used the spirit-capturing altar and captured some other plane spirits. As his cultivation increased, the more spirits he could capture, and the stronger their power. Currently, he possessed 1 rule wizard level spirit and 2 sage wizard level spirits. The sage wizard level spirits were an evil spirit and a snake. The rule wizard level spirit was the stone golem he had captured from the nightmare world. This demon's magic power could petrify many wizards, and even wizardry was no exception. The stone golem was a blurry, humanoid energy body, over 3 meters tall, and grayish in color. The wizards of Lava Heart Lake threw out streams of fire elemental wizardry. Swept by the energy fluctuations emitted by the stone golem, they all transformed into irregular rocks. With the stone golem's assistance, the counterattack from Lava Heart Lake's wizards had little impact on Ronan's army. In addition, Ronan summoned his 72 azure spirit swords, forming a Tei heavenly wood sword formation, which, along with the spells of other wizards, struck the defensive barrier. With a bang, the defensive barrier immediately shattered. Ronan's army of wizards and knights charged into the Lava Heart Lake area. Wizards, with their wizard robe tails fluttering, descended downwards. The modified knights rode fierce modified griffins. The griffins flapped their huge wings, and the knights, wielding sharp cross swords, charged towards the wizards of Lava Heart Lake. Ronan's attention was naturally focused on Gonzalez, the rule wizard of Lava Heart Lake. He manipulated the azure spirit sword, sending it to attack Gonzalez. As long as this wizard was controlled, the war would be half won. The 72 azure spirit swords formed a highly lethal sword formation, radiating immense sword chi, and thrust downwards. The next moment, Ronan saw Gonzalez point his staff at his sword formation. He immediately felt a violent force about to form in the center of the sword formation. Immediately, Ronan waved his hand. He had his flying sword scatter to avoid this unknown force. Immediately after, at the place where his flying sword had scattered, a point of fire suddenly expanded, and then an extremely fierce force, carrying the surrounding air, suddenly expanded outwards. Bang! A loud explosion erupted. Ronan's scattered azure spirit swords were shaken by the shockwave generated by the explosion, swaying in the air. The nearby wizards and knights, hit by the shockwave, were thrown like sandbags by the force of the impact. Some wizards and knights with decent physiques coughed up fresh blood. This is a nuclear explosion spell. Ronan's eyebrows twitched. Lava Heart Lake was somewhat famous in the Wizard Islands for its research into fire elemental wizardry. After Gonzalez advanced to rule wizard, his deeper understanding of rules must have led him to create even more terrifying fire elemental wizardry. Ronan had not expected this wizard to be able to unleash a nuclear explosion spell. However, he saw Gonzalez's old face turn pale the moment he unleashed the nuclear explosion spell. It seemed that although this nuclear explosion spell was powerful, its consumption was also considerable. Ronan didn't want to clash head-on with the nuclear explosion spell. He flickered and moved to the other side, planning to seize an opportunity to strike Gonzalez with his sword and directly eliminate him. Seeing Ronan avoid him, Gonzalez pointed his staff at the wizard army. Boom! The 100 or so members of the wizard army immediately exploded into dust. Because the nuclear explosion spell had such a wide reach, even if the wizards kept a close eye on Gonzalez and immediately dodged after seeing him begin to cast the nuclear explosion spell, they were still affected by the nuclear explosion spell's shockwaves. Gonzalez was startled when he saw Ronan completely unfazed by this. They initially judged these wizards' fighting style to be that of the White Wizard faction. But seeing Ronan's reaction, they felt that this might be a group of Black Wizard. In truth, they had no idea where Ronan's group of wizards came from. They only intended to capture these wizards and interrogate them later. Gonzalez had not yet seen Ronan's trace, so he temporarily held off on casting the nuclear explosion spell. The nuclear explosion spell consumed a great deal of his magic. With his current magic, he could only cast the nuclear explosion spell a maximum of 5 times. As Gonzalez thought, he pulled out a purple glass bottle from his storage pouch. Inside was a viscous green liquid. He uncorked the bottle and poured the green liquid into his mouth. Just then, a green light shot towards him. Gonzalez immediately followed the green light and pointed his staff. Bang! This azure spirit sword instantly vanished in the explosion. Ronan was hidden in the dark. Although he lost an azure spirit sword, he consumed one of Gonzalez's nuclear explosion spell. Anyway, he had plenty of azure spirit emerald cloud bamboo in his spiritual realm. There was also plenty of refined gold and mithril in the wizard tower. Refining another azure spirit sword was very simple. Gonzalez released his divine sense, searching for Ronan. However, he couldn't find anything. After all, Ronan had learned the Dark Elf's secret technique, the obscuring charm. And he used the phantom witchcraft of the nightmare world. With this double overlay, even Gonzalez's mental energy couldn't detect Ronan's location. On the field, the Lava Heart Lake and the wizards Ronan brought were fiercely clashing. Meanwhile, Ronan and Gonzalez, these two rule wizards, remained motionless. Ronan waited for Gonzalez to reveal a flaw, then he would stab with his sword again. Gonzalez, on the other hand, was searching for Ronan. Unable to find Ronan, he cast a witchcraft. In an instant, multiple witchcraft formations lit up around him, covering his body with layers of solid energy particle shields. At this moment, Ronan pointed his finger, and an azure spirit sword flew out. After this azure spirit sword flew out, Gonzalez, being clever this time, didn't want to use a nuclear explosion spell just yet. He immediately pointed his staff, conjuring a defensive wall in front of him. However, he didn't expect Ronan's azure spirit sword to be so powerful. It instantly pierced through his defensive wall. The next moment, it even pierced through the energy particle shield around his body. Gonzalez was startled and immediately cast a spatial witchcraft. His figure flickered, and the azure spirit sword stabbed into empty space. The next moment, Gonzalez's figure appeared in the distance. This flash instantly consumed a large amount of Gonzalez's magic. It was almost equivalent to casting another nuclear explosion spell. After all, the profoundness of spatial witchcraft was deeper than that of the nuclear explosion spell. Gonzalez immediately felt somewhat enraged and embarrassed. He also didn't expect Ronan's azure spirit sword to be so formidable. With this azure spirit sword, Gonzalez suddenly had no way to counterattack. I surrender. Gonzalez clearly understood the situation and immediately said to Ronan. Although his nuclear explosion spell was powerful, it was useless if it couldn't hit anyone. Although he could quickly kill all the wizards Ronan brought with the nuclear explosion spell. However, even after killing them all, Ronan could still summon more wizards. After all, there were many wizards in the Wizard Islands. As long as he had magic stones or strength, he could either entice or coerce a large group of wizards to attack his Lava Heart Lake again. Anyway, his Lava Heart Lake was just working for a wizard organization in the Central Wizard Islands. If the wizard in front of him was not afraid of the wizard organization in the Central Wizard Islands, then he would just accept their organization. Ronan also didn't expect Gonzalez to surrender just like that. To prevent him from resisting, he waved his hand, first piercing several holes in Gonzalez's body with the azure spirit sword. Then, he pressed his hand down, an energy-absorbing magic vine appeared on Gonzalez's body. He had to drain all of this rule wizard's magic to prevent him from casting the nuclear explosion spell again. After draining his magic, Ronan seized the wizard's storage pouch. Then, he cast phantom witchcraft, bringing this person into an illusion. He made this rule wizard recite the blessing charm. Just as he was about to cast a curse, he discovered that there was already a curse on this rule wizard's soul. This curse was very powerful. He estimated that it might have been placed on Gonzales by a wizard above the rule wizard level. Perhaps, it came from the wizards in the central wizard islands. However, his curse, cast through the blessing of the natal longevity tree, was unique in the entire wizard world. This curse, delivered through a blessing, was like putting the deadliest poison in the most delicious candy. If a wizard knew they were cursed, their heart would resist, thereby greatly reducing the curse's effectiveness. Of course, this only applied to curses that controlled people's hearts. For those curses that claimed lives, regardless of whether there was resistance in the heart, once the curse was formed, the person would die. Soon, Ronan's curse took over the original curse on the rule wizard's soul. When this rule wizard emerged from the illusion, he felt his soul curse had been replaced, and his gaze towards Ronan showed a hint of surprise, and he had a few more guesses in his heart. With Gonzales under control, Ronan immediately had him order all the wizards of the Lava Heart Lake to stop fighting. Subsequently, he had Gonzales contribute all the wizard knowledge of the Lava Heart Lake. Ronan recorded the wizard knowledge into his Hongmeng database. He used Grand Mist to assist in the deduction of the Celestial Wood Ascension art. At the same time, he gained the combat power of the Lava Heart Lake. Ronan, in one fell swoop, took over several nearby wizard schools. Naturally, he had already acquired a lot of wizard knowledge. He discovered that the leaders of these nearby wizard schools, their souls were all under a curse. Ronan asked, and the person who cast the curse was indeed a wizard from the Central Wizard Islands. They came from the Sun Spirit, one of the 9 major wizard organizations in the Central Wizard Islands. It was said that within this Sun Spirit, there were wizards above the rule wizard level, known as Immortal Wizard. Immortal Wizard were already top-tier existences in the wizard world. Currently, the number of Immortal Wizard known to other wizards was only about 10. These wizards had lived for hundreds, or even thousands of years. And their bodies showed no signs of decline or decay. Their understanding of rules had advanced further. They were even a part of this wizard world, already immortal along with the wizard world. Therefore, they were called Immortal Wizard. Ronan felt that since he had already obtained the wizard knowledge, it wasn't worth it to become enemies with this Immortal Wizard. So he took his wizards, abandoned these conquered wizard schools, and left. In the Central Wizard Islands, a towering wizard tower. At the top of the tower was an extremely dazzling ball of light. Around the wizard tower were dozens of islands. Each island had large and small wizard towers, as well as cities, like a grid. This ball of light emitted a dazzling glow, completely enveloping dozens of islands. The area covered by the light ball was where the wizard organization Sun Spirit was located. Inside the wizard tower, a wizard covered in a layer of dazzling light suddenly opened his eyes from meditation, feeling that several of his curses had been dispelled. Immediately, the dazzling light around him faded. Without the dazzling light, he looked like an ordinary old wizard. Only his face was somewhat gloomy. Who did it? The wizard wondered in his heart. With the curse dispelled, his first thought was that a wizard from one of the other 9 major wizard organizations had done this. Immediately, he thought of an enemy. So, he immediately arranged for his subordinate wizards to investigate. Unknowingly, several days passed, and Ronan finally deduced the Celestial Wood Ascension art to the point where he could cultivate to the late stage of the soul transformation. So, he continued to cultivate. With his eternal evergreen body, his cultivation speed was naturally extremely fast. But this was relative to soul transformation cultivator. Even in the ancient cultivation world where heaven and earth spiritual chi had not yet receded, the nascent soul was calculated in centuries, and the soul transformation was calculated in millennia. Therefore, Ronan felt that his cultivation speed was much slower compared to the nascent soul. From time to time, Ronan would visit the cultivation world to see if anything new had appeared in the cultivation world. Although he had found all of Giant Wood Divine Sovereign's ruins. However, over tens of thousands of years in the cultivation world, there would always be other cultivator ruins that would be useful to him. Indeed, after cultivating in the Wizard Tower for a year, he planned to visit the cultivation world. After listening to the reports from Pure Yang Zi and other cultivator, he learned that another legendary ancient cultivator's ruin had appeared. This ancient cultivator was a legendary body cultivator and also an ascendant. But he was extremely ancient. According to the writings of other ancient cultivator, this legendary body cultivator, Dowdy Demon Lord, was more than 5,000 years earlier than Giant Wood Divine Sovereign. He was the foremost figure of the demonic sect at that time, a cultivator who ascended with demonic technique. The ruins of this Dowdy Demon Lord were his demonic sect Immortal Cave. He had already ascended, but his descendants failed to ascend and died of lifespan exhaustion in the Immortal Cave. Within the ruins, there were records by the Dowdy Demon Lord's descendants regarding the Dowdy Demon Lord's cultivation method. This cultivation method was called Dowdy Devouring Heaven Art. The cultivator who broke into this ruin saw this cultivation technique. Although they were cursed by Ronan, even if they hadn't been cursed, they wouldn't have had the desire to possess it. This cultivation technique, at first glance, was something only ancient body cultivator could practice. The Dowdy Devouring Heaven art was a demonic technique that rapidly refined heaven and earth spiritual chi and heaven and earth treasure at an extremely fast speed, thereby quickly improving one's cultivation. The prerequisites for successfully practicing this demonic technique were, first, that the practitioner must be strong enough to gather sufficient resources. Second, that this world must be rich in resources. The current cultivation world was at a time when heaven and earth spiritual chi was receding, so this demonic technique could only be viewed as an antique. Ronan brought this demonic technique to examine, and his heart was filled with joy. After a glance, he put the demonic technique into his storage pouch. He asked these cultivator a few more questions, and finding no new information, he said he would go into seclusion again. So, he walked into the immortal cave. Closing the immortal cave door, Ronan's heart stirred, and he transmigrated back to the wizard world. His figure appeared in the cultivation room of the wizard tower. Immediately, he took out the Doughty Devouring Heaven art and began to read it carefully. Resources were scarce in the cultivation world, but the wizard world was rich in resources. Moreover, there were many planes around the wizard world. At the flying ascent platform in the cultivation world, he only found 2 other planes when he searched. But merely searching in the wizard tower, he discovered that the world was dotted with various planes. If he plundered the resources of these planes, he would also obtain many resources. After Ronan finished reading the Doughty Devouring Heaven art, he began to cultivate. Cultivating this cultivation technique required many resources. He estimated that the resources in the wizard tower might not be enough for his consumption. He had to make his subordinate wizards intensify their resource collection efforts. Under his arrangement, the Kingdom of Wizards established a Hunter-Wizard selection system. Hunter-Wizard were wizards selected layer by layer from among the wizards to conquer various planes and acquire resources. At the same time, he issued a divine oracle to the elf. After the elf received the divine oracle, they also formed elf army to conquer planes, seizing the most precious resources from various planes for the god in the elf's heart. Although the elf had been peaceful for thousands of years, they read the history of the elf and knew that thousands of years ago, when the elf almost ruled the world, they were also constantly at war. Moreover, part of the prophecy in the elven book had been verified. Their arrival in the kingdom of Valant indeed allowed them to escape a disaster. Otherwise, their elf would have been annihilated by the Black Wizard of the Wizard Islands. Although they didn't know what conquering other planes was for. However, since it was a divine oracle, they had to carry it out. Hunter Wizard were now being piloted in the kingdom. Subsequently, it would be piloted on the one-level continent, and then in the outer areas of the Wizard Islands. Soon, teams belonging to Ronan began to conquer various planes. And it wasn't just Ronan's wizards who were conquering planes. In the central part of the Wizard Islands, there were also wizard teams conquering planes. Ronan's wizards and the wizards from the central Wizard Islands frequently encountered each other. They fought with wins and losses. And this action caused the wizards in the central Wizard Islands to turn their attention to the one-level continent across the sea. Ronan, meanwhile, continuously cultivated the Doughty Devouring Heaven art. Facing a warehouse full of precious magic plants, he merely circulated his cultivation technique slightly. A pitch-black rotating black hole appeared before him, and all these magic plants were completely absorbed into the black hole, transforming into energy and magic power, which then flowed into his body. After Ronan acquired the Doughty Devouring Heaven art, his resource consumption became extremely rapid. In just 2 years, the Wizard Tower's accumulated inventory, built up over many years, was reduced to only 20%. He thought that if this continued, he would have to gather resources himself. However, his cultivation also increased extremely rapidly. 2 years passed, and he had already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm middle stage. Originally, with his eternal evergreen body, his speed of absorbing and refining spiritual chi was already extremely fast. Now, with the addition of the Doughty Devouring Heaven art, when he cultivated, any heaven and earth treasure he absorbed would immediately transform into mana. And he possessed an abundance of resources, making his cultivation speed astonishing, even in the ancient cultivation world. Having reached the peak of the nascent soul realm middle stage, he needed to continue deducing the celestial wood ascension art. However, the cultivation technique of the nascent soul realm was extremely profound, and with his current knowledge reserves, deducing it proved quite arduous. To continue the deduction smoothly, he needed to acquire more wizard knowledge. Perhaps it's time to visit the central part of the Wizard Islands. He had heard about the central Wizard Islands for a long time but had never ventured there. Now, firstly, his strength had increased, giving him a certain level of confidence. Secondly, he heard that the wizard schools in the central Wizard Islands intended to harm their first-class continent alliance. Therefore, he wanted to investigate it himself. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately activated Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and headed towards the Wizard Islands. With the eternal evergreen body complete, with a single thought, the surrounding wood heaven and earth spiritual chi became available for his use. This made his Otsu Wood Immortal Escape even faster. Ronan flew past the outer Wizard Islands and quickly arrived at the central region of the Wizard Islands. In the central Wizard Islands, each island had a massive wizard tower. The wizard tower emitted a power that suppressed the passing wizards. Ronan, at this moment, felt the waves of heat emanating from the wizard tower while contemplating which island to land on. The Great Wizard Tower and other wizard towers on each island presented a peculiar sight. He saw an island with multiple wizard towers. At the top of the wizard towers were clusters of light emitting fiery red and coldly pure white glows. They resembled dazzling suns and hazy moon phantoms. Ronan had heard that many school areas in the central Wizard Islands would form their own climate zones. The light clusters on the wizard towers sometimes served as the sun and moon for these areas. During the day, the area would be scorching hot, and at night, it would become cool and dim. Ronan sensed it and found that the energy particles here were not very dense, seemingly not much different from a one-level continent. The sky began to dim, finally looking somewhat like dusk. Not long after, several shrill cries came from the nearby sky, followed by black dots appearing one after another, totaling more than 20, and after circling for a while, they plummeted downwards. Ronan poured his mana into his eyes, and as he narrowed them, with his astonishing vision, he saw the black dots clearly. They were black monstrous birds with eagle heads and bat bodies, each about 4 or 5 feet in size, with a pair of gleaming sharp claws on their bellies, and their black fleshy wings, when spread, looked exceptionally ferocious. The monstrous birds were extremely fast, reaching him in an instant, seemingly intent on devouring Ronan's flesh and blood. A cold glint flashed in Ronan's eyes, and he pointed his finger. Several streaks of green light flew out, shooting towards the flock of birds. Soon, a spray of blood splattered, and the birds all fell. After a while, a rumbling sound came from a certain direction, faintly mixed with the whooshing of wind, as if a large number of giant beasts were swiftly passing by nearby. Ronan initially wanted to leave, but thinking that his purpose in coming here was to gather information, he pretended not to know anything and continued flying. A fist-sized, fiery red little bird, entirely crimson, mysteriously appeared above Ronan's head, 30 to 40 jong above the ground, circling erratically, emitting a pleasant, clear chirping sound from its mouth. Although the sound was not loud, it was extremely melodious, seemingly audible clearly within several miles. It was clearly transmitting messages to those flying beast teams. Sure enough, not long after, the ground vibrated slightly, as if something was rushing towards him. Amidst a low growl, several wizards riding strange beasts approached Ronan, stopping at a considerable distance. They all stared silently at Ronan in the sand dune, their gazes unusually cold. Ronan tilted his head and glanced at these people. Indeed, although their attire was a bit strange, they were indeed human. Ronan felt a slight relief in his heart. The wizards were all strong men between 20 and 40 years old, with varying attire. Some were completely covered, wearing gleaming armor, while others only used a few faintly glowing bone fragments to cover vital points, appearing extremely crude. But no matter who it was, they all held an extremely heavy staff, the front half of which was several circles thicker. But what attracted Ronan's attention more was that the strange beasts these people rode were actually true dragons, with a black and shiny straight horn on their heads, and their waists and thick limbs were all covered with thick scales, reaching 2 jong in height, making them appear exceptionally ferocious. As Ronan observed these people, the wizards on these strange beasts seemed to have noticed something amiss with Ronan. Their previously tense faces relaxed a bit, but they still did not approach casually. One of them, a strong man over 40 with a deep scar on his face, suddenly turned to a young man beside him and said something. The short-haired young man immediately fumbled in his embrace, pulled out a white, spherical object, and then urged the strange beast beneath him to walk towards Ronan. The young man stopped a few jong away from Ronan and mumbled something completely incomprehensible. Seeing no reaction from Ronan, he frowned and scrutinized Ronan several times, then raised his hand and gently shook the spherical object in his hand towards Ronan. "This is not a demonic beast," the young man said to the other wizards. The arriving wizards were all seated on flying dragons, looking at Ronan. The flying dragons flapped their wings, their pair of crimson eyes also fixed on Ronan. "You don't look like a wizard from the central region. Why have you come here?" a wizard asked Ronan. Ronan replied, "I arrived at the Wizard Islands and was caught in a current, which brought me here." "Could it be an interdimensional current?" a wizard asked doubtfully. "Never mind," that wizard said, looking at Ronan, "you've encountered us. Do you wish to live or die? If you wish to live, then serve us for 10 years. 10 years. No problem, I agree." Ronan's eyes flashed, and he pretended to hesitate before readily agreeing. "Good, since you agree, then accept a curse." This tall legendary wizard laughed heartily and gestured to a true knowledge wizard behind him. Another wizard behind him took out a hollow copper ball with intricate patterns from his person, bit his finger to write something on it, and then began to chant spells. After chanting for a while, he handed this hollow copper ball to Ronan. Ronan carefully examined the copper ball stained with blood-colored patterns. "What, do you want something else?" the wizard stared at Ronan and asked. "What is this?" Ronan asked, staring at the copper ball covered in patterns. He had seen the patterns on the copper ball in Dolly Fa's collection of books. They were a very ancient runic script from the wizard world. However, this combination and arrangement were new to him, and there was a faint scent of blood emanating from it, making it seem somewhat eerie. "As long as you drip a drop of blood onto it, the contract on it will take effect. You will then have to serve us here for 10 years. If you go back on your word, the power of the curse will immediately take a part of your soul, making your life worse than death." "Hehe, this is something uniquely crafted by our leader." The legendary wizard, who enjoyed exploring and discussing knowledge, said to Ronan. Ronan swept it with his grand mist and divine sense, and immediately knew that the power of this curse was not enough to contend with his mental energy. Once the curse reached his soul, he could completely recreate a similar curse and conceal this one. The people of this wizard school thought they had him under control with the curse, but that was not the case. "By the way, I still don't know the name of your wizard organization," Ronan asked. "Hehe, you ask a lot of questions." The 2-meter-tall legendary wizard with a scar on his face said to Ronan. "Our wizard organization is called Flying Dragon Abyss. Have you heard of the Underworld Wizards? We are a branch of the Underworld Wizards." Ronan's heart stirred upon hearing this. No wonder he had noticed the high power level of these wizards when he first met them. He never expected them to be Underworld Wizards. Underworld Wizards are also known as body-refining wizards. These wizards usually possessed multiple true dragon plane coordinates. Because his advancement required the assistance of true dragon bloodline. Subsequently, Ronan picked up the copper ball, accepted the contract, and then immediately used his mental energy to forge a false contract. He then followed this group of Underworld Wizards back. This area was precisely where this group of Underworld Wizards resided. The peculiar climate and energy here were unsuitable for other wizards but perfect for underworld wizards. Just now, the underworld wizard had used a spherical object to probe Ronan. It was to detect that Ronan possessed an impressive physical body. Of course, this was the result of Ronan using his mental energy and phantom witchcraft to conceal it. Ronan was now in the eternal evergreen body, and he had cultivated multiple body refining cultivation techniques to perfection. Now, his physical body strength would even greatly surprise a rule wizard among body refinement wizards. Along the way, Ronan learned from the conversations of these underworld wizards that this flying dragon abyss once had an immortal wizard presiding over it. However, the immortal wizard went to another plane and never returned. Ronan arrived at the island and was quickly arranged a place to stay. Subsequently, he was immediately required to conquer other planes with other body refinement wizards. Undoubtedly, the resources of these body refinement wizards came from other planes. Just as the interdimensional portal opened, Ronan secretly released his mental energy, probing the surrounding space. He discovered that in the wizard organization area of the Central Wizard Islands, although the spiritual chi concentration was not much different from the outside, standing here, his sensitivity to detecting other planes significantly increased. Here, he could perceive more other planes than ever before. It seemed that the Central Wizard Islands were equivalent to the flying ascent platform in the cultivation world. Ronan thought that perhaps he could first lie low in this organization and go to various planes to seize resources. As he was thinking, he and the body refinement wizards arrived at a true dragon plane. This was a land of volcanoes. Lava erupted from the volcano tops, and the entire sky was black. Massive, pitch-black true dragons were flapping their wings above the lava. Suddenly, these true dragons sensed the arrival of Ronan and his group and immediately became vigilant. Then, dozens of true dragons flapped their wings and pressed down on Ronan and his group. With an open mouth, lava spewed forth from their bloody maw. Ronan then saw that those body refinement wizards actually charged into the lava with their physical bodies. After passing through the lava, only their wizard robe was damaged, but their bodies were unharmed. One by one, the body refinement wizards picked up the staffs in their hands and began to fight with the giant dragons. Ronan then realized that the staffs of these body refinement wizards were not used to cast spells. Ronan also feigned a battle with a giant dragon. Immediately, he paid attention to everything nearby. He could sense more and more giant dragons flying towards them. Wizards needed to gather resources, and dragons also needed to gather resources. Wizards slaughtered the giant dragons, collecting various materials from their bodies into their storage Zhuwuki. Meanwhile, Ronan secretly used spells from the cultivation world to collect dragon essence. He knew that dragon essence was the most precious. Soon, Ronan had collected dragon essence from over 10 dragons. As more and more dragons arrived, the body refinement wizards, covered in blood, began to retreat. An interdimensional portal was opened, and the body refinement wizards retreated in an orderly fashion. After retreating, Ronan asked a body refinement wizard, "So, will we not come to this plane again?" He thought, if body refinement wizards went there, wouldn't these true dragons move to other planes? Transferring planes and redeveloping won't be that easy, the body refinement wizard said. These true dragons will likely hold onto the illusion that we are relatively weak. They will only change their living habits, using group living and reporting to deal with invasions. Of course, next time, we will send more people to plunder this plane. During their conversation, Ronan and his group returned to their dwelling. Half of the materials obtained in the other plane were kept for themselves, and the other half had to be given to the wizard organization. After Ronan had given his share, he returned to the underground cave. These wizards all lived in underground caves. The underground cave, utilizing space witchcraft, had an extremely vast space. Body refinement wizards could train their physical bodies within it. Upon reaching the underground cave, Ronan first absorbed the dragon essence using the Daudi devouring heaven art. Then, he began to release his mental energy to probe this area. His purpose in coming here, besides inquiring about the Central Wizard Islands, was also to acquire knowledge and further deduce his celestial wood ascension art. Body refinement wizards were physically strong, but their mental energy and mana were slightly weaker, making it suitable for him to conceal his tracks and acquire knowledge. End of chapter. Ronan first used the Otsu wood immortal escape, his entire body enveloped by wood spiritual chi. The floor was like liquid, and he immediately sank into the ground. Then, he headed towards the library of the Flying Dragon Abyss. This wizard organization's buildings were entirely underground. Above ground were desolate islands, and on top of these desolate islands, wizard towers, with light clusters resembling the sun and moon, emitted power that suppressed spell cultivator wizards. The underground architecture was extremely intricate, extending thousands of meters deep. Ronan, using the Otsu wood immortal escape, was about to reach the library of the Flying Dragon Abyss. Outside the library, there was a defensive witchcraft formation. The body refinement wizard's witchcraft attainments were not as good as his. Moreover, his Grand Mist database contained a vast amount of formation and witchcraft formation knowledge. He summoned Grand Mist and swept it forward. Instantly, the entire witchcraft formation glowed with a fine blue net. Subsequently, the witchcraft formation was duplicated, and its entire model entered his mind. He used the Grand Mist database to analyze the weaknesses of the witchcraft formation. With a wave of his hand, he set up a phantom witchcraft around him. With the phantom witchcraft, body refinement wizards with weaker mental energy would not detect what he was doing. He then used Earth spiritual chi to set up the reversed Bagua formation around him. Then, he infiltrated the body refinement wizard's library through the weakness of the witchcraft formation. The Body Refinement Wizard's library mostly contained methods for bloodline fusion and physical body modification. After reading them, he felt they could be used to cultivate wizards with slightly inferior aptitude, or people whose night talent was higher than their wizard talent. He read and recorded simultaneously with Grand Mist. As a newcomer, Ronan was not qualified to enter the library. However, he had a transformation potion. He drank the transformation potion and changed his appearance. Even if someone entered the library, he would continue reading unbothered. This wizard organization had hundreds of people. Not everyone knew each other. If he read with his original appearance and someone recognized him as a newcomer, his infiltration would be exposed. As long as he transformed into an appearance never seen here before, other wizards would not bother him. Unconsciously, Ronan spent 10 days in the library. His Grand Mist database gained many new books. At this moment, a chime sounded from the surroundings. When he entered here, he knew it was the Flying Dragon Abyss's summons. Immediately, he and the other wizards in the library headed towards the main hall of the Flying Dragon Abyss. In the main hall, a burly man, over 2 meters tall, with spiky hair and wearing an open-chested wizard robe, sat on a stone chair in the hall. According to a wizard nearby, this was Sobar Gramus, the immortal wizard of the Flying Dragon Abyss. Sobar's prolonged disappearance had greatly weakened the Flying Dragon Abyss's strength. Originally, the Flying Dragon Abyss's strength could rank among the 9 major wizard organizations in the central wizard world. However, ever since Sobar disappeared, the Flying Dragon Abyss was besieged by other wizard organizations, and its strength greatly declined. They could only retreat step by step, and finally, they arrived here. Sobar sat on the chair and said nothing else, immediately issuing the order to battle the Sun Spirit. Because he heard from the surviving wizards of the Flying Dragon Abyss that after his disappearance, it was the Sun Spirit that attacked the Flying Dragon Abyss the most fiercely. Upon hearing this, Ronan thought it was perfect. He had previously disrupted the Sun Spirit's plans and knew that this wizard organization intended to harm the One-Level continent. However, perhaps the One-Level continent was insignificant in the eyes of the Sun Spirit, so they had not acted yet. After Sobar gave the order, the Body Refinement Wizards all set out. They rode giant dragons captured from the True Dragon Plain and flew towards the Sun Spirit's territory. The Sun Spirit. It was actually a wizard area composed of dozens of islands. On the central island was a towering, massive wizard tower. The top of the wizard tower was crowned with a giant orb of light, like the sun, radiating sacred brilliance. Soon, in the distance illuminated by the orb, dense black shadows approached. These were precisely the Body Refinement Wizards of the Flying Dragon Abyss. Ronan also rode a small giant dragon among them. The wizards guarding the Sun Spirit saw the wizards of the Flying Dragon Abyss and immediately sent out a signal. Subsequently, wizards of the Sun Spirit arrived at the edge of the area, one after another, ready to engage in battle. As the Flying Dragon Abyss's forces approached, the Sun Spirit wizards immediately pointed their staffs in the air, unleashing dazzling beams of light. The wizards of the Flying Dragon Abyss used their staffs or other weapons to block the beams of light. The beams of light struck the staffs and scattered into countless specks of light. Soon, the two sides of wizards began to clash. The Immortal Wizard of the Sun Spirit and the Immortal Wizard of the Flying Dragon Abyss also began to fight. The Immortal Wizard of the Sun Spirit was entirely enveloped in light. With the point of his staff, powerful, destructive light beams shot towards the Immortal Wizard of the Flying Dragon Abyss. The Immortal Wizard of the Flying Dragon Abyss fought entirely with the staff in his hand. His staff was dark, and at its tip was a massive black lump. It looked ugly but seemed extremely tough, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with the Immortal Wizard of the Sun Spirit. Ronan took advantage of the other wizards being engaged in battle. With a slash of his Azure Spirit sword, he cut the wizard who was entangled with him in half. Then, he headed towards the Sun Spirit. He wanted to seize this opportunity to obtain the books from the Sun Spirit's library. At this time, both sides were fighting outside the defensive shield. The Sun Spirit's defensive shield had not yet been broken. Ronan summoned Grand Mist, and after a scan, he knew where the weakness of the defensive shield was. Then, he secretly cast the nuclear explosion spell. With a boom, a gap immediately appeared in the Sun Spirit's defensive shield. The wizards of the Flying Dragon Abyss looked back, not knowing who had cast it, but immediately disregarded it and surged through the gap. Ronan surged in with the other wizards. The Immortal Wizard of the Sun Spirit initially wanted to stop them, but was immediately blocked by the Immortal Wizard of the Flying Dragon Abyss again. After Ronan entered the Sun Spirit's territory, he released his divine sense and headed towards the center of the Sun Spirit. Other wizards were also plundering the Sun Spirit's resources. Along the way, Ronan also encountered several wizards blocking his path. However, these wizards were no match for him. He killed them one by one with his Azure Spirit sword. Soon, Ronan arrived at the center of the Sun Spirit. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found the location of the library. After entering the library, he released his divine sense and saw that other wizards had not yet arrived. He then put all the books from the library into his storage pouch. He planned to take them back and read them slowly. Just as he was about to finish, a wizard of the Sun Spirit arrived. It was a legendary wizard. A man with golden hair and long, narrow eyes. "What are you doing?" The man shouted while pulling out his staff and pointing it at Ronan. A beam of light shot towards Ronan. Ronan waved his hand in return, and a beam of Otsu Wood Divine Light shot out. The Otsu Wood Divine Light quickly neutralized the beam of light and struck the wizard's body. The wizard's flesh and blood were immediately refined by the Otsu Wood Divine Light. Subsequently, Ronan finished packing the books from the library and took the wizard's storage Zhuwuki. After leaving the library, he targeted several legendary wizards and a rule wizard, striking them down and taking their storage Zhu. At this point, he realized that his actions had attracted the attention of the Sun Spirit's immortal wizard. However, this immortal wizard was only momentarily distracted before resuming his battle with the Flying Dragon Abyss's immortal wizard. Ronan then cast the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and left. After returning to the Wizard Tower in Triumphant City, Ronan immediately took out the gains from his recent outing. He read the various books within and recorded them with Grand Mist. Unconsciously, several months passed. All this knowledge was recorded in the Grand Mist. He used Grand Mist to assist in deducing the Celestial Wood Ascension art. After half a year, he finally used the new knowledge to deduce the Celestial Wood Ascension art to the point where it could be cultivated to perfection in the nascent soul realm. Immediately, he began to cultivate. Although nearly a year had passed, the Wizard Tower's warehouse was once again well stocked. After all, under his command, there was the First-Class Continent Alliance, a dozen or so wizard organizations in the Wizard Islands, and the Elf. Most of the collected resources would converge to him. Now, the resource development of the Valiant Kingdom had reached 100%. Basically, cultivation resources were becoming scarcer. Originally, the difference between a one-level continent and a second-level continent, besides the magnitude of wizard power, was also the amount of resources. If this continued, his continent would soon become a second-level continent in terms of resources. However, he was no longer limited to just one continent. Other one-level continents, special-level continents, different dimension, oceans, wizard islands, all could provide resources. Moreover, the wizard world had abundant spiritual chi, and resources were renewable, though they required time. Ronan's next step was to simultaneously cast the Doughty Devouring Heaven art to consume resources and cultivate the Celestial Wood Ascension art. The time spent cultivating passed extremely quickly. 5 years passed. The resources of Dong Continent were almost completely depleted. However, Dong Continent, under the blessings of his natal longevity tree child tree and the teachings of various wizard academies, had achieved unprecedentedly powerful wizard power. Now, it was other continents that were transporting cultivation resources to the Valiant Kingdom. In these 5 years, although the continents and wizard islands under his rule encountered some troubles, but the source of the troubles was only below rule wizards. He dealt with them immediately with a single move. On this day, he was cultivating while sitting cross-legged high above Triumphant City. Now, when he cultivated, he could cause a huge commotion. It would affect the residents of Triumphant City, so he no longer cultivated in the Wizard Tower. As he circulated the Celestial Wood Ascension art, heaven and earth spiritual chi of various attributes transformed into dense streams of light, merging into his body. He felt as if he had almost merged with the 5 elements. Although his affinity for wood was still the highest, his affinity for other attributes was also not low. I'm already at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Ronan cultivated for a while longer and felt that his cultivation could no longer progress. If he wanted to improve, he would have to continue absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi through the spirit realm and increase his affinity for various attributes. With the peak of the nascent soul realm and the spirit realm's bonus, his strength was already far beyond. However, after the nascent soul realm, Ronan had no idea what realm it would be. Without a realm, it was very difficult to deduce. Unless he created a cultivation system himself. Thinking of this, Ronan decided to visit the cultivation world. Perhaps, this was when he would ascend to the spirit realm. Immediately, Ronan's heart stirred, and his figure disappeared high in the sky. Ronan arrived in the cultivation world again. After meeting the cultivators, he received the cultivation technique and other items obtained from the exploration of the ancient cultivator relic during this period. Ronan first looked at the cultivation technique and found that it contained no new knowledge. Then, he left the immortal cave, cast the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, and arrived at the flying ascent platform. Upon reaching the flying ascent platform, he sat down cross-legged and sensed the surrounding alien dimension. Having had experience before, he quickly sensed the different dimension that was suspected to be the spirit realm. Immediately, he used witchcraft to open a passage to that different dimension. Suddenly, above the sky, the white clouds parted, and a beam of light shot down. Ronan first extended his mental energy upwards. On the other side of the plane passage, there were spiritual chi vortexes, but no people. Immediately, Ronan's body ascended into the air and flew into the plane entrance. The spiritual chi surging from the plane entrance made Ronan's robes flutter. It was a pity that this was the secular world, although cultivators knew this was once an flying ascent platform, they would not cultivate here. Dense spiritual chi gushed down from the entrance. The mortals here did not know that the spiritual chi concentration nearby had increased significantly. The plane entrance closed at an extremely fast speed. Ronan's body rapidly ascended, and he quickly passed through the entrance. Immediately, he was swept into a spiritual chi vortex, and with a flash of white, he arrived at a spacious and unfamiliar place. Is this the spirit realm? Ronan looked left and right. He had arrived at a vast, grassy plain. The sky was purple, with auspicious clouds, but no sun. He felt that the spiritual chi concentration in this realm was much denser than in the lower realm. But what surprised him was that it still couldn't compare to the wizard world. After measuring with Grand Mist, the spiritual chi concentration here was approximately 2/3 of that in the wizard world. A magical wizard world. Ronan thought to himself and then began to explore this world. He was truly completely clueless about this spirit realm. Whether looking with his eyes or extending his mental energy, he couldn't see the end. The front was an empty expanse, without any buildings. Ronan cast the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and headed forward. After about an hour, he finally saw the outline of a city in the distance. Immediately, he continued forward and soon saw the city. However, at the same time, he heard a sound of breaking air. It seemed to be the sound of cultivators riding flying sword. Ronan released his mental energy to sense. He saw that the lowest realm of these cultivators was surprisingly core formation, and the highest was early nascent soul realm. None of them were as strong as him. This made Ronan, who had originally intended to avoid them, continue along his original path, flying at a slow speed. This was precisely to encounter these cultivators and obtain some information. End of chapter. Dozens of flying swords streaked across the sky, like a river flowing through the heavens. While flying, a sharp-eyed cultivator spotted Ronan below and called out to his companions. Immediately, the river of flying swords in the sky turned downwards. One by one, the cultivators flew towards Ronan. Ronan stood still, looking up at the cultivators. Soon, these cultivators arrived before Ronan. The cultivator who discovered Ronan was a man around 30 years old, dressed in a green robe, tall and slender, riding a flying sword that emitted a white glow. Upon reaching Ronan, he clasped his fists and said, "Fellow deist, have you ascended from the lower realm?" Ronan nodded. He had no need to hide it. Because his attire was vastly different from that of these cultivators. The quality of these cultivators' clothes was far superior to those in the lower realm. It almost matched his previous life. Moreover, it would be even more convenient for him to inquire about news of the upper realm later. "Fellow deist, this is the territory of Mystic Heart Immortal Sect. I wonder if fellow deist would be willing to be our guest," the cultivator asked. Ronan had not expected this spirit realm to be so peaceful. It was far more peaceful than the cultivation world and wizard world below. If it were still in those two worlds, a large group of cultivators, upon seeing a single cultivator, would most likely kill them to seize their treasures. Ronan also clasped his fists in the same manner as the cultivator, "Thank you for the trouble." Immediately, Ronan also conjured a flying sword and flew alongside these cultivators. He began conversing with the cultivator from earlier. During their conversation, he learned that this cultivator was named Guan. He was not from the lower realm but a native of the spirit realm. His ancestors were cultivators who had ascended from the lower realm. Not only him, but all the cultivators in their team were natives of the spirit realm. Ronan thought, that explains it. In the lower realm, one must reach the nascent soul realm to ascend. But these cultivators haven't reached the nascent soul realm. It seems they were born in the spirit realm. During their conversation, the cultivator also told Ronan about the lower realm and the spirit realm. In their eyes, there were many lower realms. Ascensionists came up from time to time, and they were used to it. Of course, these cultivators did not know that Ronan had ascended from a cultivation world that was in a period of spiritual chi ebb. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have been chatting and laughing with Ronan. After all, to ascend in such a world, one must have a secret. Even spirit realm cultivators are still cultivators. Knowing there's a secret that can rapidly increase cultivation, who wouldn't be tempted? Once Ascensionists arrive, they become targets for various forces in the spirit realm to win over. After all, Ascensionists start at the nascent soul realm, and their strength in the spirit realm is already considered upper middle tier. Why would the spirit realm want to win them over? Naturally, because the spirit realm also has various resources to contend for. Winning over one more cultivator means one more point of strength. Therefore, Guan, who talked so much with Ronan and was so polite, also to win Ronan over. Ronan listened, deciding that staying at Mystic Heart Immortal Sect for a period was acceptable. Since Mystic Heart Immortal Sect wanted to win him over, they naturally had to offer something. He wanted to use this opportunity to examine the cultivation techniques and secret manuals of the spirit realm. After Guan mentioned forces, he continued speaking at Ronan's inquiry. The forces in the spirit realm were divided into families, immortal sects, immortal kingdoms, and lineages. A family was formed when an old ancestor, after tens of thousands of years in the spirit realm, had already branched out and multiplied. Gradually, a large family formed in the spirit realm, occupying a certain area. Immortal sects were like them. They existed in the form of sects. Of course, there were also families within them, but they could not form a large force. Immortal kingdoms governed as a single nation. A lineage, on the other hand, was an old ancestor who was the source of a cultivation technique. His disciples and grand disciples, as well as Ascensionists who had learned the cultivation techniques he left behind, subtly formed a force. As Ronan listened, he unknowingly entered the city he had seen earlier. Above the city, immortal chi swirled. Inside the city, the streets were clean and wide. Everyone on the streets was a cultivator. The spirit realm was different from the lower realm he came from. Resources were abundant, and spiritual chi was plentiful. Even many cultivators could live there. And those who first arrived in the spirit realm were cultivators with cultivation bloodlines. When cultivators coupled, their offspring also had a high probability of having cultivation bloodlines. Moreover, in the spirit realm, those without cultivation aptitude would quickly be eliminated. Unlike the lower realm he came from, where people without cultivation aptitude could still live in the secular world. According to Guan, the spirit realm was vast, incomparable to the lower realm. Their Mystic Heart Immortal Sect also occupied a very large area. This large area was merely the southern region of Mystic Heart Immortal Sect. Besides this one city, the southern region had about 30 other cities. Around the cities were vast open spaces. However, precisely because the spirit realm was so vast, there were also many teleportation arrays. As long as one paid spirit stones, they could use the teleportation arrays. The currency of the spirit realm was still spirit stones. It was just that the purity of the spirit stones here was also much higher than in the lower realm. Guan said that each region of Mystic Heart Immortal Sect was governed by a region lord. The region lord was a void refining cultivator. The next realm after the soul transformation realm was void refining. Guan said that if one wanted to join Mystic Heart Immortal Sect, they had to meet the region lord. Ronan thought that since he had nothing upon arriving in the spirit realm, joining a force was very necessary. Therefore, he agreed to Guan request to join. Immediately, Guan led Ronan to a palace. This palace was 3 stories high, with glazed tiles that emitted a 7-colored glow. Inside the palace were various teleportation arrays. Those cultivators walked onto the teleportation array, and with a flash of light, they disappeared. Guan paid for Ronan, and they were teleported to another city. This city was much more prosperous than the one Guan had been in. Guan took Ronan to the palace in the city center and sent a sound transmission talisman into it. Soon, 2 cultivators appeared and ushered Guan and Ronan inside. Ronan was seated on a chair, drinking spiritual tea. Guan went to meet the region lord first. Afterward, Ronan was also called in. From afar, he saw a deist with white beard and white eyebrows. He activated Grand Mist and checked the deist's stats. This deist's stats were above the peak of the soul transformation realm, but his stats were lower than Ronan's. Although he was in the soul transformation realm, he had a spirit realm within him. His spirit and magical power were incomparable to cultivators of the same rank. Moreover, his strength value was also extremely high. Looking at this deist's stats, he was probably the region lord. After meeting the region lord, Ronan was considered to have entered Mystic Heart Immortal Sect. Subsequently, he was assigned accommodation, in the same city as Guan. He would be notified when there was a task. Ronan wanted to know about the cultivation techniques of the spirit realm, so he asked the region lord. The region lord said that one must have merits to read cultivation technique secret manuals. However, Ronan was not in a hurry. Anyway, cultivation technique secret manuals were not necessarily provided by the Immortal Sect. Where there are people, there is a market. Perhaps some cultivators had cultivation technique secret manuals above the soul transformation realm. As long as he saw them and deduced the celestial wood ascension art again, he would be able to reach the void refining realm. After Ronan returned to his assigned residence with Guan, he went for a leisurely stroll on his own. On the street, he indeed saw stalls selling secret manuals. However, he currently had nothing at all and no items to exchange for secret manuals. Although he had a large amount of resources in the wizard world. But he could not take them out, after all, freely traversing between the 2 realms was his secret. Thus, he could only wait for the summons from Mystic Heart Immortal Sect. For the next few days, Ronan wandered around the spirit realm, gathering information about it. Finally, he heard the sound of bells and chimes in the city. From his conversation with Guan, he knew this was the summoning sound of Mystic Heart Immortal Sect. He returned to his city and went to the palace where he usually teleported. He saw the city lord gathering everyone. After listening to the city lord's speech, he learned that this time, Mystic Heart Immortal Sect was summoning cultivators to explore a secret realm. There were many secret realms in the spirit realm. These were all places in the spirit realm where spiritual chi gathered. Within the secret realm, many resources were nurtured. Of course, if other forces discovered this secret manual, it would lead to contention. The resources obtained would be entirely one's own. Ronan had nothing in the spirit realm, so going to a secret realm was perfectly suitable for him. After all, this region lord's stats were even lower than his. He should not be in any danger if he went. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately participated in this secret realm exploration. And Guan was also among them. According to the cultivator leading the team, this secret realm was called the Sheng secret realm. It was one of the legendary secret realms in the spirit realm. Because the spiritual chi in the spirit realm flowed constantly, the secret realm would also move with it. If the cultivators who discovered the secret realm earlier left it, it would be very difficult to find the secret realm again. Then, the secret realm would seem to disappear. After thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the secret realm would reappear. And the secret realm resources that had been plundered by cultivators would be nurtured anew. The cultivators from this city, through the teleportation array, arrived at another city, and then headed towards the secret realm. The secret realm was located deep within a mountain. In front of Ronan and the others was a shroud of mist. Ronan sensed that there was space within the mist. Subsequently, everyone entered deep into the mist. "Follow me." One of the city lords, who was also the leader of this expedition, said. After walking for a while, everyone's vision suddenly cleared. This was a very serene forest. Ronan had never seen the trees in the forest before, they emitted bursts of immortal chi. There were immortal plants on the ground and spiritual fruits on the trees. Ronan used Grand Mist to scan and could detect the spiritual power contained within them. The resources of the spirit realm were indeed abundant, comparable to the wizard world. The cultivator's eyes widened at the sight. However, none of them dared to snatch anything. After all, the leader hadn't moved, so they naturally wouldn't either. "Let's split up. If we encounter outsiders, send a message immediately," the leading city lord said. Before setting off, Ronan and the others were each given 5 communication talismans. As long as something happened, they would immediately send a message, and other cultivators would respond. They stayed together to prevent other forces from also coming here to retrieve treasures. After the leading city lord spoke, the cultivators dispersed. Ronan, meanwhile, went off to explore the secret realm. After he reached the depths of the secret realm, he saw a giant vine. The quality of this giant vine was even better than his azure spirit emerald cloud bamboo. Moreover, there were gourds hanging from the giant vine. Ronan instinctively felt that this giant vine would definitely be better than azure spirit emerald cloud bamboo for refining the azure spirit sword, so he had the intention of taking it. But at this moment, he noticed someone approaching. Before long, the person arrived. It was a cultivator who looked only about 20 years old. "Greetings, fellow deist." The cultivator clasped his fists. "Fellow deist, are you also a wood cultivator?" Ronan did not answer. And this cultivator continued, "This spiritual vine is called Xiantian Spirit Vine, and it can attract wood cultivators here. Moreover, the Xiantian Spirit Vine and the gourds on it can be used to refine magic treasures. However, the gourds on it contain a kind of 7 treasures gourd chi, which can protect the spiritual vine from being cut down by cultivators. Its power is extremely strong, one person cannot handle it. Fellow deist, how about we team up?" When Ronan scanned with grand mist, he sensed the energy contained within the gourds. He felt that he could handle this energy. Moreover, although the cultivator in front of him knew a lot, he was only at the early stage of the soul transformation realm. Just because this cultivator couldn't handle it didn't mean he couldn't. "Fellow deist, perhaps I can handle it myself," Ronan said. The cultivator was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Ronan continued, "I can team up with you, but you must exchange it for a cultivation technique." Ronan was thinking of checking if this cultivator had any cultivation techniques above the soul transformation realm. "As long as you help me obtain 1 height of Xiantian Spirit Vine and 1 gourd, I will give you the cultivation technique," the cultivator said. Ronan shook his head, "You must give me the cultivation technique first." The cultivator hesitated for a moment, then said, "No, I have sworn an oath to the lineage that I cannot show the cultivation technique to outsiders, unless you agree to join the lineage." "What lineage?" Ronan asked. The cultivator looked around, found no one, and then said, "Green Emperor lineage." "Green Emperor?" Ronan frowned. The cultivator said, "Fellow deist, as a wood cultivator, you don't even know about the Green Emperor lineage. Are you not from the spirit realm, but ascended from the lower realm?" "Precisely." Ronan said. "No wonder." The cultivator explained, "The Green Emperor is the highest among wood cultivators, a wood cultivator who ascended from the spirit realm to the immortal realm. To improve his cultivation, he separated many incarnations and sent them to various places, as well as the lower realm. Now, the wood cultivation techniques in the lower realm and other places are actually all his legacy. And many wood cultivators have formed the Green Emperor lineage." Ronan asked, "How can one join the lineage?" The cultivator said, "As long as there is an introducer, one can join the lineage." Ronan said, "Can you introduce me? If you agree, I will help you." The cultivator said, "As long as you help me, of course." Ronan said, "Since that's the case, can you show me a portion of the cultivation technique first? I'm not sure if you are truly a member of the lineage." The cultivator thought for a moment, then nodded, reached out and tapped his own mind, and then flicked his finger into the air. Immediately, dense ancient cultivator characters appeared in the air. Ronan's heart stirred as he looked at them. This cultivation technique involved realms above the soul transformation realm. Moreover, it seemed to be related to the celestial wood ascension art. Although the cultivation technique given by this cultivator was only a very small part, Ronan saw enough to allow him to break through to the void refining realm. For the first time, he witnessed the legacy of a lineage. After the cultivator showed it to Ronan, he waved his hand and put away the text in the air. "How about it? Now we can work together, right?" The cultivator said to Ronan. "Oh, by the way, my surname is Gu and my given name is Yu. I don't know your excellency's name." Ronan immediately stated his name. Afterward, the two went towards the Xiantian Spirit Vine. "These gourds contain extremely potent 7 treasures gourd chi, you must be careful." After Ancient Moon finished speaking, he cast a streamer of spell towards the Xiantian Spirit Vine. Unexpectedly, just as the streamer of spell was about to touch the Xiantian Spirit Vine, a cloud of mist immediately gushed out from one of the gourds on it, blocking the streamer of spell. Subsequently, mist surged out from each of the gourds. These mists, in a very short period, formed a vast army of soldiers and horses, and auspicious beasts with auspicious clouds. Then, all at once, with a whooshing sound, they surged towards Ronan and Ancient Moon. Ronan immediately cast Otsu Wood Divine Light and fought with the mist transformations. Otsu Wood Divine Light. Ancient Moon glanced at it, his eyes lighting up. "It seems what you are learning is also a legacy of the Green Emperor. Even without my introduction, you can join the Green Emperor lineage." Ronan's heart stirred upon hearing this. This meant that as long as he joined the Green Emperor lineage, he would very likely obtain a complete legacy. The Green Emperor had ascended to the immortal realm, which meant that he too was very likely to ascend to the immortal realm. Ancient Moon, on the other hand, took out a green bamboo flute and played a melody. The spiritual chi between heaven and earth, following the melody, formed streaks of magic power and fought with the mist. The mist and magic power collided, waxing and waning, emitting booming explosions. Although the mist was strong, it was not as powerful as Ronan's Otsu Wood Divine Light. Ronan formed hand seals. A large expanse of verdant Otsu Wood Divine Light spread forward. The vast army of soldiers and horses, as well as the auspicious beasts and auspicious clouds, were immediately pushed back by the Otsu Wood Divine Light. Ancient Moon was slightly surprised to witness Ronan's strength. Soon, under the suppression of Ronan and Ancient Moon, all the mist retreated back into the gourds. These gourds protecting the Xiantian spirit vine are subdued, Ancient Moon said, then waved his hand and released a sword chi. A 10-foot-long Xiantian spirit vine was cut down by him. Connected to this spirit vine was also a gourd. Seeing Ancient Moon take it, Ronan also released a greenwood sword chi. With 2 swooshes, the entire Xiantian spirit vine was cut down by him. Along with it were the 6 gourds on it. Then, Ronan said to Ancient Moon, in the Green Emperor lineage, are there any magic treasures refined using this Xiantian spirit vine? Of course there are, Ancient Moon said, the Green Emperor lineage has the most refining methods for wood magic treasures. Among them, there are also extremely powerful great masters of refining magic treasures. As he spoke, the two left this place. Ronan asked, did you come in alone, or are there others from your lineage? Indeed, I came in by myself, Ancient Moon said, when I was nearby, I felt the wood fluctuations emanating from here, so I came to this place and found the Xiantian spirit vine. After flying for a while longer, the two went to search for resources in other places. Ronan and Ancient Moon deliberately avoided the people of the Mystic Heart Immortal sect to prevent conflicts. Soon, the resources in this secret realm were almost entirely collected. Fortunately, besides the Mystic Heart Immortal sect, no other forces came here. This team of cultivators returned completely intact. After Ronan left, Ancient Moon also blended into the Mystic Heart Immortal sect and exited the secret realm. The Mystic Heart Immortal sect had brought over 100 people this time, and with one more person, no one noticed at all. After all the cultivators had left for a while, a spiritual chi vortex appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. Soon, the entrance to the secret realm disappeared in the air. Ronan sensed that under the surging spiritual chi, the secret realm was gradually moving. He didn't know when it would reappear next time. After exiting the secret realm, Ancient Moon took Ronan to find the Green Emperor lineage. The two flew for about an hour. Ronan looked at the land below and felt that the spirit realm was extremely vast. Soon, they flew into a patch of mist. Ronan swept his divine sense and sensed that there were streaks of magic power channels within the mist. Clearly, this mist was an illusion array, and it must be protecting something within. Ancient Moon was very familiar with this place. He led Ronan in circles and passed through the mist. Ronan immediately saw a large area of dense jungle. Within the jungle, there was an open space. On the open space stood a magnificent temple. In front of the temple, there were 2 guardians. These 2 guardians wore water-fire daist robes and had long black beards. Judging by their appearance, they were both around 40 years old. Ronan could only faintly sense weak energy fluctuations on their bodies. He knew that these 2 guardians were also wood cultivators. If he delved his divine sense deeper, he would naturally be able to discern their realm. Of course, he also knew their realm by sweeping with grand mist. Both of them were in the early stage of the soul transformation realm. Ronan and Ancient Moon arrived in front of the temple. Ancient Moon bowed to the 2 guardians and stated their purpose. The 2 guardians glanced at Ronan, then said to Ancient Moon, if this person does anything detrimental to the magic treasure, you will also be implicated. Ancient Moon nodded. He had seen Ronan cast Otsu Wood Divine Light before and felt that Ronan should be a member of the lineage. Moreover, those who joined the lineage rarely acted against it. Their lineage, to put it plainly, was a cultivator alliance. The entire lineage actually had no special interests. Seeing Ancient Moon nod, the 2 guardians stepped aside, allowing Ronan and Ancient Moon to enter. Ronan and Ancient Moon passed through the main hall and came before a statue. This statue was a full 5 meters tall, looking like a deity from Ronan's previous life. This is the Green Emperor statue, Ancient Moon said to Ronan. Then, he flipped his hand, took out several sticks of incense, and inserted them into the huge incense burner in front of the statue. After chanting a few times, Ronan felt a surge of power emanating from the incense, spreading in all directions. Ancient Moon then took out 3 more sticks of incense and handed them to Ronan, offer incense to the Green Emperor statue. Ronan took the incense and inserted it into the incense burner. Immediately, he felt that he could perceive the magic power emanating from the incense through his mind. Oh, the Green Emperor lineage has a new person. Ronan saw a wisp of incense, drifting from who knows where, entering the incense burner. At the same time, he heard a person's voice coming from this wisp of incense. The next moment, several more wisps of incense drifted to the incense burner. Ronan's mind gradually perceived voices from the wisps of incense. Oh, there's a new person. Is he a native, or an ascendant? Ancient Moon explained, these incenses were made by a senior in the lineage using startling spirit wood, called connecting spirit incense. After lighting the incense, you can communicate with other cultivators in the lineage. Other cultivators have different Green Emperor cultivation techniques in their hands. You can obtain spells or cultivation techniques from other cultivators. Of course, most cultivators will want to exchange something with you. As you become stronger, the items you can exchange will become more valuable. At this point, Ronan said, I got the Xiantian spirit vine for you, where is the cultivation technique you promised? Ancient Moon smiled and took out a jade pendant, the cultivation technique I know is in here. Ronan took the jade pendant and probed his mind into it, finding that this cultivation technique was extremely similar to the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and the celestial wood ascension art. This cultivation technique, called Tei divine wood art, could be cultivated from chi refining all the way to the peak of the void refining realm. However, it did not involve the construction of a spirit realm. It was as if the construction of a spirit realm only appeared in the lower realm. After Ronan obtained the jade pendant, he was about to leave the temple. Aren't you going to ask other cultivators what you need? Ancient Moon asked. Ronan shook his head. After leaving the temple, he said goodbye to Ancient Moon. Ancient Moon gave him many connecting spirit incenses, saying that as long as he returned to the temple and burned incense, no matter where they were, the two could contact each other. Ronan left the temple and came to a secluded forest. With a thought, he transmigrated back to the wizard world. The next moment, his figure appeared above the wizard tower. Immediately, he began to cultivate Tei divine wood art. Previously, he was already at the peak of the soul transformation realm. Upon cultivating, he immediately reached the void refining realm. He summoned Grand Mist. Cultivation realm, early stage of void refining. Wizard realm, Immortal Wizard. Immortal Wizard was the top existence in the wizard world. Above Immortal Wizard was Sovereign Wizard, who was already the strongest person in the Wizard Islands. With the subsequent cultivation technique, Ronan continued to cultivate. Upon reaching the void refining realm, more resources were needed. Soon, the resources of another one-level continent were also depleted by him. Therefore, he had to dispatch more wizards to gather cultivation resources for him. The infiltration of the one-level continent wizards into the Wizard Islands also became deeper and deeper. Because of Ronan's blessing and curse, this infiltration was silent. Although all wizard organizations in the Wizard Islands were ultimately under the 9 major wizard organizations in the central part of the Wizard Islands. Under Ronan's blessing and curse, the subdued wizards acted according to Ronan's will. They helped Ronan collect resources while also working for the wizard organizations above them. For a time, the 9 major wizard organizations did not know that their periphery was gradually being infiltrated. Unconsciously, 5 years passed. Ronan used the Doughty Devouring Heaven art daily to absorb resources and cultivate the Tei Divine Wood art. His realm had already reached the peak of the early stage of the void refining realm. He was not far from the middle stage of the void refining realm. The consumption of massive resources finally alerted the 9 major wizard organizations in the central part of the Wizard Islands. One of these wizard organizations, named Boundless Sea, which primarily studied water element wizardry, began to investigate its subordinate organizations and discovered clues. They went to their subordinate organizations and quickly found that their organization's leader had been cursed. However, this curse was extremely powerful. They exhausted their wizardry power but could not lift this curse. And they could not find out which wizard organization was secretly manipulating them. Therefore, they restricted the actions of their subordinate wizard organizations, preventing them from collecting resources. Ronan was now an immortal wizard. If he wished, he could even control this boundless sea. Immediately, he cast Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and headed towards the Wizard Islands. However, to be safe, he decided to make a trip to the Spirit Realm. To refine a magic treasure specifically designed to counter water element wizardry. Among the magic treasures he possessed, one was called the Mystic Water Bowl. It could absorb large amounts of seawater and transform it into destructive water attribute spells. However, this Mystic Water Bowl was, after all, an item from the lower realm. The Green Emperor lineage he belonged to had many capable individuals. He could exchange resources for others' magic treasure refining blueprints. Over these 5 years, he had spent a lot of time in the spirit realm, exploring secret realms and participating in battles between cultivators, thereby obtaining many resources. This gave him the confidence to exchange with other cultivators. With a thought, Ronan immediately arrived in the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, he learned something. The reason why the lower realm's spiritual chi was depleted was because cultivators in the lower realm consumed a large amount of resources before ascension. During ascension, they would also take away a portion of the lower realm's luck. The lower realm he was in might have been like this due to too many cultivators ascending. Giant Wood Divine Sovereign was just the last ascendant to the spirit realm from that world. But before that, there must have been even more cultivators ascending. However, they couldn't find the relics of those cultivators. He felt that the relics of those cultivators had also been plundered clean when they appeared in the world. So, above the spirit realm, there are probably many cultivators who ascended from my lower realm. It's just that there are many lower realms, and ascended cultivators wouldn't care where the other person came from. After all, the chance of coming from the same lower realm is not great, and asking too much is meaningless. Thinking this, Ronan flew to the temple. Upon arriving at the temple, he inserted the connecting spirit incense into the incense burner. Connecting spirit incense was generally made by cultivators themselves. Ronan didn't use connecting spirit incense much, he still had what Ancient Moon gave him. Over these 5 years, Ancient Moon often contacted him. But he never responded. Because the secret realms Ancient Moon explored were not rich enough in resources, he wasn't interested. After the connecting spirit incense was inserted into the incense burner, wisps of incense floated outwards. After floating for a while, they disappeared into the air. Then, Ronan sensed through his mind that magic power channels connected to various places. Immediately, with the thought, he began to transmit his voice. Fellow deists, do you have any magic treasures or magic treasure refining blueprints that specifically counter water attribute spells? As soon as these words came out, someone immediately responded. Fellow deist, it's you. It seems you haven't spoken much since you joined. Yes, when will you come out for some spiritual wine? Let's go to King Kai realm together to see the fox maidens. Wisps of incense drifted towards the incense burner. Ronan listened for a while, but no one spoke about serious matters. After a while, a timid female voice spoke to Ronan, this fellow deist, I have a magic treasure blueprint for making this magic treasure, but I need to exchange some things with fellow deist. But what are you exchanging for? Ronan focused his mind, sending his words through a wisp of incense he had released. Then, a voice came from another wisp of incense, saying, "There is a secret realm that is very important to me. I need a cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm." "Senior, are you at the late stage of the nascent soul realm?" "Of course." Ronan then transmitted a wisp of his magic power through the incense. He was currently at the void refining realm, and since the female cultivator wanted someone at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, he transmitted a wisp of magic power from the peak of the soul transformation. The next moment, a slightly surprised voice came from the wisp of incense. "Senior, I'll first show you a part of the magic treasure diagram. If it's useful, I hope you can assist me." With that, Ronan began to receive images through the wisp of incense. Soon, he saw a gourd with wave patterns carved on its surface. This magic treasure was called the Water Virtue Gourd, and it was a spirit realm magic treasure. According to the introduction transmitted, it could gather and guide water attribute magic power between heaven and earth, and it could also brew powerful spells within it. "Alright, where is your secret realm?" Ronan asked. The female voice on the other side said, "The best time for that secret realm to open is 2 months from now. The time has not yet come. Senior, let's both find a witness, and then I will give you the magic treasure." The Green Emperor lineage had no leader, only some virtuous and respected cultivators. And those cultivators often did not involve themselves in the affairs of the lineage. So, for transactions, both parties would invite a witness. If one party defaulted, their reputation in the lineage would be ruined, and no one would trade with that defaulting person afterward. Ronan only knew Ancient Moon in the lineage, so he contacted Ancient Moon. And this female cultivator contacted another female cultivator to act as a witness. Under the witness of both, the female cultivator transmitted the complete magic treasure diagram of the Water Virtue Gourd to Ronan. Ronan accepted it and examined it, finding that its materials were relatively easy to collect. The main material was a naturally formed precious gourd. He happened to have 6 of them. Using one of them, he could craft the Water Virtue Gourd. After obtaining the magic treasure diagram, Ronan left the temple and returned to the wizard world. For the next period, he used the gourd from the Xiantian spirit vine and materials from the wizard world to refine the Water Virtue Gourd. After 9 heavens, the gourd was refined. Just like the magic treasure diagram, it was a gourd with wave patterns carved on its surface. Listening closely to the gourd, one could faintly hear the sound of ocean waves. "I can go to the boundless sea now." Ronan walked out of the wizard tower's laboratory. In fact, during this time, with the investigation of the boundless sea, some wizard organizations under his command were exposed. Subsequently, his wizard organization alliance was forced to go to war with the boundless sea. However, because the true master had not appeared, the main force of the boundless sea remained hidden, avoiding surprise attacks. Ronan thought, then cast Otsu would immortal escape, heading towards the wizard islands. Upon arriving at one of his wizard organizations, he saw 2 groups of wizards fighting. It was 2 groups of wizards confronting each other. Between the 2 groups of wizards, there was a defensive barrier. However, this defensive barrier already had many breaches. The wizards on Ronan's side of the defensive barrier were the wizards of Ronan's wizard organization, Thunder Iron Elemental Energy Wizards. An organization that researched lightning spells, mechanical spells, magnetic spells, and life spells. The leader of this organization was Solon James. He was a wizard whose body was 2/3 replaced with machinery. Electricity occasionally flashed across the machinery of his body. At this moment, he was leading the wizards under his command, simultaneously mending the breaches in the defensive barrier and attacking the invading wizards. The invading wizards were the wizards of the Boundless Sea. Both the Thunder Iron Elemental Energy Wizard team and the Boundless Sea Wizard team had a rank wizard. Although more wizards from Thunder Iron Elemental Energy participated, the quality of their wizards was inferior to that of the Boundless Sea. Ronan scanned with Grand Mist and immediately knew that besides 1 rank wizard, the Boundless Sea also had 10 legendary wizards and 25 great wizards. On the Thunder Iron Elemental Energy side, there were only 4 legendary wizards and about 10 great wizards. The disparity in wizard ranks forced Thunder Iron Elemental Energy to call for external aid. The wizard organizations under Ronan's command were arriving one after another. As the message from Thunder Iron Elemental Energy stated, the invaders were 2 wizard schools from the Boundless Sea. Ronan could also tell from the spells of these 2 Boundless Sea wizard schools that they were different schools. One wizard organization was releasing corrosive spells. Each of those wizards held an old wooden staff, the top of which was a wooden knot, with intricate liquid magic runes carved on it. These wizards pointed their staffs, and several streams of corrosive black water would surge towards the defensive barrier and the wizards of Thunder Iron Elemental Energy. The leading wizard of this school was a rank wizard. He drew his staff through the air. Immediately, a circular spell array with a hexagram as its base appeared in the air. Subsequently, a large expanse of black light emerged, which was a river of black water erupting from this spell array, crashing towards the Thunder Iron Elemental Energy and other wizard camps. And the other school of the Boundless Sea was clearly the beast taming school. Although the leader of this school was only a legendary wizard, the sheer number of sea beasts summoned by their spells was overwhelming. They chanted incantations while pointing their staffs at the ground. Immediately, giant waves surged on the sea surface. Various kinds of sea beasts emerged from the sea level like bamboo shoots. The sea beast army attacked together, immediately causing the defensive barrier to dim more and more, its energy gradually dissipating. And Solon, the rank wizard of Thunder Iron Elemental Energy, was proficient in the combined spells of thunder, iron, and magnetism. He continuously cast magnetic levitation drop spell. With the point of his staff, ripples appeared among the sea beast army, and then the ground exploded, sending the sea beasts flying in disarray, their heads launching into the sky. Just as Ronan arrived, the sea beasts crashed against the defensive barrier. Bang! With a loud bang, the defensive barrier instantly shattered, turning into scattered light and dissipating. The two wizard camps then began their true face-to-face spell battle. Make your move, Ronan said, then waved his hand. Immediately, a gourd with wave patterns carved on its surface appeared out of thin air. This was the spirit realm magic treasure, the water virtue gourd. Ronan channeled his magic power, silently reciting an incantation in his heart. Immediately, water emerged from the water virtue gourd, and in an instant, it transformed into towering giant waves, sweeping towards the people of the boundless sea. Even the black water within the giant waves and the water around the sea beasts were drawn in. The boundless sea's attacks were almost returned to themselves. The two warring wizard camps were startled by this display. After both sides clearly saw who had arrived, their expressions varied. Solon, the rank wizard of Thunder Iron Elemental Energy, was naturally overjoyed. He knew Ronan's strength, after all, Ronan had subdued him. He knew Ronan was much stronger than him. With Ronan's arrival, he was safe. As for the people of the boundless sea, upon seeing Ronan's spell, they knew this person was at least a rank wizard. However, they searched for information, wanting to know who this rank wizard was. Now, with the giant waves crashing down, the wizards of the boundless sea had no time to think further. The leading wizard of the Black Water Wizard School slammed his staff heavily onto the ground. Immediately, the soil in front of him, along with black water, surged up. In a moment, it transformed into a 5-meter-tall black water giant python. The black water giant python emitted a foul odor, charging towards Ronan's direction. The next moment, the sea water released by the water virtue gourd engulfed this black water giant python. The foul odor emanating from this black water giant python was corroding and assimilating the surrounding sea water. However, as the sea water increased, it quickly became unable to corrode and assimilate. And the pressure of the sea water prevented the giant python from advancing an inch. Other black water released by the Black Water Wizard School was also submerged by the sea water from the water virtue gourd. The black water and sea water collided, immediately emitting hissing sounds. However, with more sea water, the black water quickly receded. As for the sea beast army summoned by the beast taming school, once hit by the sea water, they immediately lost their footing and could only drift with the current. Ronan used his mind to control the sea water gushing from the water virtue gourd. Two streams of sea water, one left and one right, swirled, encircling the invading wizards. Seeing the sea water approaching and knowing their spells could not counter it, those wizards could only condense their energy particle shields, keeping the sea water 5 meters away from themselves. They planned to resist while temporarily retreating. However, the sea water had already surrounded them from all directions, making it impossible for them to retreat. Use space spells, one of them suggested. But soon, this suggestion was rejected by the Black Water rank wizard. Because using space spells would not only consume a large amount of magic power but also not guarantee an escape. After all, if they knew space spells, the opponent would also know space spells. If the opponent detected the direction of their space spell escape, they would simply use space spells to pursue. They would only waste magic power in vain and still not escape. Ronan grabbed his hand. All the seawater completely enveloped the energy particle shields of these wizards. From high above, it looked as if the seawater had formed a large sphere. Ronan silently recited an incantation in his heart again. The seawater surrounding these wizards transformed into torrents, crashing against the energy particle shields. And the other wizards also released their spells, attacking the energy particle shields. As Ronan's torrents and Solon's magnetic levitation drop spell were released simultaneously. Bang! The energy particle shields of these wizards instantly shattered. You can't kill me, my organization, the leading rank wizard hastily said. However, before he could finish speaking, Ronan's torrents, one after another, descended, riddling the wizard like a sieve. The other wizards suffered the same fate. After killing these wizards, Ronan manipulated the seawater, sweeping over the corpses of these wizards. The seawater returned with the storage Zhuwuki of these wizards. Subsequently, all the seawater was reabsorbed into the water virtue gourd. And the storage Zhuwuki of these wizards were taken into Ronan's hand. Solon, who was standing by, looked at the miraculous Zhuwuki that was the water virtue gourd, and the storage Zhuwuki in Ronan's hand, but dared not ask for them. After all, Ronan had placed a curse on him, and his strength was formidable, he absolutely dared not disobey. Ronan was not polite either. He put away the storage Zhuwuki and said to Solon, with these wizards eliminated, let's continue our attack. Subsequently, Ronan, along with all the wizard organizations under his command, including those who came to support, advanced together towards the territory of the boundless sea. Soon, the vast wizard army, like a massive dark cloud, pressed towards the boundless sea. The boundless sea was an area with about 30 islands. It was rumored that within the organization, there was a dominator wizard, who either meditated or led expeditions to other planes. It could be said that a portion of the resources of the 9 major wizard organizations in the central wizard islands came from the plane coordinates they controlled. Of course, their inherent location, much like the flying ascent platform in the cultivation world, made it easier to obtain plane coordinates. With so many enemies arriving, the boundless sea naturally detected them. The wizards of the boundless sea immediately used spells to notify their leader, Tunai Cross, who was currently fighting in another plane. When Tunai returned, Ronan and his forces had already broken through the boundless sea's defensive barrier. Behind the boundless sea's barrier were guardian sea beasts. This made the wizards under Ronan's command have a field day killing them. Many wizards were worried about lacking resources, and now these sea beasts were excellent cultivation resources. They killed and collected sea beast materials simultaneously. Upon his return, Tu Nai was enraged by the sight. He was an old wizard with unkempt, curly beard and hair, like octopus tentacles. Under his leadership, the high-ranking wizards of the Boundless Sea chanted together. As they chanted, more and more sea beasts came towards them. The first to bear the brunt were Ronan and his group. Ronan took out the water virtue gourd. Silently reciting an incantation in his heart, the water virtue gourd released a surge of magic power. The surrounding sea water immediately surged. The sea beasts were startled by the behavior of the sea water. Because the previous wizards of the Boundless Sea had all been killed by Ronan. Therefore, Tu Nai did not know Ronan's capabilities. The next moment, all the sea water, carrying giant beasts, surged towards the territory of the Boundless Sea. All the sea beasts that were originally attacking Ronan and his group ended up in the Boundless Sea. Although the Boundless Sea could control sea beasts, they could not control so many sea beasts. Many sea beasts, upon reaching the Boundless Sea's territory, began indiscriminate attacks. Tu Nai stared at Ronan, wondering where Ronan's Zhuwuki came from. He narrowed his eyes, then had about 100 wizards under his command set up a spell array. Once these dozens of wizards stood in their respective positions, he chanted an incantation. Immediately, the bodies of these wizards exploded. Their blood, turning from crimson to emerald green, subtly formed an array. Subsequently, a gigantic, dark green monster with an octopus head, a pair of fleshy wings, 2 arms and 2 legs emerged from the array. Ronan smelled the aura and knew that this monster came from the Chaos Plane. One of the planes in the wizard world that, even now, had not been fully explored. Under the sacrifice of wizard flesh and blood in the Boundless Sea, a colossal creature from the Chaos Plane rose from the witchcraft formation. Only Tu Nai, a wizard, remained in the entire Boundless Sea. None of his subordinate wizards knew that setting up this witchcraft formation meant sacrificing their own lives to summon an evil creature from another plane. Seeing his wizard organization, which he had painstakingly managed for hundreds of years, perish like this, Tu Nai couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. It wasn't that he hadn't considered only letting a portion of the wizards sacrifice their lives. However, the other wizards, seeing his cruelty, would likely turn against him. It was better to have all the wizards sacrifice themselves. Although he lost a wizard organization. However, after repelling the current enemy, he would gain more resources and more wizards. He could completely rebuild a wizard organization based on the foundation of the current enemy. And there was another consideration for sacrificing all the wizards. The creature from the Chaos Plane he summoned was merely a projection of an evil god from that plane. The more wizards sacrificed, the greater the power of this projection. He was determined to kill Ronan. So he had all the wizards set up this witchcraft formation and summoned the evil god projection. As soon as this dark green octopus humanoid evil god projection appeared, a strange and chaotic power emanated from its body. Wizards with high mental energy felt their minds become somewhat dazed. And the knight's demonic beast mounts, with the weakest mental energy, went mad one after another. Some demonic beasts had bumps appearing all over their bodies, and then a slit opened in the bumps, forming eyes. Meanwhile, bloody protrusions emerged from the demonic beasts' original eyes. Seeing their mounts mutate, these knights decisively cut off their mounts' heads to prevent them from harming their own people. Subsequently, these knights leaped from their mounts' backs and fell into the sea. The low mental energy of knights was a major weakness. Therefore, their armor was engraved with magic runes to defend against mental energy attacks. Under the influence of the evil god projection's power, although they saw numerous illusions, they were still able to remain conscious. Some powerful knights had unusual magic runes on their armor. With a thought, they activated the magic runes. The magic runes condensed energy particles, forming a pair of energy wings on the backs of their armor. This allowed them to still fly even after losing their flying mounts. After the evil god projection appeared, Tu Nai knelt on one knee in mid-air, as if respectfully welcoming the evil god. As soon as the evil god projection appeared, besides emitting mental energy fluctuations, the surrounding seawater was also controlled by the evil god, stirring up giant waves tens of meters high that surged towards Ronan and the others. Ronan, controlling the water virtue gourd, also unleashed waves of magical power. An invisible force immediately pushed back the giant waves controlled by the evil god projection. The two forces then pressed against each other, engaging in a confrontation. Next, Ronan needed to deal with the evil god's mental energy fluctuations. Immediately, Ronan took out the Nightmare Stone. Using the witchcraft of the Nightmare World, the Nightmare Stone emitted a burst of colorful flowing light. Another wave of mental energy clashed with the evil god projection's mental energy fluctuations in the air. The water virtue gourd and the Nightmare Stone both floated in front of Ronan. The water virtue gourd emitted a faint, deep blue light, while the Nightmare Stone emitted a colorful flowing light. Ronan, using two minds at once, manipulated the two items and fought the evil god projection to a standstill. Ronan also sensed that this creature was not its true body. He thought to himself, if just a projection has such power, he wouldn't be able to handle it if the true body arrived. Tu Nai saw Ronan concentrating on fighting the evil god projection. He then poured his magic power into the witchcraft model and cast an ice witchcraft. Before him, circular witchcraft formations with a hexagram base appeared one after another. Immediately, massive ice cones extended from within the witchcraft formations. He pointed his staff in the air, and the ice cones shot towards Ronan. Ronan could only use three minds at once. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, controlling the water virtue gourd. With a wave of his free left hand, a vast sea of wood divine lightning formed and swept towards the ice cones. Under the sea of thunder, the ice cones shattered into ice shards, scattering like beautiful jade. Tu Nai was startled and immediately cast a space witchcraft, avoiding the sea of thunder to escape being scorched black by it. Subsequently, he could only place his hope on the evil god projection. However, Ronan had noticed an extremely subtle distortion in the evil god projection when the sea of thunder swept past. It seemed that wood divine lightning had a certain restraining effect on this evil god projection. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately used his mental energy and formed a hand seal with his left hand. Suddenly, energy particles converged. The sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, and a crack appeared in the pitch-black clouds. Immediately after, a dazzling blue sea of thunder, thick as liquid paste, poured down from the crack. The evil god projection also sensed the immense power of this force. It emitted an incomprehensible sound from its mouth. A dark green magic power shield then appeared above its head. It intended to block this vast sea of thunder pouring down. However, Ronan's attack was infused with a great deal of mental energy and magical power. As the sea of wood divine lightning descended, it completely enveloped the evil god projection. The dazzling blue light of the sea of thunder illuminated the faces of every wizard and knight present. The next moment, the sea of thunder dissipated. The afterglow of the dazzling thunder remained in the wizard's eyes. But the evil god projection had completely vanished. The wizard's inner irritation and confusion, as well as the occasional strange phenomena in their eyes, had also disappeared. Tu Nai, who had been waiting on the side, was pale. His eyes were wide, and he was completely stunned. However, he quickly reacted, cast a space witchcraft, and fled frantically. But Ronan released his divine sense, sensing the location of his flashes. After casting Otsu would immortal escape, Tu Nai had only cast 3 space witchcrafts before he was caught by Ronan. Under Ronan's phantom witchcraft, Tu Nai recited a blessing spell and was cursed by Ronan. Ronan knew that as his need for resources grew, he would eventually infringe upon the interests of the other 8 wizard organizations. This Tu Nai was an immortal wizard, a decent combat force. However, it was truly hateful that Tu Nai had sacrificed all the wizards in his organization. After subduing Tu Nai, Ronan obtained more wizard knowledge from him. Ronan then returned to his wizard tower to continue his cultivation. Ronan's need for resources grew increasingly. The wizard power under his command also gradually increased. Through the blessing of his natal longevity tree, he infused a considerable amount of wizard knowledge into his subordinate wizards. In the wizard world, the most precious things were, first, knowledge, and second, resources. Without knowledge, no matter how abundant the resources, they would not be utilized, and one could not advance in rank. The wizards who gained knowledge immediately felt as if they had been enlightened, as if their minds had opened up. Their wizard ranks were constantly climbing. The places where wizards collected resources for Ronan included not only the remote corners of the wizard world but also various other planes. From Tu Nai, Ronan learned of over 100 other planes with abundant resources. These other planes all had powerful life forms guarding their resources. Therefore, wizards had to be sent to plunder them. For this purpose, Ronan established a hunter-wizard organization within the Wizard Council. These wizards, carefully selected, were all combat experts. They did not need to engage in research, they only needed to learn combat witchcraft. The combat methods of the Black Wizards of the Wizard Islands were their mandatory course. After they completed their studies, they would form teams to conquer various planes and collect resources for Ronan. For the next period of time, Ronan went into seclusion for cultivation. Unconsciously, 2 months passed, and it was the day he had agreed with the female cultivator from the Green Emperor lineage to explore the secret realm. He arrived at the mountain range where the secret realm was located as promised and saw 2 women. Both women were exceptionally beautiful. They stood suspended in the sky, the wind blowing their clothes, making them appear ethereal. One woman was slender, with eyes like clear streams, and her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, tied only with a hairband, making her look like an unmarried maiden. The other woman also looked young, but her figure was curvaceous, her eyes alluring, like a deep pool shrouded in mist, and her hair was elaborately styled into a bun, secured with several hairpins. Judging by her attire, she seemed much more mature than the other maiden. Ronan didn't know which one was the female cultivator who had contacted him. "May I ask which senior has arrived?" the maiden-like female cultivator asked. Hearing her timid tone, Ronan knew that this female cultivator was Guyu, who had contacted him using the Lian Shen Xiang. At that time, after they had discussed and agreed, they exchanged information when arranging the meeting location later. "My surname is Luo," Ronan said. "So it's Senior Ronan," Guyu quickly bowed slightly in greeting. Although Ronan's current appearance was only around 20 years old. However, one should not judge cultivators by their appearance. A cultivator who looked like a 3-year-old child might have tens of thousands of years of Dao practice. To Guyu, Ronan was a senior at the peak of the soul transformation. He was a major rank higher than her nascent soul. Moreover, he was also the cultivator with the highest cultivation among those she had invited. She had no choice but to be cautious and treat him with care. The other female cultivator beside her also quickly bowed in greeting. Afterward, Guyu said that this female cultivator was her friend, named Yu Feng. She was a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul. This time, Guyu had also invited 3 other cultivators. Soon, the 3 other cultivators arrived one after another. Among the 3 cultivators, there was one cultivator at the early stage of soul transformation, named Chen Deatong. The other 2 were cultivators at the nascent soul. Some of them, like Ronan, had exchanged some items with Guyu and agreed to help her explore the secret realm. Others followed them to obtain items from within the secret realm. Once everyone was present, Guyu led them towards a certain direction. Soon, they arrived above a range of mountains. The mountains were shrouded in thick fog, and nothing could be seen with the naked eye. Guyu took out a talisman. Please wait, fellow deists, while I break through the thick fog. Ronan couldn't see anything, so he swept his divine sense downwards. He had explored secret realms before and knew that there would be some peculiarities in places where secret realms were located. According to the wizard world, it was due to different spatial magnetic fields within them. This was also one of the spatial theories for exploring other planes in the wizard world. For individual cultivation, the cultivation technique of the cultivation world was more profound and mysterious than the meditation technique of the wizard world. However, when it came to detecting anomalous spaces, wizards knew more. However, this was also related to the differences in the laws of the two worlds. Compared to the cultivation world, the wizard world found it easier to perceive other planes. A good portion of witchcraft was actually obtained from other planes. At this moment, Ronan couldn't detect any changes in the spatial magnetic field at all. He only found a huge, restless mass of energy within the thick fog. Is this where the secret realm is located? Ronan asked. At this moment, Guyu had already thrown the talisman down. Just as Guyu was about to answer Ronan, the talisman had already touched that mass of energy. Ronan immediately felt that the energy suddenly became violent. It condensed into the surrounding thick fog, transforming into a massive foggy hand that grabbed towards Ronan and the others. Ronan had sharp eyesight and saw a swastika symbol in the palm of the large hand. Seeing the large hand covering them, Ronan and the others immediately cast spells. These were cultivators of the Green Emperor lineage, and the spells they cast were also wood spells. In an instant, Bi would divine lightning, Otsu would divine light, and countless coiling tree vines surged from the air, striking the large hand. The spells of the other cultivators inflicted little damage on the large hand. Only Ronan slightly restrained Bi would divine lightning struck the Buddha hand, causing it to tremble and then dissipate with a roar. Guyu looked down, her expression fluctuating, and she murmured, "No, I clearly calculated that it was here." At this moment, the soul transformation cultivator said, "Guyu, it seems there's no secret realm below. In that case, can what I owe you be written off?" Originally, although this cultivator came for nothing, the magic treasure Guyu gave him was not ordinary, he had to help with another slightly smaller favor to offset it. However, Guyu had indeed made a mistake by giving false information and making people come for nothing, so he took advantage of Guyu's lower cultivation and spoke like that. This way, even if others in the lineage knew, they would feel that both parties were at fault, making it difficult to side with one over the other. After her initial dejection, Guyu was also somewhat flustered. "Seniors and fellow deists, it is indeed my fault. If I find the secret realm again, I will offer other items, and I hope seniors and fellow deists can come." After saying this, the cultivators dispersed. Ronan then returned to the wizard world. For the next 10 years or so, although he went to the spirit realm every day, there was no further news from Guyu. These 10 years, whether for the spirit realm or the advanced cultivators of the wizard world, were an extremely short period. During these years, the wizards dispatched by Ronan fought fiercely in various planes, collecting a large amount of resources for Ronan. Thereafter, the warehouses in the wizard tower were almost never empty. On this day, Ronan continued to consume resources using the Daodi devouring heaven art. And his cultivation also reached the peak of the void refining. In the central part of the wizard islands, within the territory of the wizard organization Endless Abyss. The Endless Abyss is the most powerful wizard organization in the wizard world. Otaro, the leader of the Endless Abyss, is the only sovereign wizard in the wizard world. Sovereign wizard is the wizard rank above immortal wizard. A sovereign wizard can almost control an entire plane. However, for nearly 1,000 years, Otaro has rarely paid attention to external affairs. He dedicated himself to creating the Gate of Myriad Realms. The Gate of Myriad Realms is a top-tier Zhuwuki that allows one to perceive all different planes simply by standing within it. To build this Gate of Myriad Realms, he assembled a wizard team and collected various materials from the wizard world and multiple distant planes, as well as different magic runes that draw energy particles from various planes. After nearly 1,000 years, this Gate of Myriad Realms was finally completed. With this gate, he would be able to explore more planes, collecting resources and knowledge. This Gate of Myriad Realms was shaped exactly like an archway. It was over 5 meters tall and more than 3 meters wide. The archway was densely covered with magic runes. Looking through the archway, it resembled a night sky. Within the night sky were countless stars. Originally, the four recognized different planes, in the wizard world were the Land of Truth, Nightmare World, Chaos Plane, and Netherworld. Among the 4 different planes, the Netherworld was the most frequently contacted by wizards. Necromancers had even used the power of the Netherworld multiple times. However, the Netherworld is extremely vast, and wizards have only explored a portion of it. The Netherworld also concealed even more powerful necromancers. The Nightmare World and Chaos Plane were less explored by wizards. However, this was true for other wizards. As for Otaro, he had explored a great deal of these 2 worlds. He had also learned many wizardry spells from the Nightmare World and Chaos Plane. He could even use certain methods to trick demons from the Nightmare World and evil gods from the Chaos Plane into serving him. The Land of Truth, on the other hand, was a world he had explored very little. This was because time and space in that world were extremely chaotic. However, once one explored within it, one could acquire much knowledge that they couldn't uncover even after 100 years of research. He had only explored an area of about 5 li within it. Other wizards, once they entered this world, would disappear without a trace. It seemed that in this wizard world, only he could enter this world and safely come out. After completing the Gate of Myriad Realms, he discovered another world. A world extremely distant from the wizard world and seemingly containing extremely powerful energy. He could enter the land of truth, but he couldn't enter this world. Because when he tried to enter, he found that this world was protected by an extremely powerful energy barrier. On the barrier were various symbols he couldn't understand. There were multiple octagonal formations, each side having strange patterns composed of one long and one short straight line. There were multiple patterns consisting of 9 small squares forming a large square. There were strings of strange, incomprehensible patterns. He cast powerful wizardry spells, attempting to forcefully blast open this barrier. However, even after chanting spells for more than 10 days and then unleashing a powerful wizardry spell, he still couldn't shatter the barrier. He felt that he needed to combine the power of the wizard world. All wizards would unite and deliver another strike to this barrier. If this barrier still couldn't be broken, then he would only be able to meticulously study the wizardry formation of this barrier. This barrier was so sturdy that he felt the world within it must contain extremely abundant resources. Perhaps it could allow him to advance further beyond the sovereign wizard rank. Although a sovereign wizard already possessed extremely powerful strength, he had visited some planes where there were also so-called gods. If those gods were in flesh and blood form, they would be blasted to smithereens by his wizardry spells. If they were in soul form, they would be annihilated by his wizardry spells. But who would refuse further advancement in power? Moreover, the nightmare world, the chaos plane, and the land of truth still had places he couldn't explore. This indicated that there were powers stronger than him. Otaro walked out of his wizard tower. Upon seeing Otaro emerge, all the wizards appeared surprised, and they came forward one by one, kneeling on one knee. In fact, after such a long time, most of the wizards here, with the exception of a few rule wizards and immortal wizards, had already been replaced several times. They had either died in battle, died of old age, or died from failed research. Most wizards had never actually seen Otaro's appearance. However, Otaro's wizard tower had never been entered by any other wizard. Since someone walked out of this wizard tower, that wizard must be Otaro. Otaro waved a hand, acknowledging the wizard's salutations. Immediately, he began issuing commands. He ordered the collection of all wizards from every wizard organization in the wizard world, not just those on the wizard islands but also those on the continents outside the islands, to come to this location, leaving no one behind. Upon receiving the orders, the wizards knew that Otaro was planning a major undertaking, so they dispersed and set about their tasks. Soon, envoys from the Endless Abyss arrived at the wizard organizations on various wizard islands and on various continents. Ronan, who was cultivating in his wizard tower, received multiple messages simultaneously. This was a forceful conscription of all wizards in the wizard world by the Endless Abyss. Ronan learned about Otaro's strength from Tu Nai, the leader of the Boundless Sea. Even if 10 of me formed a wizardry formation enchanted for 10 days and nights, it might not be enough to harm Otaro, Tu Nai told Ronan. Ronan then understood Otaro's strength. He estimated that even he might not be guaranteed victory against Otaro. Since Otaro wanted to conscript wizards, he could only hide. After all, he, Ronan, was just a wizard apprentice. Only Dalifa was the immortal wizard admired by thousands. Therefore, Ronan relocated his family members to the second-rank continent. As for himself, he left a natal longevity tree on the second-rank continent to watch over his family, then took all his cultivation resources and transmigrated to the cultivation world. The strongest wizard of the wizard world summoning everyone made other wizards feel that nothing good could come of it. If Otaro couldn't do something, then their going meant a high possibility of death. So, not just Ronan, but many wizards were plotting to escape. However, the wizards of the Endless Abyss conducted a thorough search, going through every inch of space. Ronan, on the other hand, recalled the natal longevity trees scattered everywhere, lest one be brought back by the wizards of the Endless Abyss for Otaro to study. Some of Ronan's subordinate wizards, knights, and elves, who were currently campaigning in different planes, thus escaped the conscription by the Endless Abyss. Upon arriving in the spirit realm, Ronan found an immortal cave and began absorbing the spiritual chi of the spirit realm to continue constructing his spirit realm. Now, his spirit realm was thoroughly a small world. The spiritual chi concentration within it was 5 times that of the wizard world. Many spirit plants and magic plants grew within it. The Xiantian spirit vine was also planted by him in the spirit realm. While constructing his spirit realm, Ronan also continued to search for ways to improve his strength in the spirit realm. First, he searched for cultivation techniques beyond the void refining realm. Beyond the void refining realm was the Hideo realm. Upon reaching this realm, one would be a top-tier existence even in the spirit realm, and cultivation techniques were not so easy to collect. Whether he could collect them within the Green Emperor lineage depended on luck. Furthermore, cultivators with Hideo realm cultivation techniques would not easily pass them on to others. Otherwise, wouldn't an additional Hideo realm mean an additional opponent? One must know that even in the spirit realm, resources are limited. Cultivators of the Hideo realm, if they wished to ascend to the legendary immortal realm, would also have to compete for resources and opportunity. Second, he searched for better magic treasure refining diagrams. His Xiantian spirit vine was still growing in his spirit realm. He first intended to refine it into an immortal sword, similar to the Azure Spirit Sword. He was currently in the temple, burning incense to connect with other cultivators, to see if there were any magic treasure diagrams for refining immortal swords. Unexpectedly, the one who contacted him this time was still Guyu. This couldn't help but make Ronan begin to guess Guyu's background. From which world did Guyu come, or was she related to which powerful being, to possess so many magic treasure diagrams? After connecting with Guyu, upon asking, he learned that the exchange condition was still for him to help her explore a secret realm. Ronan then asked if she had found the secret realm. Guyu paused for a moment before replying that this time she wouldn't be mistaken. Ronan didn't care much, as he would first obtain the magic treasure refining diagram for the immortal sword. After he agreed, Guyu transmitted the magic treasure refining diagram into Ronan's mind through the incense. Then, she sent the secret realm's location and the agreed upon time to Ronan. Guyu said that last time she was merely framed by someone, miscalculating the secret realm's location, but the secret realm's opening time was not miscalculated. Therefore, they would depart 2 days later this time. 2 days' time was for each cultivator to prepare. Give us more time, Ronan said. I need to refine the magic treasure diagram into an immortal sword, that way, the secret realm trip will be more assured. Then, senior, how many days would suffice? Guyu asked. 2 months, Ronan said. Guyu pondered for a while, then agreed. After disconnecting from Guyu, Ronan left the temple. In Ronan's spirit realm, several Xiantian spirit vines were growing. He had cut off a section of the original Xiantian spirit vine. Then, he divided it into several pieces. He buried them in the soil of the spirit realm. After casting a growth-accelerating wizardry spell and absorbing the growth-accelerating liquid through the spirit realm, each piece of Xiantian spirit vine then took root and sprouted in the soil. Therefore, given enough time, his Xiantian spirit vine would have the opportunity to refine another sword formation. Upon returning to his immortal cave, Ronan immediately began refining the magic treasure according to the magic treasure diagram. The magic treasure diagram Guyu gave him contained the refining method for the Xiantian spirit sword. Refining the Xiantian spirit sword required an immortal vine as the main material. As for the other materials, Ronan also had a portion from his inventory brought from the wizard world. For the remaining ones, he transmigrated back to the wizard world and searched for them. Although the spirit realm also had resources, the richness and his familiarity with various resources still couldn't compare to the wizard world. Therefore, Ronan still returned to the wizard world. At this time, in the wizard world, as he flew in the sky, he rarely sensed the presence of wizards. Only some wizard apprentices and first-level formal wizards remained in the cities. It seemed that all wizards had been summoned by the Endless Abyss, for unknown reasons. Ronan mused that he would have to find a wizard who had escaped from the Endless Abyss in the future to see what Otaro was planning. Ronan followed the instructions in the books and went to several islands overseas to collect some materials. Then, he returned to the spirit realm. In the spirit realm immortal cave, Ronan began his closed-door magic treasure refining. With the assistance of Grand Mist, refining magic treasure was not only fast for him but also without failure. In just 2 days, he had refined the Xiantian spirit sword. The Xiantian spirit sword was verdant green, with Dao patterns on its blade. The sword floated in the air, emitting a sense of Dao rhyme, Dao charm. Compared to the azure spirit sword, the sword chi of the Xiantian spirit sword was more restrained. But Ronan knew that the sword chi was contained within the Dao rhyme, and its power was only higher, not lower, than that of the azure spirit sword. After refining one Xiantian spirit sword, Ronan disassembled an azure spirit sword and integrated its refined gold and mithril into the Xiantian spirit sword. When refining immortal swords, spirit plants are the main material, and metals are auxiliary materials. Refined gold and mithril are metals with excellent magical conductivity, and when integrated into an immortal sword, they can increase its power. The source of refined gold and mithril in the wizard world was unknown, but their quantity was limited. Most of these two metals had been incorporated by Ronan into his 72 azure spirit swords. Now, he intended to transfer these two metals into the Xiantian spirit sword. After refining one Xiantian spirit sword, Ronan continued to refine them. 2 months later, Ronan had refined 36 Xiantian spirit swords. They could barely form the lowest grade Tei Heavenly Wood sword formation. The sword formation also needs to be upgraded. Ronan thought, but he still had to go to the place agreed upon with Guyu first. After all, the time for the secret realm appointment had arrived. After returning from the secret realm, he could then ask other cultivators in the lineage if they had sword formations. Ronan waved his hand, storing the 36 Xiantian spirit swords in his sleeve. Then, he cast Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and headed towards the agreed upon location. The location of this secret realm was still a misty, deep secluded valley. The people who came, including Ronan, were still just those few. The 6 of them arrived above the secluded valley, waiting for Guyu to break through the dense fog. Guyu still took out a talisman, pointed her jade finger, and the talisman flew through the air, disappearing into the dense fog. In an instant, the dense fog dispersed in all directions, revealing the scenery of the secluded valley. Within the secluded valley, it was surrounded by 9 mountains. The mountain peaks were covered in a layer of verdant green, and on top of each mountain peak, there was a waterfall cascading downwards. In the center surrounded by the mountains was a deep pool. After watching for a while, Guyu said, "The entrance to the secret realm is in that deep pool." Saying that, she took the lead and headed towards the deep pool. Everyone followed closely. And just then, Ronan, whose mental energy was the strongest, discovered that a large group of cultivators was approaching. "Someone's coming," Ronan reminded Guyu. Guyu's small face immediately turned pale upon hearing this. "It's my enemy. Seniors and fellow deists, let's quickly enter the secret realm first." "Young miss, you only mentioned exploring the secret realm, but you didn't say you had enemies." The cultivator at the early stage of soul transformation said, pulling a long face after hearing this. Gu Yu immediately said, Senior, I have a dimming banner. Once this matter is settled, it will be your compensation. The cultivator at the early stage of soul transformation pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then said nothing more. The 5 of them followed Gu Yu into the deep pool. After entering the deep pool, their clothes remained completely dry. Instead, a force enveloped them, instantly pulling them into a certain space. Immediately, they felt the scenery before their eyes change, and they arrived in a deep, ancient forest. However, this deep, ancient forest had giant trees, strange flowers and exotic plants everywhere, lush green grass, and even emitted mist. It was a veritable immortal realm. After Gu Yu led everyone into the immortal realm, she cast a flying spell and headed towards the depths of the secret realm. Everyone immediately followed. After flying for a while, Ronan sensed 2 powerful forces colliding ahead. And Gu Yu was flying precisely towards the location of these 2 powerful forces. At the same time, Ronan felt that some cultivators had entered the secret realm, the very cultivators who had been pressing in on them earlier. They were getting closer and closer to the 2 energy sources. Soon, they saw 2 cultivators, one secular and one monastic, engaged in a spell battle. The secular one was a dignified-looking old man with white hair and beard. He was forming hand seals, releasing a large swath of Otsu wood divine light, pressing it forward. The monk on the other side was an old monk with white eyebrows and beard, his eyebrows 2 feet long and his beard reaching his chest. The old monk held a string of prayer beads, seemingly made of finger bones, and chanted Buddhist scriptures, sending a large expanse of golden light towards the Otsu wood divine light. The greenish-blue Otsu wood divine light and the solemn golden Buddhist light met in the air. One green, one gold, clearly distinct. Ronan summoned Grand Mist and scanned the 2 of them. Strings of data returned to Ronan's mind. The values of these 2 were merely at the void refining realm. Compared to his peak void refining realm, they were inferior. From this situation, it seemed that Gu Yu had come for these 2. And the secular cultivator was using a wood cultivation technique, clearly someone from the Green Emperor lineage. Without much guessing, Gu Yu invited them here to help this person. Sure enough, the next moment, Gu Yu made a request to them, to defeat the old monk who was practicing Buddhist magic. The old monk evidently noticed the situation on this side and, fearing defeat, couldn't help but shout, Are you opposing Wanchong Holy Land? Do you wish for your bodies and Dao to perish? Upon hearing this, everyone, except Gu Yu, who was about to act, suddenly paused. When Ronan arrived in the spirit realm, he had heard of Wanchong Holy Land. This was an area in the spirit realm, filled with temples. The monks within possessed great magical power. If asked which force in the spirit realm was the strongest, many would subconsciously think of Wanchong Holy Land. Offending Wanchong Holy Land would not lead to a good future, therefore, the other cultivators all froze for a moment. Only Gu Yu waved her hand, and a wood sword array immediately pierced towards the old monk of Wanchong Holy Land. However, the old monk was enveloped in golden light, as if protected by Buddhist magic. The sword array entered within 5 jong of him and immediately could not advance further. If you help me, everyone present will be able to learn the cultivation method of the Hideo realm. The secular cultivator also spoke. Suddenly, the hesitant crowd's eyes lit up. And Ronan had already sent a Bi wood divine lightning roaring towards the monk. Bang! He controlled the power of the Bi wood divine lightning to the peak of soul transformation. However, even this single strike caused the old monk's Buddhist light to flicker unsteadily. After Ronan made his move, the others followed suit, unleashing various spells and magic treasures. The old monk's Buddhist light dimmed further. Taking advantage of this moment, the secular cultivator's Otsu wood divine light immediately pressed towards the old monk. At this, the old monk's Buddhist light crumbled like an army in rout. Soon, the old monk was submerged in the Otsu wood divine light. Not long after, only a soft thud was heard. It was the old monk, having completely lost the ability to resist, falling to the ground. The secular cultivator retracted his Otsu wood divine light, his face almost as white as paper. It seemed his spell battle with the old monk had consumed a great deal of his energy. Ronan estimated the secular cultivator's power level and his current state of weakness, concluding that he had been battling the old monk here for decades. Furthermore, Ronan also felt that the monk's aura was very similar to the auras of the cultivators who were pursuing them from behind. This indicated that the cultivators behind them were monks from Wanchong Holy Land, coming to find the monk lying on the ground. Just as he was thinking, the cultivators from behind were already approaching. Sure enough, looking ahead, they were all bald-headed figures. The secular cultivator's expression changed slightly upon seeing these bald heads. Gu Yu said from the side, Father, I have called upon these seniors and fellow deists. By cooperating, we should be able to escape. The secular cultivator glanced at them and said, You all protect me. Once I recover, we'll act together. These monks are nothing to fear. After he said this, all the other cultivators, except Ronan, hesitated in their hearts. They did not want to provoke Wanchong Holy Land. However, the next moment, the secular cultivator spoke again, If I survive, all of you will gain the cultivation method for the Hideo realm. But after he said this, some cultivators did not believe him. They did not want to oppose Wanchong Holy Land for a mere empty promise. I am Giant Wood Divine Sovereign. Then, the secular cultivator said. When this was said, the nascent soul cultivators said nothing. But the soul transformation cultivator's eyes widened slightly. And Ronan's heart churned, though his face remained expressionless. He had not expected that the last ascender from his world would actually be here. So you are Senior Giant Wood Divine Sovereign, good. The soul transformation cultivator scrutinized Giant Wood Divine Sovereign for a moment, then said. The other cultivators, seeing that the soul transformation cultivator had agreed to help so quickly, also pondered for a moment and then all agreed. If the soul transformation cultivator felt there were benefits to be gained, then they, too, should be able to gain benefits. Giant Wood Divine Sovereign saw the expression on Ronan's face, implying he hadn't heard of his name, and said, Fellow deist, you are an ascender from the lower realm, aren't you? Ronan nodded. Immediately, Giant Wood Divine Sovereign transmitted a message to Ronan, I am one of the few cultivators in the Green Emperor lineage who has received the Green Emperor's legacy. If you help me, I will transmit the Green Emperor cultivation technique to you. Giant Wood Divine Sovereign also saw that Ronan was the strongest among the cultivators his daughter had found. Of course, this was also only a portion of the cultivation Ronan allowed him to see. If Ronan had revealed his full cultivation, Giant Wood Divine Sovereign would surely have been startled. If Ronan were to say that he had reached this level of cultivation through the legacy left by Giant Wood Divine Sovereign, Giant Wood Divine Sovereign would likely harbor ill intentions. Good. Ronan thought for a moment, then agreed immediately. Immediately, Giant Wood Divine Sovereign sat down cross-legged in a spot and began to restore his magical power. And Ronan and the others faced the direction from which the monks of Wanchong Holy Land were flying. Ronan used Grand Mist to analyze the data of these monks. Although there were many people, the highest cultivation was only at the Void Refining Realm, still not comparable to his. As long as these monks could not form a formation to surround them, they could not harm him. Before the monks even arrived, they each extended a hand. Immediately, a large expanse of golden light descended upon Ronan and the others, transforming into Buddhist hands that grabbed downwards. Ronan and the others immediately cast spells and threw out magic treasures to resist. Wood spells and magic treasures, emitting green light, collided with the golden Buddhist hands in the air. The sounds of impact were incessant. Because Ronan did not display his full strength, Ronan's side quickly fell into a complete disadvantage. At this moment, Giant Wood Divine Sovereign, who had been sitting cross-legged, let out a loud shout, get out of the way. Then, he suddenly slapped behind him, and a large expanse of Otsu Wood Divine Light shot towards the monks. The leading Void Refining Realm monk waved his sleeve, dispersing the Otsu Wood Divine Light. And Giant Wood Divine Sovereign, casting Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, swept up Guyu and Yufeng, and fled. The other cultivators, seeing this scene, all turned pale. Clearly, they were left behind to buy more time for Giant Wood Divine Sovereign's escape. Father. Guyu had brought these people, and she couldn't bear it. Giant Wood Divine Sovereign said, you did not ascend from a lower realm where spiritual chi was about to dry up, you do not know the cruelty of cultivation. That cultivator should know this cruelty, right? Giant Wood Divine Sovereign thought of Ronan. It was truly not easy for a cultivator to ascend from the lower realm. However, even upon arriving here, one still had to face the perishing of body and Deo. As Giant Wood Divine Sovereign was lamenting, he heard a voice behind him, of course I know. Giant Wood Divine Sovereign turned back in astonishment, only to see Ronan also casting Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, closely following behind him. You. Giant Wood Divine Sovereign couldn't believe that this person could actually catch up to him. This meant that this person had hidden his strength earlier, and moreover, was even more powerful than him. Ronan poured his magical power into the wizardry model and cast energy-absorbing magic vine. Immediately, purple energy-emitting vines grew around Giant Wood Divine Sovereign, Guyu, and Yufeng, absorbing all the magical power from their bodies. Then, he used the magical power of Otsu Wood Immortal Escape to sweep up the three of them and flew towards the exit of the secret realm. The monks, however, blocked their path. Ronan immediately pointed his finger forward and released the nuclear explosion spell. Bang! The less powerful monks, caught off guard, were immediately blown apart, their limbs separated and heads flying. The Void Refining Realm monk, relying on his Buddhist magical power for protection, only recoiled a step. He glared at Ronan. Ronan's response was another nuclear explosion spell. Bang! Another group of monks had their bones shattered. The Void Refining Realm monk, meanwhile, condensed a Buddhist golden body around himself, blocking this nuclear explosion spell again. However, this Buddhist golden body was also shattered with one blow. Ronan did not hesitate to consume more magical power. His fingers tapped repeatedly. 3 nuclear explosion spells were released consecutively. Bang! 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 The next moment, very few Buddhist cultivators remained. The Void Refining Realm monk who had directly endured the attacks was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. Ronan did not kill him, thinking that this Void Refining Realm monk might also know the cultivation method for the Hideo realm and some cultivation knowledge. Combined with Giant Wood Divine Sovereign's knowledge, he would be able to improve even more. Ronan's magical power Divine Light carried Giant Wood Divine Sovereign and the other 2. He then grabbed the Void Refining Realm monk as well. With the 4 of them, he flew out of the secret realm. After exiting the secret realm, Ronan found a dense forest and set the 4 down. First, he used Nightmare Stone to drag Giant Wood Divine Sovereign into an illusion. Then, he extracted the Hideo realm cultivation technique from Giant Wood Divine Sovereign's mouth. Because Giant Wood Divine Sovereign was weak, his resistance to the illusion was low, and Ronan quickly extracted everything. This Giant Wood Divine Sovereign actually did not intend to pass on all of his cultivation techniques to them. After all, this was his most precious possession. He only wanted to pass it on to his own descendants and did not want others to surpass his descendants and seize the opportunity. This Hideo realm cultivation technique was the Planting the Immortal Scripture. This was the most complete Green Emperor Immortal Ascension legacy. The 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and celestial wood ascension art that Ronan had previously encountered were all left by the Green Emperor's clones in various realms and were parts of the Sheng Immortal scripture. Finally, I have obtained the Immortal Ascension cultivation technique. Ronan couldn't help but feel excited. After obtaining this cultivation technique, his realm would be able to break through from the peak of void refining realm to the Hideo realm. Upon reaching the Hideo realm, he would have no more rivals in the wizard world. The wizard world, and all the distant planes the wizard world could reach, would all be his. After Ronan learned the cultivation method of the Sheng Immortal scripture, he also learned all other knowledge known by Giant Wood Divine Sovereign. Then, he searched Giant Wood Divine Sovereign's body and found a storage pouch. It contained many resources. Immediately, Ronan used Nightmare Stone to pull the Void Refining Realm monk into an illusion. Apparently, this Void Refining Realm monk also knew the cultivation method for the Hideo realm. This was a legacy from Wanchong Holy Land. However, this cultivation path was not suitable for him. It not only required the aid of heaven and earth spiritual chi but also the indoctrination of the populace, relying on the power of will of the populace to achieve ascension. Many lower realms had faith in Wanchong Holy Land. The power of will of those people were all the fuel for these monks to seek ascension. However, a body refining method that this monk knew was suitable for him. This body refining method was called Brahma Holy Subduing Demon Skill. It involved collecting the blood of the 9 great demons of the spirit realm, supplemented by the cultivation technique, to train the physical body to the point of invincibility. Ronan, however, planned to first practice the Sheng Immortal scripture. Once his cultivation improved to the point where he could virtually overwhelm the spirit realm, he would then collect the blood of the 9 great demons and practice the Brahma Holy Subduing Demon Skill. Thus, Ronan left these few people behind. He flew away from this forest to another forest, and with a thought, returned to the wizard world. The spiritual chi in the wizard world was more abundant than in the cultivation world, so both cultivation and breakthroughs would be faster. Moreover, there was no heavenly tribulation in the wizard world. In the spirit realm, although resources were more abundant and spiritual chi was denser, the heavenly tribulation was also fiercer. Therefore, he had to return to the wizard world to break through to the Hideo realm. Chapter 257 Joint Deo Boundary. Ronan found an island in the wizard world and began to cultivate the Sheng Immortal scripture. The heaven and earth spiritual chi from thousands of miles around surged towards him. Suddenly, the heaven and earth spiritual chi vibrated. It was as if the space between heaven and earth trembled for a moment. I've had a breakthrough. Ronan summoned Grand Mist. Cultivation realm, Hideo realm. Wizard realm, Sovereign Wizard. Next, he would continue to gather resources and cultivate further in the Hideo realm. At the same time, he would nurture the Xiantian spirit vine and refine more Xiantian spirit swords. He found a book titled 108 Heavenly Star and Earth Fiend Sword Array in Giant Wood Divine Sovereign's storage pouch. This sword array combined the killing intent of Heavenly Star and Earth Fiend, possessing immense power. Ronan planned to refine 108 Xiantian spirit swords to form this sword array. Ronan concocted the most top-tier nurturing spirit liquid in the wizard world and cast the most top-tier growth spell in the wizard world. This caused the Xiantian spirit vine in the spirit realm to grow continuously. For the next period of time, Ronan hid on the island, concentrating on refining swords. After a year, he finally refined 108 Xiantian spirit swords. With a wave of his hand, 108 verdant immortal swords floated before him. Immediately, he arranged the immortal swords according to the 108 Heavenly Star and Earth Fiend sword array. He practiced the proficiency of the sword array. Thus, another half a year passed. In the wizard world, nothing seemed to happen during this half year. Most wizards were still forcibly conscripted by the endless abyss to the central part of the wizard islands, doing who knows what. Ronan sometimes disguised himself and went to various cities to inquire about news, but he didn't find anything. Therefore, Ronan temporarily gave up. Anyway, after this half year, his sword array proficiency had reached perfection. Combined with his Xiantian spirit sword, it could unleash immense power. At that time, he would personally go to the endless abyss to investigate. After a few more days, Ronan cultivated the Sheng Immortal scripture, consuming all the resources on him. He felt it was time to visit the endless abyss. Immediately, Ronan cast Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, transforming into a green light and heading towards the central part of the wizard islands. After flying past the scattered small islands, Ronan arrived at the endless abyss region. This was a wizard area with over 1,000 small islands. In the center of the 1,000 small islands was a towering wizard tower. The top of the wizard tower resembled a double-pronged fork, and in the middle of the fork, a giant spherical lightning bolt shimmered. As soon as Ronan entered this area, the spherical lightning bolt immediately released a dazzling bolt of lightning, striking towards Ronan. Ronan casually waved his hand, dispersing the lightning. However, this spherical lightning continued to roar, releasing bolts of lightning one after another. Ronan casually pointed, and a huge Bi Wood divine lightning was released, striking towards the spherical lightning. Boom! Not only was the spherical lightning destroyed, but even the top of the wizard tower was leveled. Hearing this commotion, the wizards of the endless abyss appeared one after another. Ronan, however, concealed his aura and headed towards the center of the endless abyss. Ronan blended into the wizard's team and arrived before the gate of myriad realms. After coming to the wizard world, Ronan had yet to see such an intricate wizard creation. With his vast knowledge, there were even patterns on the gate of myriad realms that he didn't recognize. And through the gate of myriad realms, he could even see numerous planes. He felt that even if he stood there and carefully sensed, he wouldn't be able to perceive so many planes. At this moment, before the gate of myriad realms, wizards came and went. They were researching how to break through a world's world barrier. Otaro gathered the wizards, attempting to combine their strength to forcefully break open this world barrier. But after many attempts, they failed and could only give up. Finally, they had to let the wizards use their expertise to study the patterns and symbols on the world barrier. Ronan also saw this world barrier. Most of the patterns and symbols on it were extremely familiar to him. 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, talismans, these were all patterns and symbols he was extremely familiar with. However, Sanskrit was unfamiliar to him. This was a Buddhist thing, and also a thing of those monks from Wanchong Holy Land. Could it be that this world is the spirit realm? Is this world barrier set up by both Daoist and Buddhist families? Ronan observed for a while longer. With his vast knowledge, although he didn't understand Sanskrit, relying solely on the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams and talismans was enough for him to break a gap in this barrier large enough for one person to pass through. Otaro is not bad, he finally found the location of the spirit realm, but I'm afraid he won't go there. Thinking of this, Ronan left and went to look for Otaro. Upon hearing the commotion, Otaro left the gate of myriad realms to investigate what had happened. However, Ronan had already concealed his tracks by then. Otaro spread his mental power across the entire endless abyss, but he didn't find any formidable individual. From this, he knew that the attacker possessed extremely advanced stealth wizardry. Therefore, he told the people around him to stay away. Then, he raised his mental power to its maximum, scanning his surroundings. Ronan could only hide his strength, but it was difficult to hide his existence. Otaro raised his mental power to its maximum, even if he used the Dark Elf's Curse of Secrecy and Nightmare Stone, he couldn't quietly approach Otaro. However, he saw that Otaro's mental power and magic power were only slightly inferior to his own. But his own strength value was significantly higher than Otaro's. Of course, there was also his life recovery ability. Furthermore, he also had top-tier magic treasure like the Xiantian Spirit Sword. Even in a head-on confrontation, his chances of losing were not high. Thus, Ronan waved his hand in the crowd. Xiantian Spirit Swords flew out, soaring towards Otaro. Otaro raised his staff, and a huge invisible magnetic field, like a large bowl, inverted over his body. It resisted the sword array. Otaro released his mental power and finally found Ronan's location from the connection between the Xiantian Spirit Sword and Ronan's mental power and magic power, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. He waved his staff, and immediately, surges of grayish-white power surged from all directions. With a flick of his staff, it transformed into a torrent, rushing towards Ronan. Ronan waved his hand, sacrificing the azure wood cauldron. Clang! The azure wood cauldron collided with the grayish-white torrent, the grayish-white torrent dissipated, and the azure wood cauldron was dented. After all, the azure wood cauldron was only a lower realm magic treasure, being able to withstand one blow meant its quality was already excellent. Ronan continuously injected magic power into the sword array. The sword array immediately changed. 108 Xiantian spirit swords constantly shuttled around Otaro. They emitted bursts of powerful sword chi, destroying Otaro's magnetic field. Otaro's expression slightly changed. He didn't know where this Zhu came from, these swords could actually emit such powerful energy. After sustaining it for a while longer, Otaro felt his decline. Immediately, he released a spatial spell and vanished in a flash. Ronan sensed Otaro's magical trajectory and released the Xiantian spirit sword. Just as Otaro suddenly flashed to another location, the Xiantian spirit sword followed closely. Whoosh! A verdant sword light passed through Otaro's body. This sovereign wizard's blood spilled all over the ground. Subsequently, Ronan used Nightmare Stone and learned what Otaro knew. After seizing Otaro's storage Zhu, Ronan placed a curse on Otaro. Subsequently, Ronan headed towards the Gate of Myriad Realms. Looking at the Gate of Myriad Realms, thoughts surged in Ronan's mind. The so-called Hideo realm meant gradually integrating oneself with a world. Those who achieved immortal ascension were all partially integrated with the spirit realm, and thus ascended to the immortal realm. Some who achieved immortal ascension even integrated with some lower realms to increase their strength. Ronan looked at the Gate of Myriad Realms and felt that he could integrate these planes into himself to cultivate the Hideo realm. At the same time, these wizards could conquer distant planes through the Gate of Myriad Realms, collecting resources for him. Next, Ronan began to cultivate in the Endless Abyss region. Resources seemed to continuously flow to him. He integrated himself with the wizard world according to the Qing the Immortal Scripture. The so-called fusion was actually the erosion of a world's world will. Thus, one could obtain a portion of a world's power. The reason why the spirit realm's resources and spiritual chi were inferior to the wizard world's was because the cultivators who ascended to become immortals took away a portion of the spirit realm's resources and power. Ronan first used the power of the Qing the Immortal Scripture to erode other weaker planes. His method of erosion was also very simple, just plant a natal longevity tree within them. In those planes, the natal longevity tree became the world tree of that plane. The creatures within lived dependent on the natal longevity tree. After creatures died, their souls also returned to the natal longevity tree. As world after world was eroded, Ronan's Hideo realm cultivation gradually increased. The Hideo realm is to integrate with a realm. And this is similar to a sovereign wizard. A sovereign wizard is to dominate a realm. Generally speaking, some intermediate planes can only give birth to one Hideo realm cultivator or sovereign wizard. But advanced planes can give birth to multiple Hideo realm cultivators or sovereign wizards. However, the Hideo realm ultimately relies on the world's power to cultivate. Upon ascension to an immortal, one can often transcend the world. Because of the natal longevity tree and the spirit realm, Ronan's speed of eroding worlds was much faster. 10 years passed since he became the dominator of the wizard world. He reached the middle stage of the Hideo realm. At this time, he wanted to cultivate the Brahma holy subduing demon skill. To cultivate this cultivation technique, one had to fuse with the blood of the 9 demons of the spirit realm. Thinking of it, Ronan transmigrated to the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, there were 9 great demon regions, and each demon region had a demon king. On this day, Ronan traveled through the 9 great demon regions of the spirit realm, slaying each demon king and obtaining the flesh and blood of the 9 demons. However, this also attracted the pursuit of Wanchong Holy Land. The 9 great demon kings, who plagued the spirit realm, were actually all raised by Wanchong Holy Land. Now that Ronan had killed them all, how could they tolerate this? In Wanchong Holy Land, there were 3 supreme monks, whose Buddhist dharma was astonishing. Each of them was on the verge of ascension. And the most powerful one was a monk named Shi Tuo. This monk was 18 feet tall, with an ancient and majestic face, and it was rumored that he was only half a step away from ascending to the immortal realm. Ronan used various concealment methods to evade the pursuit of Wanchong Holy Land and return to the wizard world. Subsequently, he cultivated the Brahma holy subduing demon skill in the wizard world using the flesh and blood of the 9 demons. Auxiliary materials were obtained from the wizard world and various planes. 3 years later, the Brahma holy subduing demon skill reached perfection. His physical body had been cultivated to an extremely powerful state. With a slight thought, he could manifest 100 Jungtal Dharma heaven and earth with his physical body strength. Unconsciously, another 10 years passed. Ronan had been cultivating in the wizard world. His subordinate wizards formed demon hunting teams, conquering distant planes. Whenever a wizard died, their soul could return to his natal longevity tree and gain rebirth. One plane after another was traversed by his subordinate wizards. Of course, the 5 great worlds, Land of Truth, Cultivation World, Nightmare World, Chaos World, and Nether World. Except for the Nether World, which had been fully explored by his wizards, the other worlds had not been completely entered. In the Nightmare World and Chaos World, wizards explored many places, but many wizards also died. The Cultivation World, however, did not require wizards to explore. That barrier is now no longer being studied by anyone. Even if those wizards were given hundreds of years, they might not be able to figure it out. Ultimately, the talismans and 9 palaces and 8 trigrams of cultivation were vastly different from wizardry formations and so on. The Land of Truth, however, had not been entered by any wizards. From what Otaro knew, the Land of Truth was the source of most wizard knowledge. Once, a person returned from the Land of Truth, and this world gained various methods of utilizing energy particles. The wizards Ronan sent out, except for Otaro, were truly lost one batch after another. Therefore, Ronan temporarily gave up on exploring this world. Even he himself did not go to explore it. After all, he knew from Otaro's memory that time and space were chaotic in this world. It would not be good if he went in and got trapped. 10 years passed, and Ronan's cultivation also reached the peak of the Hideo realm. He tried to continue cultivating according to what was recorded in the Sheng immortal scripture. However, there were no signs of ascension to the immortal realm. Does ascension necessarily require going to the cultivation world? Ronan thought, then decided to go to the cultivation world. Now, he was at the peak of the Hideo realm, and also someone about to ascend, so those cultivators from Wanchong Holy Land should not be able to do anything to him. Immediately, with the thought, he transmigrated to the cultivation world. Upon reaching the spirit realm, he found a secluded place. He began to absorb heaven and earth spiritual chi and cultivate according to the method of the Sheng immortal scripture. Immediately, he felt as if a funnel suddenly appeared in the sky. A force descending from the heavens poured into his body through this funnel. Subsequently, dark clouds gathered. Lightning flashed and shot out from within the dark clouds. This was the 9 heavens heavenly tribulation mentioned in the Sheng immortal scripture before ascension. Ronan had cultivated the Brahma holy subduing demon skill and was prepared to face the heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation brewed for a long time but did not strike. Because of this heaven and earth anomaly, a group of cultivators was attracted. The monks of Wanchong Holy Land were among them. Chapter 258 Ascension. Beside the dark clouds brewing the lightning tribulation, a giant golden cloud, like a mountain, pressed towards Ronan. On top of the cloud were monks from the Wanchong Holy Land. At the very bottom was a monk clad only in a monastic robe, his muscles bulging, and his entire body enveloped in golden light. Above them were Buddhist cultivators seated on lotus platforms. At the very top were the 3 Hideo realm monks of Wanchong Holy Land. They formed a triangular formation, creating a specific orientation. And Shi Tuo of Wanchong Holy Land sat at the very top. Congratulations, fellow deist, on your impending heavenly tribulation. May I inquire if fellow deist would be willing to instruct this old monk on the cultivation method? Shi Tuo sat on his lotus platform, his hands clasped, and spoke. Scram. Ronan replied directly. Shi Tuo smiled, in that case, I'm afraid fellow deist, in addition to enduring the 5 tribulations of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 2 tribulations of the mind and heaven, will also have to face a tribulation of slaughter. After speaking, he extended his hand towards Ronan. Shi Tuo's hand passed through the clouds, and in an instant, a great mountain pressed down on Ronan. Ronan waved his hand, releasing his sword formation. The verdant green sword formation cut a huge arc through the air. Swish! In an instant, this great mountain was split in 2. And Shi Tuo's hand was also withdrawn at this moment. He looked at his palm. A hideous bloody mark was visible from his wrist to his palm. Golden blood gurgled out from it. Shi Tuo let out a cold snort, then loudly proclaimed, "All Buddhas, all Bodhisattvas, all Vaitras, all Arhats. Follow me to subdue the demons." As soon as he finished speaking, the monks who had arrived on the golden cloud began to cast their Buddhist spells. First came the Buddhist hands. The Buddhist hands were immensely powerful, surging towards Ronan like waves. Following them were overwhelming Buddhist magic treasures. All sorts of Vaitra pestles, alms bowls, and ring knife, pressed towards Ronan. Ronan pointed his finger. The sword formation composed of Xiantian spirit sword emitted a dazzling green light and slashed at the incoming attacks. Each of the Buddhist hands turned into shattered Buddhist light. The monks who had extended the Buddhist hands cried out in pain and withdrew their hands. When they looked again, many monks' arms were gone, leaving only mangled stumps. And those magic treasures were all shattered by the Xiantian spirit sword. Just as the monks below the 3 Hideo realm monks attacked Ronan, they were hastily twirling their prayer beads and chanting. A faint chanting resonated through this space. Soon, a Buddhist formation was set up. Pieces of Sanskrit formed chains, surrounding Ronan. Ronan unleashed the Brahma-holy subduing demon skill. The colossal heaven and earth dharma manifestation stretched forth. Immediately, it shattered the Buddhist formation. At this moment, above the dark clouds, the lightning tribulation was still brewing, but a black wind gently began to rise. This was the wind tribulation. Within the black wind were weapons formed from heaven and earth spiritual chi. If one's cultivation was lower, upon touching this wind, their flesh and blood would be shredded. Seeing the wind tribulation about to brew, Ronan intended to deal with the tribulation of slaughter before him. Suddenly, he threw out a greenish-blue gourd with a strange smiling face. This was something Otaro had taken from the world of truth, which he called the gourd of truth. As soon as this gourd was thrown out, the surrounding space and time immediately warped and twisted. Even Ronan felt a sense of nausea in his heart. And Shi Tuo and the 3 monks, seeing this gourd brought out, did not know its origin, so they threw out their magic treasures and Buddhist light. They wished to smash it before it could manifest its effects. However, their magic treasures and Buddhist light, upon entering the gourd's field, immediately began to twist. When they approached the gourd, the magic treasures and Buddhist light completely vanished. This was time distortion, the magic treasures and Buddhist light reverted to their previous states. And Ronan quickly retreated, flicking a streak of magical power into the gourd. Immediately, the gourd's field expanded, enveloping Shi Tuo and the 3 monks. Shi Tuo and the 3 monks, at this moment, exerted all their strength to maintain themselves, their movements completely frozen. Ronan seized this opportunity and pointed his finger. The Xiantian spirit sword then swept past the 3 monks. Swish! Golden Buddhist blood flew, and the 3 monks fell from their lotus platforms. And just then, the wind tribulation arrived. A black wind, mixed with blades, swords, and black sand, swept towards Ronan. Ronan unleashed the Otsu wood divine light to protect himself. The black wind and the Otsu wood divine light collided, emitting crackling sounds. A moment later, the Otsu wood divine light only dimmed a few shades, and the black wind had already passed. Next, it was the lightning tribulation. This lightning tribulation was not a heavenly tribulation. Although the 9 heavens tribulation also descended in the form of lightning. But that kind of lightning was fused with the power of the heavenly Dao, different from this lightning. The lightning of wind, thunder, water, and fire was just a minor dish. Boom! Boom! Just a moment after the wind tribulation passed, streaks of blue lightning struck down towards Ronan. Ronan unleashed the Brahma-holy subduing demon skill, and the heaven and earth dharma manifestation rose, blocking the lightning one by one. After the lightning tribulation, it was the water tribulation. The water was profound water, heavenly water. Splash! The dark clouds in the sky suddenly split open with a large crack. Profound water, like a giant waterfall, rushed down towards Ronan. Ronan used the water virtue gourd and collected all the profound water into the gourd. But the next moment, the gourd developed cracks and threatened to burst. Ronan then went to the wizard world, opened a passage to the chaos plane, and threw the water virtue gourd, which was about to explode, into it. Immediately, he returned to the spirit realm. After the water tribulation, it was the fire tribulation. There are 3 types of fire tribulation, first is heavenly fire, second is body fire, and third is heart fire. First to arrive was the heavenly fire. A purple flame surged out from a red cloud on the horizon. Soon, it surrounded Ronan. The water just now was the water tribulation, all meant to extinguish Ronan. If Ronan had forced the water tribulation into the water virtue gourd to counter the fire tribulation, it would not have caused water and fire to counteract each other, it would only have caused them to converge, and he would have to face both the water tribulation and the fire tribulation simultaneously. This time, he intended to use fire to counter the fire tribulation. He had cultivated the samadhi true fire to perfection. And as his essence, chi, and spirit grew stronger, the samadhi true fire also had no limit. Using his essence, chi, and spirit to resist the fire tribulation was the true way to face the tribulation. Immediately, Ronan fused his essence, chi, and spirit, and a radiant, colorful flame spewed from his mouth, like a ribbon, instantly enveloping him. The purple flames of the fire tribulation and the 7-colored essence, chi, and spirit flames of the samadhi true fire pushed and shoved, engaging in battle. A moment later, the samadhi true fire completely engulfed the purple flames. This fire tribulation had passed. After the 4 tribulations of wind, thunder, water, and fire, came the heart tribulation, also known as the heart demon tribulation. Immediately, Ronan heard whooshing sounds from all directions. Shadowy figures, riding a gust of wind, surged towards him. These were all creatures from the nightmare world of the spirit realm, coming here to disturb his mind and devour his soul. Ronan had explored the nightmare world and already had ways to deal with these spiritual entities. The Xiantian spirit sword could restrain these spiritual entities, otherwise, it wouldn't have the name spirit slaying. He used the power of his nascent soul and injected it into the Xiantian spirit sword. Immediately, a string of runes on the Xiantian spirit sword lit up. Ronan then pointed the sword formation at those heart demons. As the sword formation moved back and forth, Ronan only heard continuous roaring in his ears. And in his eyes, those shadowy figures were all shredded by the Xiantian spirit sword. The heart demon tribulation was thus considered past. Now, only the legendary Nine Heavens tribulation remained. Many cultivators actually managed to pass the tribulations before the Nine Heavens tribulation. Among the 3 monks Ronan had just subdued, Shi Tuo was rumored to have passed the heart demon tribulation. However, when the Nine Heavens tribulation descended, he found himself unable to resist, so he used a reclusive Buddhist spell to avoid the Nine Heavens tribulation. That's why he ended up with only half a step to ascension. But to truly ascend, avoiding the tribulation wouldn't work. The Planting the Immortal scripture states that if one ascends by avoiding the tribulation, they are a false immortal, not a true immortal. To achieve true immortal status, one must face the tribulation. And the other 2 Hideo realm monks were said to have passed some of the wind, thunder, water, and fire tribulations. But because they realized they couldn't pass the later tribulations, they used reclusive spells to avoid them. After the heart demon tribulation, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly turned into purple mist. Within the mist, there seemed to be a giant face. Clusters of purple electric arcs began to condense within the 5-colored mist, and the Nine Heavens tribulation finally descended. Ronan raised one hand, and the sword formation, composed of 108 Xiantian spirit swords, went towards the falling purple gold divine lightning. The divine lightning struck the sword formation, and circles of spreading lightning halos immediately rolled out from it, rippling in all directions. Each time the purple gold lightning falling from the sky was swept by a sword glow, it would shrink a bit out of thin air. The Xiantian spirit sword, which slays spirits, can also slay the power of the heavenly Dao, containing some law that perfectly restrains the heavenly tribulation. Some purple gold electric arcs even vanished into thin air, being swept by more than a dozen sword glows simultaneously before they even fell. However, the remaining electric arcs ignored the massive size of the grey giant peak, directly piercing through the sword formation like invisible entities. Witnessing this scene, Ronan's aura surged. A colossal heaven and earth dharma manifestation immediately appeared around him, and a layer of seemingly solid golden radiance materialized on his body. He clenched his fists and struck fiercely upwards into the sky. After a series of earth-shattering explosions, a massive, golden, misty vortex appeared out of thin air above the heaven and earth dharma manifestation's head. With just a slight rotation, a terrifying force swept out from within it. Some of the falling purple gold electric arcs, under the pull of this immense force, mostly flashed and were drawn into it. The few remaining electric arcs that slipped through struck the golden radiance on the heaven and earth dharma manifestation's body, only causing it to shake violently a few times, but not shattering it. The purple gold electric arcs in the sky fell for more than half an hour. When the time came, the electric arcs in the high sky slowed, and countless purple gold lightning dragon phantoms faintly appeared within the 5-colored mist. When they simultaneously extended their heads and opened their mouths wide, giant lightning balls the size of houses furiously smashed down. With a boom, the radiance on the heaven and earth dharma manifestation's body finally shattered and extinguished after more than a dozen purple gold lightning snakes coiled around it. After the 5-colored mist in the high sky rolled, the sound of thunder subsided, and the originally expressionless giant face that had materialized within it slowly became blurred. Behind the giant face, a dazzling purple light flashed, and then a long white crack slowly opened, from which faint, enchanting sounds emanated. This was the legendary immortal world. The heaven and earth dharma manifestation released by Ronan below had lost 90% of its magical power. Upon seeing this scene, he single-handedly formed a hand seal, and with a thought, the heaven and earth dharma manifestation disappeared, immediately revealing his human form. He looked up at the milky white crack in the sky, his eyes gleaming with unusual brilliance. But just then, the giant face, which had become almost indiscernible, suddenly opened its mouth again. After a clap of thunder, a 7-colored electric arc, vastly different from before, flashed down. With just a flicker, it bizarrely pierced through the giant peak and green lotus, reaching the top of Ronan's head. Ronan immediately formed hand seals with both hands and raised them to the sky. The spiritual realm, dragging the power of various planes, transformed into a massive force and crashed into this heavenly tribulation. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the sky. A brilliant halo, almost illuminating the entire ocean, appeared in the void, but after only a few violent flashes, it shattered inch by inch amidst waves of law fluctuations. Suddenly, the milky white crack in the sky erupted with extremely dazzling colorful light, and an extraordinarily thick milky white light column spewed down from it, instantly enveloping Ronan in a blur. Within the light column, it merely spun, and immediately countless golden runes surged out. At the same time, a suffocating immortal realm law fluctuation swept out in all directions, instantly sweeping through every corner of the spirit realm. Immediately, the various powerhouses in the spirit realm all looked in this direction. This fluctuation caused many insights to suddenly emerge in their hearts. And so, they flew out of their immortal caves one by one, heading towards the place of Ronan's ascension. With the powerhouses moving, other cultivators also thought some treasure had appeared. Immediately, cultivators one by one cast flying spells and rode flying magic treasures, heading towards Ronan's direction. The shimmering lights of spells and magic treasures immediately converged into a five-colored river, streaking across the sky, a magnificent sight. Ronan felt his body lighten, and immediately, enveloped in countless golden lights, he slowly ascended along the light column towards the crack in the high sky. Soon, cultivators gathered here, forming a dense sea of people. And Ronan, above the sea of people, ascended on golden light. A cultivator has ascended. He is an immortal. Immortals truly exist. Because ascension only happened once every few millennia, many cultivators, after a long time, believed that ascension to the immortal realm was merely a beautiful legend. Seeing Ronan ascend at this moment, they couldn't help but be moved to tears. It proved that their thousands of years of arduous cultivation would not ultimately end in dust. Some cultivators even knelt before Ronan, continuously bowing to him. We beg Senior to impart the method of immortal cultivation. We beg Senior to impart the method of immortal cultivation. These kneeling cultivators shouted. Ronan listened, pondered for a moment, and then transformed a wisp of his insight into a gentle breeze, blowing it down. Upon hearing this, these cultivators also gained insights in their hearts. Amidst everyone's astonishment and reverence, Ronan's body finally entered the immortal world.